Chapter 647. As he walked on the road of the illusion heavenly lake, each inch of land under his feet was filled with exotic scenery. Once again, Qin Wushuang used the communication jade plate to try to communicate with Qin Yunran and the others. However, each time, he failed. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was somewhat depressed. Since this communication jade plate could not be used all of a sudden, it was definitely not a good thing. If he could not contact Qin Yunran and the others, he could still go to the Karakoram immortal clan to see what was going on. However, he also needed to contact Yinglong and Black Panther to use the communication jade plate. Currently, these two were the eyes he had planted at the Judgment and Orderly Mountain Prefecture. They were the two barriers to protect the human countries. Should someone invade the human countries, they could contact Qin Wushuang immediately. If the communication jade plate could not be used, then Yinglong and the others could only contact Bao Bao. Hopefully, Bao Bao could inform the human countries in time. Fortunately, Qin Wushuang had made many preparations beforehand. Or else, he would have been caught unprepared. His steps were completely disrupted. Indeed, the terrain of the illusion heavenly lake was filled with mountains. Almost every time Qin Wushuang walked, he could see the continuous rise and fall of the tall mountains. The cities of the illusion heavenly lake could not be compared to the scale of the Shen Yuan Mound. However, relatively speaking, the number and density of the cities were much more than the Shen Yuan Mound. After flying for half a day, Qin Wushuang finally arrived at a nearby city. This city, called the Lian Capital City, was equivalent to a capital city of the Shen Yuan Mound. It was of a rather high level. However, judging from the scale of the city, it was only half the size of the capital city of the Danxia Prefecture. Despite this fact, it did not affect its flourishing human brain. Naturally, a city at the level of the Lian Capital City was extremely open. In comparison, it did not have much local customs. Instead, it had more customs from all over the world. Qin Wushuang's attire from the Shen Yuan Mound did not appear out of place. After entering the city, the first thing Qin Wushuang did was to find the local freelance martial artist union. Qin Wushuang knew that in any place, the number of freelance martial artists would be the highest. Certainly, the freelance martial artists were not the most mainstream powerhouses in the forbidden spiritual zones. However, they were a powerhouse that could never be eliminated. The Rogue Cultivator Guild was also the place with the best information. Sure enough, when Qin Wushuang arrived at the Rogue Cultivator Association's entrance, someone came out to welcome him. It was a young man in his teens. He had delicate features and was very quick-witted. This young master has an extraordinary bearing. Please come in, hey. Qin Wushuang walked in and the young deacon hurriedly led the way. Along the way, he tried to please Qin Wushuang. Young master, do you need any drinks? Qin Wushuang said indifferently, do as you wish. Qin Wushuang now had enough crystal stones, so he did not care about this little bit of consumption. The Rogue Cultivator Guild was famous for being fair and wouldn't kill these rogue cultivators. Qin Wushuang gave some tips along the way. That butler at the reception was even more joyful. They didn't get much commission from the expenses of the rogue cultivators. However, if the rogue cultivators were courteous and generous, the tips they threw out would belong to them directly. They didn't need to pay any commission. Qin Wushuang's tip was already close to a month's income for a reception attendant. Naturally, he was overjoyed. He couldn't help but look at Qin Wushuang a few more times. Only then did he happily go to prepare. Sure enough, money could make the devil turn millstones. This tip made Qin Wushuang's drinks and side dishes arrive very quickly. Qin Wushuang poured a cup of wine and drank it. The depression in his heart eased a little. Little brother, come here. Qin Wushuang waved his hand. The young deacon jogged over with a smile on his face. Young master, do you have any other orders? Nothing much. Sit down and drink with me. I want to ask you something. The young man beamed with joy. Young master has found the right person. Speaking of asking around, although we have many reception attendants, none of them have ears as long as mine. Seeing Qin Wushuang's unmoved appearance, the young deacon seemed to have realized that he had gone overboard. He smiled embarrassedly and said, of course, looking at young master's appearance, you shouldn't be the kind to inquire about trivial gossip. Hehe, if it's about the general direction, I'm also very clear about it. Qin Wushuang said indifferently, first, get me a map of the illusion heavenly lake. The young man snapped his fingers and said with a smile, that's easy, but, Qin Wushuang obviously knew the meaning behind his words. He pushed out a few crystals, is it enough? The young man's eyes lit up. These crystals were enough to buy 5 maps. He only took one of them and said with a smile, this one is enough. Take all of them. Buy a more detailed one. Also, keep it a secret. Qin Wushuang didn't say much, but he had explained the key issues. That young man was clearly very smart. He said with a smile, don't worry, leave it to me. Qin Wushuang saw that this young man was smart and quick-witted. He didn't suspect him. Tasting the fine wine and dishes, he pondered in his heart. Why couldn't the communication jade token be used? If this illusion heavenly lake completely prohibits the use of the communication jade token, it's obviously not very likely. Then the problem is very likely on that immortal leaf-flying boat. It must be the restriction on that flying boat that temporarily sealed the communication jade token on our body. Qin Wushuang deduced like this. Just as he was pondering, that young man had already returned quickly. He handed over a map scroll with a smile. Young master, the thing you wanted. In this capital, there's no more detailed map than this. Qin Wushuang made a sound of agreement and unfolded the map. This map naturally couldn't be compared to the map he obtained in the 7 Deadly Arrays formation. This map was only a large scroll. It only had a large structure and some larger areas. Unfortunately, the detailed map Qin Wushuang had obtained from the 7 Deadly Arrays formation only had the Shen Yuan Mound and the Endless Eastern Sea. It didn't have the illusion Heavenly Lake. Qin Wushuang flipped through it for a moment and confirmed the location of this capital. It was at least 2 or 3 million miles away from the Karakoram Celestial Mountain. When he looked at the map again, the border with the Shen Yuan Mound was more than 1 million miles away. Now, Qin Wushuang knew how miserably they had been tricked by that immortal leaf-flying boat. He looked at the map and calculated the general route. After he closed the map, Qin Wushuang asked, little brother, from here to the Karakoram Celestial Clan, if we follow this route, which powerful powerhouse's territories will we pass? That young man glanced at the map and scratched his head. Ha ha, young master, this question is too deep. Regarding the exact distribution of those powerhouses, in fact, I don't know. When he saw that Qin Wushuang did not seem to be too happy, the young man immediately said, however, I do know the general powerhouses of the illusion Heavenly Lake and some general information about them. Tell me about it, Qin Wushuang said without batting an eyelid. When that young butler saw that Qin Wushuang did not interrupt him, his confidence instantly increased. At the illusion Heavenly Lake, the totem clan is the Karakoram Celestial Clan. Beneath the Karakoram Celestial Clan, there are 6 major Daoist sects that govern the entire illusion Heavenly Lake on behalf of the Karakoram Celestial Clan. Qin Wushuang had also heard about the reputation of the 6 major Daoist sects. Only, he did not know exactly which 6 Daoist sects they were. However, these 6 major Daoist sects were equivalent to the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Only, these 6 major Daoist sects were different than the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. They were not gathered in one place, but scattered across the 6 major areas of the illusion Heavenly Lake. These 6 major Daoist sects were scattered across the 6 major areas and formed the left and right framework of the entire illusion Heavenly Lake. The 6 major Daoist sects are the Amei Daoist sect, the Flying Rainbow Daoist sect, the 7-Star Daoist sect, the High Sun Daoist sect, the Snow Mountain Daoist sect, and the First Ming Daoist sect. Our Lianjing city is under the rule of the Amei Daoist sect. The young man spoke without stopping. Although to the people of the illusion Heavenly Lake, these were common news, to Qin Wushuang, a newcomer, it was extremely important information. Qin Wushuang asked with a smile, you ranked the Amei Daoist sect first because this place is under the rule of the Amei Daoist sect, or is it because the Amei Daoist sect is ranked first among the 6 major Daoist sects? The young man laughed mischievously and there was a trace of jumping between his brows. It's both. The Amei Daoist sect is powerful. The 3 chiefs of the sect are all elite warriors of the Supreme Tao. There was a trace of pride in the tone of this young man. However, he gave a long sigh. Unfortunately, the Amei Daoist sect only recruits female disciples. For male martial artists, it would be difficult to even acquire the qualification to become an in-name disciple of the Amei Daoist sect. It was an indisputable fact that male martial artists held a low position at the Illusion Heavenly Lake. Even for the Karakoram Celestial clan, there were more female martial artists than male martial artists. For the 6 major Daoist sects, female martial artists were the mainstream. Those that recruited male martial artists were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang remembered that woman dressed in imperial clothing he had met at the Bowl Valley. Moved, he asked, "This Amei Daoist sect does not have a single male disciple?" "Definitely not." The tone of the young man was resolute and decisive. "What about the other 5 major Daoist sects? They also do not accept a single male disciple?" "Of course not. The Lofty Sun Daoist sect mainly uses male martial artists. For the other 4 Daoist sects, there are both men and women. Besides the 7-star Daoist sect, the other sects have more female disciples than male disciples. Overall, the 6 major Daoist sects also use female martial artists as the mainstream. This way, the male martial artists of the Illusion Heavenly Lake do not have a high position." Qin Wushuang sighed thoughtfully. Suddenly, he asked, "Does your Amei Daoist sect hate men greatly?" That young man laughed. "That's for sure. If they don't hate men, how come they don't have a single male disciple? The other 5 major Daoist sects could not have completely stopped taking in male disciples." Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was moved as he continued to ask, that leader of the Amei Daoist sect should hate men to the core. Or else, they would not be like this. "Haha, I heard that's the case. The higher-ups of the Amei Daoist sect are all celestial existences. For people like us at the bottom, we cannot get any information." Inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt apprehensive as he felt that the matter was getting more and more clear. He asked again, "What is the name of that leader of the Amei Daoist sect?" The expression of the young man changed as he looked around. When he saw that there were no abnormal movements, he said nervously, "Young master, don't ask any more. Be careful not to get into trouble. This is all I can say. Excuse me, excuse me." After he had finished, he turned around and left. As that young man walked out of the door, someone happened to walk in and almost bumped into him. Fortunately, that person had a high strength as he moved his body to the side and let this young man pass. When Qin Wushuang saw that person's face, inwardly, he was shocked. There will be 3 more updates in the evening. Every hour, there will be 1 update. I will not renege on my promise. Please give a few more recommendation tickets to Xinghe when you see it. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 648. That young butler almost bumped into that person. Fortunately, that person had evaded him. However, the young deacon went out to welcome a guest. When he saw a guest enter, he hurriedly greeted him with a smile. "This young master has an impressive appearance. With one look, I can tell that you are not an ordinary person. Haha, this way, please." That person appeared travel-worn and somewhat depressed. Although he had concealed it well, Qin Wushuang saw through the gloominess between his brows with one glance. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was greatly surprised. He had a deep impression of this person. Although they had not interacted much, for sure they had a deep impression of each other. Indeed, this person was Jufang Yunfei. Initially during the battle of the 100-Leaf Qin clan, this Jufang Yunfei had appeared out of nowhere at the square and saved 2 disciples of the 100-Leaf Qin clan. Next, during the crisis of the 100-Leaf Qin clan, he had also played a major role. Later, at the capital city of the Orderly Mountain Prefecture, at the Freelance Martial Artist Union, that Iron Holler had been killed by the subordinates of the Orderly Mountain Prefecture Master because he did not choose his words carefully. At that time, Jufang Yunfei was also present. This Jufang Yunfei was a disciple of the mysterious Jufang clan. In the past, the Jufang clan had received great kindness from the Qin clan to protect their clan. Now, they had hidden themselves from the world and no longer participated in the conflicts between the powerhouses of the Shen Yuan Mound. Jufang Yunfei had stepped out purely to repay the great kindness of the Qin clan in the past. Initially, Qin Wushuang thought that this Jufang Yunfei had hidden himself from the world. Unexpectedly, he had seen him in a foreign land. However, compared to his previous high-spirited appearance, this Jufang Yunfei appeared somewhat depressed. He did not appear to be in a good mood and seemed to have some difficult questions in his mind. After Jufang Yunfei had entered the hall, he glanced around and found a corner by the window to sit down. He spoke a few words with that young butler and sent him away. Judging from Jufang Yunfei's appearance, he should have traveled here on foot. The immortal leaf-flying boat only picked up the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Certainly, Jufang Yunfei had not traveled here on the immortal leaf-flying boat. Only, what made Qin Wushuang feel impressed was that although this Jufang Yunfei appeared to be young, he was also at the profound void martial stage. He remembered that when they had met at the 100-leaf Qin clan, Jufang Yunfei was at the transformation void martial stage. Now after a few years, this Jufang Yunfei had also advanced to the profound void martial stage. It seemed that Jufang Feiyun's talent and strength were among the best in the Shen Yuan Mound. He would not lose to the majority of the core disciples of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Qin Wushuang was wearing the heart illusion mask, and his face had changed greatly. Jufang Yunfei naturally couldn't recognize him. Qin Wushuang silently drank his wine, wondering if he should go up and talk to Jufang Yunfei, but considering that his identity was very special, he decided not to act rashly and alert the enemy. Not long after Jufang Yunfei entered, a few batches of people entered the Rogue Cultivator Guild. All of them looked travel-worn. The moment they entered, they shouted loudly for wine. The hall immediately became busy. Qin Wushuang secretly paid attention to Jufang Yunfei. Suddenly, he saw Jufang Yunfei's complexion change slightly. Qin Wushuang followed his gaze and looked outside. 3 people walked in from the outside. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was shocked. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Qin Wushuang knew all 3 of these people that had come. Although Qin Wushuang had never interacted with these 3 people, Qin Wushuang had an astonishing memory. He immediately found the appearance of these 3 people from his memory. These 3 people were people of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Initially, Qin Wushuang had gotten trapped in the ley lines. When he had escaped, all the elite warriors of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect had come to surround him. Qin Wushuang had a deep impression of those faces. Although he could not match their names to their faces, he was certain that these 3 people were people of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. And these 3 did not disguise themselves. Perhaps, they thought that they would not meet familiar people in this remote place in a foreign country. However, the matters in the world were such coincidences. Qin Wushuang had bumped into acquaintances, and it was 2 groups of acquaintances. Jufang Yunfei, people of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. It was apparent that Jufang Yunfei should know these 3 people. However, the 3 of them clearly did not recognize Jufang Yunfei. However, the gaze of the person walking in front was extremely sharp. He swept his gaze over the entire crowd and paused on Jufang Yunfei's face for a moment before turning away. Jufang Yunfei was rather calm as he only cared about drinking. He also shot a few glances at those 3. From his expression, it seemed that he did not care. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was impressed by Jufang Yunfei. When these 3 people walked in, they were not ordinary figures. All 3 of them had the strength of the perfect void martial stage. Especially the person in the middle who was also at the perfect void martial stage, he seemed to be much more powerful than the other 2. He should be a figure at the Dao warrior level of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Qin Wushuang would never forget the appearance of Luo Tongtian, one of the 4 Dao warriors of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Luo Henji was already a prisoner of the Qin clan and was still imprisoned by them. The remaining 2 Dao warriors were not as strong as Luo Tongtian and Luo Henji as they were only at the perfect void martial stage. Qin Wushuang knew that this person must be one of the two remaining Dao warriors. Only, he did not know if it was Tian Mingshan or Zhuo Longshuang. He would only be able to tell if they were speaking. Initially, Qin Wushuang had heard their conversation in the depths of the ley lines. He also had an impression of each of their voices. As soon as this person spoke, Qin Wushuang would be able to recognize him. The three people of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect deliberately found a table next to Zhu Fang Yunfei and sat down. "Little one, bring the wine, hurry," one of the guys called out. That young butler immediately ran over and said with an apologetic smile, "Three masters, what would you like?" That guy from before asked, "Master Tian, would you like to order?" Hearing that guy address him as Master Tian, Qin Wushuang felt apprehensive inwardly. He already had some confidence. However, that leader said, "Anything." As soon as he spoke, Qin Wushuang immediately recognized that the voice of this person was Tian Mingshan, the third Dao warrior of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Initially, Qin Wushuang had heard the conversation between him and Luo Tongtian in the depths of the ley lines. Thus, he was not unfamiliar with this person's voice. Naturally, he recognized him immediately. Then pick the best. That guy from before was also impatient as he waved his hand. "We need to go as fast as possible, understand?" Everyone who came here wanted to go as fast as possible. However, it was impossible for them to eat immediately. That young man smiled apologetically. "Of course, the faster the better. Please wait for a moment." Apparently, that young man was also somewhat afraid of these three fiendish figures. He did not dare to act rashly as he quickly slipped away and ran towards the back hall. "Master Tian, we seem to have come too early," that guy from before asked in a whisper. "Silver Hoop, don't discuss other matters here, drink." Tian Mingshan glared slightly and that guy immediately shut his mouth obediently. With an embarrassed smile, he turned to glare at Zhu Fang Yunfei. Zhu Fang Yunfei seemed to be unaware of it as he turned to look outside the window. Inwardly, he was crying bitterly. What did this heavenly Luo Daoist sect want to do by sending so many elite warriors? Silver Hoop. When Qin Wushuang heard this title, he immediately judged the identity of this person. Indeed, he was an elite warrior at the Shakyamuni level of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. The heavenly Luo Daoist sect also had a few Shakyamuni at the perfect void martial stage. These two should also be elite warriors at the Shakyamuni level. As Qin Wushuang drank, the atmosphere in the hall appeared somewhat oppressive. Apparently, they had sensed the powerful aura of Tian Mingshan and his two people. Although those freelance martial artists loved to gossip, they did not dare to make too much noise when they encountered elite warriors. After all, among the freelance martial artists, it was good to be at the transformation void martial stage, not to mention elite warriors at the perfect void martial stage. Zhu Fang Yunfei was the first to stand up to pay the bill. It seemed that he was somewhat vigilant against Tian Mingshan and his two people. Thus, he planned to leave after he had finished the food. Just as he left the table, suddenly, that Shakyamuni Silver Hoop slapped the table and shouted in a low voice, "Kid, don't go yet." Zhu Fang Yunfei slowly stabilized his body and turned around. "You are talking to me? Who else could it be?" The tone of that Shakyamuni Silver Hoop appeared extremely tyrannical. "Kid, you appear to be sneaky and not a good person. Speak, what is your name?" Zhu Fang Yunfei said in a neither servile nor overbearing tone. "With my identity, I don't seem to have the obligation and need to inform you, right?" Shakyamuni Silver Hoop laughed eerily. "Is that so?" Zhu Fang Yunfei shook his head with a cold sneer and turned to leave. He knew that before these three people, he must not show his cowardice. Once he showed his cowardice, things would become even more difficult. Zhu Fang Yunfei lifted his foot and walked to the aisle. Just as he was about to walk towards the door, that Shakyamuni Silver Hoop shouted, "Kid, if you walk out of this hall, don't think about walking for the rest of your life." These words sounded extremely tyrannical. However, no one could deny that he had the strength to do so. Those freelance martial artists at the scene all put down the wine cup in their hand and looked over with astonishment. From their eyes, there was a fanatical desire to watch the show, and also some fear and panic towards the elite warriors. Zhu Fang Yunfei gave a cold sneer and did not take such threats seriously. He walked towards the outside in large strides. At this moment, like a gust of wind, a person barged in from outside the door. He waved a stack of papers and laughed. News, big news. The disciples of the Amei Daoist sect are setting up an arena to find a groom. You must not miss the great wish to return to the secular world once every 30 years. Everyone, if you are looking for a dual career Daoist partner, don't miss this opportunity. When that person saw Zhu Fang Yunfei walking outside, he grabbed Zhu Fang Yunfei's arm and laughed. Young master, since you are so handsome, confident and full of vigor, you should try your luck. How about it? I have some inside information. It only costs 10 green crystal stones. Qin Wushuang was drinking and almost spat out the wine in his mouth. Didn't they say that the Amei Daoist sect hated men the most? Why would they set up an arena to find a groom? For some unknown reason, Qin Wushuang's first thought was that he remembered the instructions of second chief Qin Yunran. He said that the female martial artists of the illusion Heavenly Lake needed to pass the test of love. This so-called groom search must be a trap for the test of love. Zhu Fang Yunfei swung his arm and shook off that person. He said coldly, I am not interested. That person chuckled and gave a long sigh. Too bad, young master is so young and is not interested in the dual career. This is not a good thing, ha ha ha. Zhu Fang Yunfei walked towards the outside. In a flash, that Shakyamuni silver hoop already floated to the outside of the door. He stopped before Zhu Fang Yunfei. Kid, it seems you are not cooperating. Qin Wushuang felt apprehensive inwardly. Could it be they were going to fight? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 649. When Zhu Fang Yunfei saw the speed of the other party, he felt slightly apprehensive inwardly. He knew that today's matter would not be easy to deal with. He stepped back into the door and said lightly, Who are you? What do you mean by forcing us? Shakyamuni Silver Hoop said with a cold sneer, I don't mean anything else. I just feel annoyed when I see you acting so sneakily. If you don't want to leave lying down, then cooperate. Inside the hall, the chief steward who was already in charge walked out and mediated. Everyone, if you have any personal grudges, you can settle them after you leave this place. It's best not to cause trouble at the Freelance Martial Artist Union. Although Shakyamuni Silver Hoop was tyrannical, he knew the principle of a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. He chuckled, Rest assured, we will not destroy your voice. This is not just a matter of business. Causing trouble at the Freelance Martial Artist Union is related to the reputation of the union. Everyone, please calm down. Qin Wushuang said lightly, You three appear unfamiliar, where are you from? Qin Wushuang had deliberately changed his voice. Naturally, these three people of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect could not recognize him. Shakyamuni Silver Hoop glared at Qin Wushuang. When he saw his extraordinary temperament, he could not help but ask, Who are you? Who do you think I look like? Qin Wushuang deliberately showed off his mysteriousness. Shakyamuni Silver Hoop did not dare to underestimate Qin Wushuang. He looked back at Tian Mingshan and clearly, he wanted to ask for his opinion. Tian Mingshan walked over and said with a smile, Could it be you are a proud disciple of some Daoist sect? Qin Wushuang smiled lightly and declined to comment. He said lightly, You three, can you give me some face and not cause trouble here? Tian Mingshan laughed, Of course we must give you some face. However, we would not dare to ask about your identity and background. Or else, even if we did, I don't know who we are selling our face to. Qin Wushuang raised his eyebrow and said lightly, To you three, I am afraid it would not be a good thing to ask too much. I see that you three have extraordinary strength, but you should not be figures from the 6 major Daoist sects of the illusion Heavenly Lake. Among the second-tier powerhouses of the illusion Heavenly Lake, I don't think you three have come to participate in the 10,000-year immortal pilgrimage pageant. Qin Wushuang had said these words because he was certain of the identity of these three people. Thus, he had dared to make such a conclusion. However, when the other party heard these words, they naturally thought that Qin Wushuang must be someone from the 6 major Daoist sects. Or else, How could they be sure that they were not figures from the 6 major Daoist sects or people from the second-tier powerhouses of the illusion Heavenly Lake? Tian Mingshan was a little hesitant. They weren't here to participate in the 10,000-year pilgrimage pageant, as they didn't have the right to do so. To put it bluntly, they had snuck in this time. Fang. By Daoist sect with the martial, silver martial sect with Daoist sect. The 6 major Daoist sects were powerhouses on par with the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates. Not to mention the fact that they were local powerhouses. Even if the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect was a local powerhouse, they were not qualified to be mentioned on equal terms with the 6 major Daoist sects. It was the same principle as how the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect could not be compared to the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates. When they heard about the Karakoram Immortal Clan and the 10,000-year Immortal Pilgrimage Pageant, each of the freelance martial artists had a drastic change of expression. They all stood up to pay the bill and walked outside. Clearly, these freelance martial artists knew their place. They knew that there were some things they could hear and some they could not. Or else, most likely they would get into trouble. That guy that sold information also stuck out his tongue. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had caught some top-secret exclusive information. He ran outside joyfully. When Qin Wushuang saw that person running outside, he shouted, "Stop!" That person was like the Iron Holler of the Orderly Mountain Prefecture, as he specialized in selling information for a living. Naturally, he planned to sell the important gossip he had acquired. When he heard Qin Wushuang's shout, he trembled inwardly, yet he did not dare to stop. For a lowly person like him, if he truly encountered a disciple of a powerful sect, it would not be a problem to kill him directly. Young master, what orders do you have?" Qin Wushuang asked coldly. "What is your name? Don't lie, if you do, I will pull out your tongue. Don't forget, I can use 100 ways to find out your name. I am called Zhon Bian." This name was rather strange. Qin Wushuang glared at him. "I hope you are not lying, or else your tongue will no longer belong to you. Listen well, if you leak any of the words I just said, you will not be spared. Not only you, but all the 9 clans related to you will not be spared. If you want to give it a try, then go out and sell that information. I know, in your line of work, don't you make a living by selling information?" Zhon Bian's expression changed drastically. "I would not dare, I will keep my mouth shut, not even in my dreams." Qin Wushuang gave a cold snort. "Get lost." Immediately, Zhon Bian ran outside. Suddenly, that Shakyamuni Silver Hoop cried out, "Wait, kid, where did you say the female disciple of the Amei Daoist sect is choosing a groom?" That Zhon Bian was scared out of his wits and did not dare to ask for money, at the 10,000 Flower Valley. Upon hearing the words of the 10,000 Flower Valley, a trace of strange light flashed across the eyes of Tian Mingshan and the others. Qin Wushuang observed their expressions and made some guesses inwardly. Could it be that the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect was going to that 10,000 Flower Valley? Although Qin Wushuang had discovered some problems, he remained calm and collected and did not expose him. Clearly, Tian Mingshan was restraining his fear from the domineering attitude displayed by Qin Wushuang. If it were only this person, it would be easy to handle. If the other party was truly a disciple of the 6 major Daoist sects, then he must not offend him. Or else, it would be a big question whether the 3 of them could return to the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Shooting a glance at Zhu Fang Yunfei, Tian Mingshan made up his mind and said, "Since you have spoken, today's matter will end here. Kid, consider yourself lucky." Zhu Fang Yunfei looked at Tian Mingshan and the others with a cold sneer. "I hope you guys will also be lucky." Tian Mingshan twisted his brow. "Kid, what do you mean?" "Whatever you mean, I mean." Zhu Fang Yunfei opposed him with equal harshness, for he was not afraid of these 3 people. Inwardly, Tian Mingshan was furious. A moment ago, when he was outside, he had sensed that Zhu Fang Yunfei was sizing them up. Thus, he became somewhat suspicious of him. "Kid, you truly think we would not dare to beat you up?" Zhu Fang Yunfei said lightly, "If you want to fight, just do it. I am only afraid that you guys will lose your lives here before you can walk out of this Lianjing city." Through his previous observation, Zhu Fang Yunfei also realized that these three had come to the illusion Heavenly Lake after crossing the border and restraining their fear of the local powerhouses. Thus, when he grasped the weakness of the other party, he was not as scared inwardly. Tian Mingshan sneered and said, "Kid, don't tell me that you are also from the 6 great sects." Zhu Fang Yunfei sneered and actually declined to comment, appearing unfathomable. However, Tian Mingshan did not believe him at all. He believed Qin Wushuang's words because the strength that Qin Wushuang displayed did not lose to any of the three of them. Furthermore, the other party dared to mention the name of a totem power like the Karakoram Immortal Clan and could even mention the name of the 10,000-year pilgrimage assembly. All of these caused Tian Mingshan to feel fearful. Qin Wushuang smiled at Zhu Fang Yunfei and said, "Forget it, brother. For the sake of this little brother, don't be angry anymore. Thinking about it, brother should also be a disciple of my illusion Heavenly Lake's wealthy family. Although you and I don't know each other, this little brother feels that you are somewhat familiar. We must have met somewhere. Otherwise, this little brother would not have stood out to be a peacemaker." Zhu Fang Yunfei was shocked in his heart. How could he not tell that Qin Wushuang was deliberately finding a way out for him? If the other party was a disciple of the 6 major Daoist sects of the illusion Heavenly Lake, how could he be familiar with him? He must have said that on purpose so that the three of them would back off. Initially, when Zhu Fang Yunfei saw Qin Wushuang's extraordinary temperament and how Qin Wushuang was able to determine that these three were not elite warriors of the illusion Heavenly Lake, he also unconsciously concluded that Qin Wushuang was truly someone from the 6 major Daoist sects of the illusion Heavenly Lake. How could he know that Qin Wushuang was no stranger to people of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect than him? In other words, among these 3 parties, besides Qin Wushuang who knew everything about the other 2 parties, the other 2 parties were completely clueless about Qin Wushuang. Upon hearing the words of Qin Wushuang, Tian Mingshan and the others felt apprehensive. Inwardly, they thought that perhaps this kid was truly a disciple of the local wealthy family. In that case, it seemed they could not afford to offend him. At the moment, they could only take advantage of this situation to get off the donkey. They said to Qin Wushuang, "Since you have spoken, the 3 of us do not wish to create new problems. It's a small world, goodbye." After they had finished speaking, they had truly left. Inwardly, Zhu Fang Yunfei let out a sigh of relief when he saw these 3 people had left. He said to Qin Wushuang with a bitter smile, "Thank you for helping us out today." Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "What are you saying? I still have my food and wine, how about you and I drink a few more cups?" Zhu Fang Yunfei was rather straightforward, "Thank you for your hospitality." The 2 of them looked at each other with a smile and returned to their seats. Qin Wushuang called that young butler and instructed, "Bring another pot of wine and a few more dishes." Zhu Fang Yunfei drank 3 cups in a row, and said straightforwardly, "These 3 cups are to thank you for helping me out of my predicament. To be honest, if you didn't show up today, I would have been embarrassed." "Ha ha, I see that you seem to have some opinions about these 3. Qin Wushuang poured a cup of wine and asked deliberately to probe. Zhu Fang Yunfei looked around and said in a low voice, "I know all 3 of them. Only, they don't know me. A moment ago, before they came in, I took a few extra glances. Thus, that person sensed me. I think that these 3 guys must have some ulterior motives. Or else, they would not have acted so cautiously." "Oh, brother, to tell you the truth, those 3 are not people of the illusion Heavenly Lake. They are people of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect of the Shen Yuan Mound. I just don't know what schemes they have for coming to the illusion Heavenly Lake. Judging from their sneaky actions, they must be plotting something. Or else, they would not have traveled such a long distance and risked their lives here." Inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt apprehensive. Thinking about the current situation of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, without a doubt, they were like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. They could not even protect themselves, yet they had the leisure to come to the illusion Heavenly Lake? Certainly, there must be some hidden motives. Currently, the most urgent matter for the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect was to rebuild and increase their strength. All of their actions must be working towards this direction. When he thought here, instantly, The anger and hatred inside Qin Wushuang's heart was ignited again. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 650. This Zhu Fang Yunfei was rather magnanimous and upright. Qin Wushuang did not expect that Zhu Fang Yunfei would admit these things. For the time, he felt that he was not upright. With a chuckle, he put down the wine cup. When Zhu Fang Yunfei saw him laugh abruptly, Qin Wushuang suddenly waved his hand to motion Zhu Fang Yunfei to stop talking. It was because currently, there was not a single person in the entire guild hall. However, he was afraid that the walls had ears. Zhu Fang Yunfei was a smart person, as he immediately realized. Inwardly, he was impressed by this young man before him. Indeed, he was experienced. Zhu Fang Yunfei was used to traveling in the world. However, in the end, he was not thorough enough in these details. Next, these two did not talk about anything else. Instead, they talked about some trivial matters related to training. Only when most of the food and drinks had been consumed did Qin Wushuang stand up with a long laugh. "Brother, I feel familiar with you at first sight. How about we go out for a walk?" "Okay." Just when Zhu Fang Yunfei was about to pay the bill, Qin Wushuang put down a green crystal stone with a smile. "Let's go." Immediately, these two left the guild and walked out of the city. When they arrived at the desolate outskirts of the city, Zhu Fang Yunfei gave a long sigh. "You are so cautious. Could it be you are worried that the walls have ears?" "I am not worried, but indeed the walls have ears," Qin Wushuang said lightly. When that general manager that mediated the fight walked into the back hall, his footsteps disappeared behind the door. "It's clear that he is hiding behind the door." Zhu Fang Yunfei was greatly surprised. "You have such sharp ears." Although Qin Wushuang was only at the profound void martial stage, in terms of spiritual perception, even those at the perfect void martial stage might not be as powerful as him. After all, he had received the baptism of the divine light. His spiritual perception was abnormally powerful and could almost be compared to elite warriors of the supreme Tao. "Small tricks, not worth mentioning," Qin Wushuang said modestly. Suddenly, his complexion changed slightly as he said with a bitter smile, "Trouble is here." "Trouble?" Zhu Fang Yunfei frowned slightly. "Yes, those three guys from a moment ago are lingering and have followed us." Qin Wushuang gave a light sigh. Zhu Fang Yunfei's expression turned cold. "You've got guts." Qin Wushuang shook his head. "Let's go. We won't play with them for now. Let's find a safe place to talk." The two of them exchanged glances and looked up to see a deep forest in front of them. Naturally, they passed through it. Since Qin Wushuang knew that the three of them were chasing after him, he naturally wouldn't leave behind any clues for them to follow him. Instead, he destroyed his aura along the way, creating many puzzles. Seeing that Qin Wushuang's methods were experienced, Zhu Fang Yunfei could not help feeling deep admiration. The two of them passed through the forest and finally arrived near a secluded cave. Qin Wushuang raised his head and looked at the cave. He smiled and said, "Let's not go in. We'll go around this cave." Qin Wushuang laughed when they reached the depths of the mountain. "It's about time. Those three guys are still playing hide-and-seek in the deep forest." Zhu Fang Yunfei was very impressed, but he felt a little strange. Why was he so sure that he could even know where those three people were? Qin Wushuang smiled and said, "I have some small methods that can lock onto their position." This was not some small method. Zhu Fang Yunfei was very clear that if he could really lock onto the other party's position, that would be a great divine ability. Qin Wushuang naturally did not rely on divine abilities, but that observant finger jade disc. As long as this thing collected a trace of the other party's aura, it could clearly indicate the other party's position. Furthermore, as long as the distance was close, it could even lock onto the specific position. Zhu Fang Yunfei was deeply impressed. He sighed and said, "Brother is worthy of being a disciple of the 6 great Tao sects. Your various methods make me feel ashamed of my inferiority." Qin Wushuang smiled and did not speak. He took out the sealed scroll and summoned the 2 spiritual beasts, Toad Palace jade hair and sky pilfered mole. He gave them a few instructions and had them stand guard outside. As long as someone approached, Qin Wushuang would be alerted at the first moment. After Qin Wushuang finished doing all this, he smiled and said, "Now, this place is absolutely safe. No need to worry about the walls having ears." Fang Yunfei saw Qin Wushuang's serious appearance and could not help but feel somewhat strange. He thought to himself that they had met by chance. Even if they hit it off very well, it seemed like there was no need to find such a remote place and speak so cautiously, right? Could it be that he was really afraid of being overheard? Qin Wushuang saw Fang Yunfei's strange expression and guessed his meaning. He smiled and said, "Brother Fang, what are you thinking about?" Fang Yunfei was stunned. Suddenly, his expression changed. "Brother Fang?" He remembered that he did not seem to have told him his name. Could it be that he could even deduce this? No. Fang Yunfei's mind was in a mess. This voice was very familiar. He must have heard it before. Fang Yunfei's mind spun rapidly. Qin Wushuang had already put away his mask and revealed his original appearance. "Brother Fang, do you still remember me?" You are Qin Wushuang?" Fang Yunfei realized the light and a look of disbelief filled his eyes. "It's you. It's unbelievable." Qin Wushuang laughed. "A few years have passed since we parted at the capital city of the Orderly Mountain Prefecture. I did not hear any news of you and thought you had already returned to your clan to live in seclusion. I didn't expect that we would meet again in a foreign country." Fang Yunfei was also pleasantly surprised. "Brother Wushuang, it's really you, that's great. When I saw the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, I was worried that I could not deal with them. It's great that you are here." "Deal with them?" Qin Wushuang was stunned. "Brother Fang has a grudge with them?" Fang Yunfei shook his head. "I don't have a grudge with them. However, I know that the heavenly Luo Daoist sect is the sworn enemy of the Qin clan. They must be scheming something by coming to this illusion heavenly lake. The Qin clan has saved the Fang clan. Therefore, the Fang clan is duty-bound to help the Qin clan. I am worried that the heavenly Luo Daoist sect has come here because they want to acquire something to deal with the Qin clan. Or else, with their situation, it's impossible for them to leave their homeland and come here." This thought happened to coincide with Qin Wushuang's. Qin Wushuang nodded seriously. "Brother Fang's words are reasonable. It seems that the heavenly Luo Daoist sect has come here with bad intentions. However, since they are here, we must give them a surprise. It's good that we can settle the old and new grudges together." Fang Yunfei said with surprise, "Brother Wushuang, you are going to start a war with them?" Qin Wushuang revealed a mysterious smile. "No rush, I am going to see what they are scheming. Then, I will consider the issue of starting a war." When Fang Yunfei saw Qin Wushuang had a card up his sleeve, it was inappropriate for him to say anything. He only said, "Those three should be at the perfect void martial stage, right?" Qin Wushuang knew that Fang Yunfei was reminding him to not underestimate the enemy. In fact, how could Qin Wushuang underestimate the enemy? He knew the strength of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect like the back of his hand. They were Qin Wushuang's sworn enemy. How could Qin Wushuang not know about them? Of course, it was not strange that Fang Yunfei did not know about Qin Wushuang's trump card. Qin Wushuang did not expose him. Instead, he asked, "Brother Fang, why are you at this illusion heavenly lake? Earlier, when I saw you walk into the Union, there seemed to be some gloominess between your brows." Fang Yunfei gave a low sigh and a trace of sadness flashed across his expression. "Brother Wushuang, after we parted at the Orderly Mountain Prefecture, I stayed for a few months after returning to my family. Then, I went out to gain experience. Since the Heavenly Emperor Gate forbade the Fang clan to come out of the Shen Yuan Mound, I came to this illusion heavenly lake. However, I never thought that I would encounter the calamity that is my destiny." "Oh. What do you mean?" Qin Wushuang was stunned. When he saw Fang Yunfei's depressed expression, he could not but help to ask, "Could it be that you encountered a calamity of love?" Although Fang Yunfei was free and easy, he could not help but be shocked when he was asked by Qin Wushuang directly. "How did you know?" Qin Wushuang smiled bitterly and shook his head. I just guessed. Zhu Fang Yunfei gave a long sigh. As you guessed, I encountered the nemesis of my life. At the wrong time, I met the wrong person. I mistakenly entered the sea of love. With one wrong step, it was hard for me to extricate myself. When Qin Wushuang saw Zhu Fang Yunfei being so sad, he also gave a long sigh inwardly. Inwardly, he thought that Zhu Fang Yunfei could not be so unlucky as to encounter a female disciple who was experiencing a calamity of love, right? If that was the case, this Zhu Fang Yunfei would be a complete sacrifice. The female martial artists of the illusion Heavenly Lake were all at the level of calamity. They viewed the calamity of love as a great obstacle in their training. Each time they passed it, their strength would advance. When they were experiencing the calamity of love, they would find some young, handsome, and elegant men to increase the difficulty of the calamity of love. Of course, under normal circumstances, they would put on a show and it would be impossible for them to develop true feelings. Unless a few of the fake acts were real. However, when they put on a show, the person they had chosen would be kept in the dark. Once they were too deeply invested, it would not be hard to understand if they were unable to extricate themselves from the calamity of love. Could it be that this Zhu Fang Yunfei had encountered such an old trick? Brother Zhu Fang, this nemesis of my life you are talking about, could it be a female disciple of the Amei Daoist sect? Zhu Fang Yunfei nodded dispiritedly. That's right, I only learned later that everyone in the Amei Daoist sect hates men. In that case, why did she find me? Brother Zhu Fang, this is the disaster caused by your elegant demeanor. If you were an ordinary man, they would not have chosen you. Why do you say this? Zhu Fang Yunfei was confused. Brother Zhu Fang, you should know that the female disciples of the Amei Daoist sect use the calamity of love as the obstacle in their training. Each time they break through, they will enter the Dao through the calamity of love. To put it bluntly, the man they chose is only a tool. Of course, to increase the difficulty of the calamity of love, the more excellent the man, the better. Zhu Fang Yunfei's expression changed drastically as he stuttered. Is this true? I heard it from the chief of the Qin clan. However, I am afraid it's true that the female martial artists of the Amei Daoist sect hate all men in the world. Or else, how could they not take in male disciples? As if struck by lightning, Zhu Fang Yunfei was stunned on the spot. So that's the case. I was wondering why she didn't see me when we agreed to meet at the 10,000 Flower Valley in 3 years. So that's the case. No, I must go to the 10,000 Flower Valley. Didn't that person who took advantage of me say it? I must go and see the Amei Daoist sect's marriage contest and their wish to return to the secular world. I don't believe that she is lying to me. For something like love, the person involved is bewildered, but the onlooker sees it clearly. Although Qin Wushuang felt that the other party must be looking for Zhu Fang Yunfei to pass the calamity of love, he could not pour cold water on Zhu Fang Yunfei if he was unwilling to face this fact. He could only say, then let's go and see. Just in time, I also want to see what is going on with that Amei Daoist sect. Qin Wushuang was not concerned about the marriage contest between the female martial artists of the Amei Daoist sect. He wanted to inquire about that woman in imperial clothing and the whereabouts of Shui Ruolan. Especially for an innocent girl like Shui Ruolan, it would be a form of destruction in disguise if she was taken away by that shrew. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 651. The 10,000 Flower Valley was not far from where they were. It was only 2,000 or 3,000 miles away. To martial artists at the spiritual martial force, these 2,000 or 3,000 miles were nothing. To Qin Wushuang and Zhu Fang Yunfei, it would be even more insignificant. Tian Mingshan and the other two had tracked them for a long time. In the end, they did not find anything. Now, they realized that most likely, they had been tricked. Shakyamuni Silver Hoop swore, darn it, those two little guys are extremely cunning. It seems that they deliberately set up these traps to fool us. Tian Mingshan said with a gloomy expression, that kid, I always feel that something is wrong. I would never believe that he is a disciple of a major sect at the illusion Heavenly Lake. Of course, the kid he spoke of was referring to Ju Fang Yunfei. The other Shakyamuni Chongguang was extremely calm as he asked with a strange tone, if that kid is not a disciple of the local sect, why would that young man cover up his lie? When Qin Wushuang had covered up his lie for Ju Fang Yunfei, he had said that Ju Fang Yunfei looked familiar. Initially, Tian Mingshan and the others had believed this statement. However, when they thought about it later, they felt that something was wrong. The more they thought about it, the more suspicious they felt Ju Fang Yunfei was. Thus, they had waited near that guild. They wanted to wait for Qin Wushuang and Ju Fang Yunfei to separate. Then, they would ambush Ju Fang Yunfei and interrogate him. This time, these three higher-ups of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect had come to the illusion Heavenly Lake with great ambitions. Naturally, they did not want to be targeted by others for the important matter they were plotting. Could it be that those two guys are in the same group? Shakyamuni Silver Hoop whispered. Tian Mingshan shook his head with determination. Impossible. Shakyamuni Chongguang also said, it doesn't look like it. If they were in the same group, how could they not be drinking and eating together? They could not have predicted that we would go to that guild and put on a show for us, right? And from their expressions, it seems that they do not know each other. Shakyamuni Silver Hoop said gloomily, now that we have lost them, it's useless to discuss this. What should we do next? Shakyamuni Chongguang glanced at Tian Mingshan, third Dao warrior. That guy that sold information said that the Amei Daoist sect was looking for a groom at the 10,000 Flower Valley. Will this matter affect our plan to seize the treasure? Tian Mingshan muttered, it's not impossible. If people of the Amei Daoist sect are here, it will increase the difficulty of our treasure hunt. The Amei Daoist sect did not invite a groom earlier or later, why do they have to invite some bird of a groom at this time? Besides, didn't the Amei Daoist sect claim to hate men and not have any interactions with men? Tian Mingshan said, let's not care about that. Let's go to 10,000 Flower Valley first. Wasn't it just a groom search? It just so happens that we can use the excuse of watching the matchmaking arena to turn the unfavorable factors into favorable ones. Yes, let's go to the 10,000 Flower Valley first. Luo Yi and the others are one step ahead, they will definitely be able to obtain a lot of information. Let's go over and meet up with them. With this plan in mind, the three of them set off for the 10,000 Flowers Valley. The 10,000 Flower Valley got its name from flowers. The 10,000 Flower Valley was a sea of flowers, the home of flowers. It was said that there were 10,000 varieties of flowers in the 10,000 Flower Valley, which was why it was named the 10,000 Flower Valley. The entire 10,000 Flower Valley had a circumference of tens of thousands of miles. Since the 10,000 Flower Valley was under the rule of the Amei Daoist sect, the 10,000 Flower Valley could be seen as a training ground for the Amei Daoist sect. Usually, to the outside world, the 10,000 Flower Valley was forbidden to enter. Besides the disciples of the Amei Daoist sect, random people must take the risk of being held responsible by the Amei Daoist sect when they entered the 10,000 Flower Valley. Therefore, they must get the permission of the Amei Daoist sect to enter the 10,000 Flower Valley. However, this time, the Amei Daoist sect had organized a grand wish to return to the secular world and an arena search for a groom. The Amei Daoist sect was not putting on a show by doing this. Instead, for a sect that only consisted of female martial artists like the Amei Daoist sect, there would always be some female martial artists that could not break through the barrier of worldly love. They could not break through the bottleneck of training and would remain mediocre for their entire life. To such disciples, the Amei Daoist sect was not willing to raise them for nothing. Every 30 years, they would conduct an arena search for a groom. They would push these female disciples out of the Amei Daoist sect and use a decent method to let them leave the sect. Although this action had the intention of selling at a discount, considering the position of the Amei Daoist sect at the illusion Heavenly Lake, there would still be countless young disciples that would fight to participate. After all, for the female disciples of the Amei Daoist sect, even if they had returned to the secular world, they would still be related to the Amei Daoist sect. After returning to the secular world, if they were to encounter any great difficulties, even if the Amei Daoist sect did not step out, As long as the former disciples of the Amei Daoist sect were willing to lend a helping hand, they would also benefit endlessly. Therefore, not to mention freelance martial artists, many of the young disciples of the second and third-rate sects also loved the female disciples of the 6 major Daoist sects who had returned to the secular world. After all, most of the female martial artists of the 6 major Daoist sects would not participate in the marriage of the secular world. Only these female martial artists who had returned to the secular world would get married. Although it was the second best choice, since the main theme of the illusion Heavenly Lake was female martial artists, these female disciples who had returned to the secular world had become the most popular choice. When Qin Wushuang and Zhu Fang Yunfei arrived at the outside of the 10,000 Flower Valley, they sensed the powerful defenses around the 10,000 Flower Valley that prevented them from entering through the air. They could only descend from the cloud. Outside of the 10,000 Flower Valley, many young martial artists had already gathered in 2s and 3s. When they saw Qin Wushuang and Zhu Fang Yunfei's graceful bearing, these young martial artists all looked at these two with hostility. Their eyes were full of vigilance. Qin Wushuang and Zhu Fang Yunfei were smart people. They knew what these people's gazes meant. They shook their heads with a bitter smile. Naturally, they had not come here to participate in some groom search. Qin Wushuang and Zhu Fang Yunfei found a remote place. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang had an idea as he said to Zhu Fang Yunfei, "Brother Zhu Fang, those 3 people of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect have already remembered your appearance. How about you wear a mask?" Zhu Fang Yunfei did not like to hide his appearance. While he was hesitating, Qin Wushuang said again, "Brother Zhu Fang, if you want to know if that female friend of yours truly has feelings for you or if she is just putting on a show, perhaps you will know after putting on the mask." Zhu Fang Yunfei was greatly moved when he heard these words. He grabbed the mask and put it on his face. Immediately, his entire appearance had transformed into another person. Or else, he would still look as handsome and confident as before. Since Qin Wushuang had the illusion heart mask, of course, he could transform his face at will. With a slight change, he had transformed into another appearance. Not to mention Tian Mingshan and the other 2 guys not recognizing him, even those disciples of the Qin clan might not recognize him. The 2 of them changed their figures and took a few detours. After a few turns, they arrived at the outside of another valley. On the hillside outside of the valley, martial artists that had rushed here from all directions were sitting. From the looks of each of them, clearly they had dressed up meticulously. Each of them paid great attention to their appearance. With one look, each of them appeared to be elegant and graceful young masters. Of course, there were a few that did not appear to be young. However, it did not affect their confidence and determination. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang narrowed his eyes into a line. He saw a few familiar faces. These people were walking over from the distant road. The person in the lead was indeed Xin Wuji, the son of the Heavenly Emperor. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was slightly shocked. Could it be that this Xin Wuji had also fallen nearby? For the 3 people next to Xin Wuji, one was Yang Qiansui, the core disciple of the Heavenly Punishing Villa, and the other one was Lei Hong, the core disciple of the Sound of Thunder sect. The remaining one was another core disciple of the Heavenly Emperor Xin clan, Xin Wuwang. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt astonished. How did these 4 people get together? Could it be that the immortal leaf-flying boat had thrown them to the same place? Although Qin Wushuang was filled with questions, he remained calm and collected. Among these 4 people, the other 3 were fine. This Xin Wuji was not an ordinary person. Without a doubt, he was the number 1 person among the young generation of the Xian Yuan Mound. His strength was at the peak of the common mysterious stage. Qin Wushuang was confident. However, if he were to become enemies with this Xin Wuji, most likely he would be inferior. When he saw Xin Wuji with Yang Qiansui and Lei Hong, Qin Wushuang became more cautious. It had always been said that the Heavenly Emperor Xin clan was supporting the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heavenly Punishing Villa to go against the Qin clan. This was an undisclosed fact. Currently, they were far away at the illusion Heavenly Lake and were not bound by the Xian Yuan Mound. Once a conflict broke out, it would be possible for them to use the opportunity to make a move against Qin Wushuang. After all, The 3 rules set by the Heavenly Emperor had already lost their effect. Additionally, they were far away and unfamiliar with the place. If a conflict were to break out, it would be difficult for the Xian Yuan Mound to investigate. Of course, Qin Wushuang was not afraid of this Xin Wuji. Only, for the time being, he did not wish to make a big fuss. If he were to fall out with Xin Wuji, even if he were to win, it would be a miserable victory. He must also use the Sky Pilfered Pill to activate his power and upgrade to the perfect Void Martial stage. He would only be able to summon the last 2 sealed spiritual beasts. Or else, it would be difficult to win against Xin Wuji. Qin Wushuang weighed the pros and cons and decided to wait and see. When Zhufang Yunfei saw Xin Wuji and the others, the expression on his face also changed slightly. He turned around and did not look at Xin Wuji and the others to prevent Xin Wuji from seeing him observing them. He sent his voice to Qin Wushuang, "Brother Wushuang, how come the son of the Heavenly Emperor is also here?" Qin Wushuang sent his voice to him. His situation should be similar to mine. He also wandered here unintentionally. Don't worry, since we are wearing masks, they will not recognize us. Zhufang Yunfei was not afraid because even though he knew Xin Wuji might not know him. When Xin Wuji and the others walked up the slope, they did not show the tyrannical feeling they had when they were at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. On the contrary, they appeared to keep a low profile. Clearly, they did not plan to stand out deliberately. Just as these 4 were sitting on the slope, suddenly a person ran out from the foot of the mountain. With a smile in his eyes, he walked towards Xin Wuji and the others and called out, "Brother Yang, do you still remember me?" Brother Yang? Naturally, when this person called him Brother Yang, he was talking to Yang Qiansui. Xin Wuji looked at Yang Qiansui with confusion. How could he know someone here? Yang Qiansui was also somewhat surprised as he whispered, "This guy seems to be a disciple of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, right? He's called Luo Zhong." When Qin Wushuang saw Luo Zhong, he also found him somewhat familiar. Then, he remembered that when the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect had broken through the earth, this person's face was among the outer circle. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 652. That Luo Zhong jogged over and bowed to Yang Qiansui. "Brother Yang, why are you here?" Yang Qiansui and the others were not willing to expose their identity. When they saw Luo Zhong pouncing over, in fact, they were not willing to talk to him. However, considering the Heavenly Punishing Villa's strategy to the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, it would not make sense to ignore him completely. At the moment, he said lightly, "I should be the one asking you this question." Luo Zhong scratched his head and chuckled. However, a trace of cunning flashed across his brows. "Ha ha, isn't this 10,000 Flower Valley holding some sort of competition for a groom? I just wanted to try my luck." "You? Groom search?" Inwardly, Yang Qiansui smiled bitterly. "With your character, you want to find a groom?" However, he did not doubt this Luo Zhong. Inwardly, he thought that it would be strange if he did not come to the 10,000 Flower Valley for a groom search. When Luo Zhong saw that Yang Qiansui did not question him, he was overjoyed inwardly. He probed to ask, "Brother Yang, are you also here to fight?" Yang Qiansui said with an unpleasant tone, "Do I look like someone who needs to fight?" As soon as he asked this question, Lei Hong and Xin Wuwang on the side could not refrain from laughing. Only Xin Wuji revealed an indifferent expression as he looked at the front of the 10,000 Flower Valley with a profound gaze. Luo Zhong was not stupid. When he saw that each of the people next to Yang Qiansui had an extraordinary temperament, he felt somewhat ashamed of his own inferiority. He smiled apologetically. "If Brother Yang steps out, ha, of course you will be invincible. Brother Yang, you guys go ahead, I will not disturb you." Yang Qiansui gave a slight snort and said lightly, "Go, don't talk nonsense outside, understand? Just pretend you didn't see us and don't reveal our identity." Luo Zhong chuckled. "Of course, I will not speak nonsense even if you kill me." After he had finished speaking, he walked down the slope obediently. Xin Wuji shot a glance at Luo Zhong's disappearing figure and said lightly, This kid is not honest. His eyes are cunning and his words are not honest. Are all people of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect this unreliable? Yang Qiansui laughed. Your Highness, for such a little character, even if he is lying, I would not want to waste my time to think about it. Who cares? Xin Wuji said, he is a martial artist of the Shen Yuan Mound. He did not receive an invitation from the Karakoram Immortal clan. Don't you think it's unexpected? Yang Qiansui was stunned. What does your Highness mean? Xin Wuji gave a light sigh and shook his head. Never mind. When Yang Qiansui saw Xin Wuji acting this way, he did not dare to say anything. He changed the topic and said, Your Highness, what is this Amei Daoist sect doing? This is ridiculous. Strange. This is a superior move, Xin Wuji said lightly. The female martial artists of the dreamy illusory heavenly lake do not participate in marriage. Their disciples who have returned to the secular world are looking for a groom, which is a good way to rope in the disciples of the powerful forces from all over to participate in the marriage alliance. In fact, it is a way to rope in power and expand in an invisible way. Yang Qiansui was stunned. He thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. Qin Wushuang had been observing Xin Wuji and the others with a pair of cold eyes. When he saw that disciple of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect had appeared, he already had some doubts inwardly. As he watched him leave, Qin Wushuang became even more suspicious. He sent his voice to Ju Fang Yunfei, Brother Ju Fang, wait for me here, I will follow and see where that guy went. Ju Fang Yunfei nodded and agreed. Qin Wushuang walked down the slope and pretended to stroll around aimlessly. In fact, ever since that Luo Zhong had gone up the slope, Qin Wushuang had already collected Luo Zhong's presence through the observant finger jade plate. Therefore, although Luo Zhong had disappeared quickly, Qin Wushuang did not need to be in a rush. When he was certain that he would not arouse suspicion, he followed the direction that Luo Zhong had left. This Luo Zhong's footsteps were not slow as he left this slope and walked towards the deep valley. If Qin Wushuang did not have a much higher strength than this Luo Zhong, it would not have been easy to track him. Fortunately, Qin Wushuang did not need to follow behind him like the others. After he had locked onto Luo Zhong's position, he approached him slowly. The closer he approached, the more careful Qin Wushuang became. Fortunately, his concealment technique was exceptional. When he approached Luo Zhong's position, he was not worried about being discovered. Behind a patch of thistles and thorns, there was a hidden mountain cave. That Luo Zhong passed through the thistles and went in. Qin Wushuang approached in secret and started to use his spiritual perception to listen near that mountain cave. Senior brother Luo Yi, you have good eyes. It's really Yang Qiansui. The other one seems to be from the Sound of Thunder sect. I don't know the other two, but one of them has an extraordinary temperament. It seems that even Yang Qiansui is somewhat afraid of him. This Luo Zhong explained in detail. Luo Yi asked in a low voice, you are not being followed by them, right? Ha ha, don't worry, they don't suspect me at all. Also, they don't like me. They asked me why I had appeared here and whether I had come to participate in the arena search for a groom. Would they believe you? Luo Yi asked. Yang Qiansui did not seem to suspect me. However, that most dignified guy did not seem to be interested in me. He did not speak, I don't know if he would believe me or not. Luo Yi asked about the appearance of that person and Luo Zhong described him. Luo Yi was surprised. Could it be Xin Wuji, the son of the Heavenly Emperor? No way. Luo Zhong's heart also sank. Looking back to think, if it wasn't Xin Wuji, who else could make Yang Qiansui this fearful? Senior brother Luo Yi, it shouldn't be a problem, right? When Luo Zhong heard that it was Xin Wuji, the son of the Heavenly Emperor, he could not but help to feel somewhat scared. You did not ask their intentions? Luo Yi could not help but ask. I did ask, but from Yang Qiansui's tone, it seems that he did not come for a groom search. Whether or not he came for that treasure, I had no way to ask. Luo Yi said with an exasperated tone, can't you ask in a roundabout way? Luo Zhong said with a long face, that Xin Wuji's aura was too strong. I did not even dare to stand for a long time, not to mention asking. Senior brother Luo Yi, in that situation, I could not ask too much. I was afraid that if I asked too much, I would not be able to resist exposing myself. In fact, Luo Yi could understand. The strength of that Xin Wuji was rumored to be at the peak of the common mysterious stage. He was also an elite warrior that was one step away from entering the supreme Dao stage. He was on par with the head Dao warriors. Before such figure, it was not strange for Luo Zhong to have such reaction. Anyways, regardless of their intentions, I decided not to wait anymore. I will enter the 10,000 Flower Valley first. Luo Zhong, you stay here to receive third Dao warrior and the others. Luo Yi made up his mind and decided to take the risk. Senior brother Luo Yi, the 10,000 Flower Valley is not open yet. If you go in now, most likely people of the Amei Daoist sect will discover you. Luo Yi said angrily, if we are one step later, when the defenses of the 10,000 Flower Valley are opened, everyone will rush in like a swarm of bees. What advantage would we have? Regardless of the consequences, we must strike first to gain the upper hand. Luo Zhong, tell third Dao warrior and the others that if something unexpected happens to me, ask them to return and take care of my family. If I can make this great contribution, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect will rise again. Luo Yi's tone was extremely determined. Upon hearing his words, Qin Wushuang frowned. In the end, what was this heavenly Luo Daoist sect doing? Could it be that they had found some treasure in this 10,000 Flower Valley? Qin Wushuang had dealt with this Luo Yi before. He knew that although this guy appeared to be tough on the outside but cowardly on the inside, he was somewhat smart. He was more intelligent than that Luo Ting. At least, he knew when to advance and retreat in crucial moments. Qin Wushuang was puzzled. If this 10,000 Flower Valley truly had some treasure, how could the heavenly Luo Daoist sect in the faraway Shenyuan Mound know about it? Additionally, hearing Luo Yi's tone, this treasure seemed to be extraordinary. If they had acquired it, it could allow the heavenly Luo Daoist sect to rise again. Since it could make Luo Yi speak such arrogant words, surely this treasure was related to the divine Dao. Or else, what qualifications did the heavenly Luo Daoist sect have to talk about rising again? After Luo Yi and Luo Zhong had made their decision, they walked out of the cave. Qin Wushuang was unwilling to beat the grass and alert the snake as he decided to let Luo Yi go first. He was rather curious, in the end, what was this Luo Yi plotting? Qin Wushuang only summoned the sky-pilfered mole after Luo Yi had walked far away. He instructed, "Mole, follow that guy. Don't disturb him, see where he is going. Inform me immediately if you have any definite information. Don't get discovered by him and don't fight him head-on." The sky-pilfered mole was extremely agile as it followed the order. In a flash, Qin Wushuang had entered the cave. Luo Zhong was pacing back and forth inside the cave. When he heard the sound of footsteps, he said with joy, "Senior brother Luo Yi, you changed your mind?" Qin Wushuang gave a low laugh. "Yes." Luo Zhong felt something was wrong when he heard this voice. When he raised his head, he saw a wave of light wrapping around him. Instantly, it wrapped around Luo Zhong's throat as if it was faster than the attack of a poisonous snake. Luo Zhong was frightened out of his wits as he looked at the person who had come. With the Fury Dragon Soul wrapped around his hand, Qin Wushuang pulled Luo Zhong over and asked coldly, "Do you want to die, or live?" Luo Zhong lacked courage. Under this situation, he said without hesitation, "I want to live, I want to live. If you want to live, then be honest." Qin Wushuang swung the Fury Dragon Soul casually and threw Luo Zhong's body onto the stone wall of the cave. Then, he hooked the tip of the whip and caught Luo Zhong's body. "Let me ask you, who are you? Which sect do you come from?" How could Qin Wushuang not know Luo Zhong's identity? He only wanted to test whether this guy was honest or not. Luo Zhong said without hesitation, "I am a freelance martial artist, I don't belong to any sect." Qin Wushuang sneered. Like flying a kite, he swung the long whip of the Fury Dragon Soul again and smashed Luo Zhong's body to the ground. Then, he smashed him to the top of the cave. After falling a dozen times, Luo Zhong felt dizzy and his internal organs were about to spill out. "I will give you one more chance. If you still lie, then don't think about living." Luo Zhong begged, Sir, please spare my life. I am willing to speak the truth. I am willing to speak the truth. Speak, who are you? Luo Zhong said with a trembling voice, I am not a martial artist of the illusion Heavenly Lake. I am from the Xian Yuan Mound. I am a disciple of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect of the Xian Yuan Mound. Qin Wushuang asked deliberately, martial artist of the Xian Yuan Mound? You guys have also come for that treasure. 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 You know about it. Luo Zhong's face was full of surprise and shock. Qin Wushuang said lightly, stop with the nonsense. How could you, a martial artist of the Xian Yuan Mound, know about this information? Qin Wushuang was curious about the source of the information of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. There were too many unsolved mysteries. Before Qin Wushuang could figure it out, he always felt a strong sense of unease. My chest feels uncomfortable, I cannot sit still and am in a bad state. Today, I will write 2 more chapters. Also, I would like to recommend a new book, Great Evil Spirit. Those who are interested can read it. It's a new book and is rather young. If you are interested, you can keep it. To be continued. If you want to know about the future, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 653. The Heavenly Luo Daoist sect could be said to be Qin Wushuang's first irreconcilable enemy in the Xian Yuan Mound. They were the type that would not rest until one of them was dead. Since the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect had not given up their desire to destroy the Qin clan, Qin Wushuang had always been on guard against them. Now, how could Qin Wushuang not be suspicious when a few groups of people from the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect had come to the illusion Heavenly Lake? Do you want to try that feeling again? When Qin Wushuang saw Luo Zhong remaining silent, he asked with a somewhat harsh tone. Luo Zhong's entire body trembled. He knew that if he were to try it again, he would lose his little life. He immediately begged. The information came from the subordinate intelligence agency of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Subordinate intelligence agency? Qin Wushuang frowned. The intelligence agency of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect can extend to this illusion Heavenly Lake? No, the so-called subordinate intelligence agency is in fact some subordinate powerhouses that the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect supports in secret. These powerhouses specialize in collecting intelligence for the sect. In fact, I had received this information by accident. Of course, our intelligence agency does not cover the entire illusion Heavenly Lake. Only, by chance, I had received this secret information at the illusion Heavenly Lake. How did you get it exactly? Qin Wushuang asked with a harsh tone when he saw that he did not speak in detail. Luo Zhong immediately said, it's from the human countries, the intelligence agency of the human countries. Human countries? This information made Qin Wushuang feel even more surprised. Human countries? How could it be the human countries? Yes. The Heavenly Luo Daoist sect supports a major powerhouse in the human countries called the Nine Palace faction. This Nine Palace faction has martial artists that specialize in collecting intelligence for the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. They are not strong, yet they wander around the major forbidden spiritual zones as freelance martial artists. One of the informants had received this information by accident. Although Luo Zhong's words sounded somewhat unexpected, Qin Wushuang could not find any flaws. Nine Palace faction? Qin Wushuang and the Stargaze Palace had killed most of the elite warriors of the Nine Palace faction. At least, the 3 chiefs had been killed by Qin Wushuang. What could this Nine Palace faction do? He could even gather information for the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Although Qin Wushuang had doubts in his heart, he couldn't see any flaws in Luo Zhong's expression. How many people have come from the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect? 5. Who are they? At this moment, Luo Zhong was already scared out of his wits. Just now, senior brother Luo Yi and I were there. There were 3 more leaders behind him. They are the 3rd Dao Master, Tian Mingshan, Shakyamuni Chongguang and Shakyamuni Silver Hoop. Qin Wushuang nodded inwardly. He knew that Luo Zhong's psychological defense had completely collapsed, and it was impossible for him to lie. He immediately asked, "How do you communicate?" Right now, Luo Zhong only wanted to avoid suffering a loss, so how could he still consider whether or not he would betray the sect? Like spilling beans from a bamboo tube, he spoke in full detail. Previously, senior brother Luo Yi and the three elders contacted each other through the communication jade token. Now that senior brother Luo Yi has left, I am responsible for waiting for the three elders here. You don't have a communication jade token? Qin Wushuang could not believe him. I really don't. I was with senior brother Luo Yi. Initially, I was not qualified to communicate with the elders. Thus, they did not give me a communication jade token. Luo Zhong explained in a hurry. Qin Wushuang kept staring at Luo Zhong's eyes and saw that he was not faking it. Inwardly, he thought that indeed, their communication jade token could still be used. However, his communication jade token could not be used. They must have done something with the immortal leaf-flying boat. Now, he could not figure out the details of this matter. It seemed that he could only find out the answer when he arrived at the Karakoram immortal clan. However, since this heavenly Luo Daoist sect was scheming something, he could not let them succeed. Instantly, he glared at Luo Zhong and asked coldly, "Did your information say what that treasure was?" I heard that it was the cave of a Supreme Tao spiritual beast. For every 100 years that Supreme Tao spiritual beast trained, it would sleep for 10 years. Recently, it was the time when this spiritual beast entered the dormant period. A vine grew in the cave of that spiritual beast. Most likely, it was the Supreme Tao fruit born from the bloodline of the spiritual beast. Once consumed, it could help an elite warrior at the peak of the profound mysterious stage to advance to the Supreme Tao stage. Advance to the Supreme Tao stage? Qin Wushuang's heart skipped a beat. If such a good thing existed, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect would not hesitate to seize it even if they had to exert all their efforts. Supreme Tao stage. Currently, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect lacked a Supreme Tao stage warrior. Once an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao appeared in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, to the Qin clan, it would definitely be an extremely disadvantageous situation. Sir, I have said everything I can, please let me go. Luo Zhong's tone was already filled with grief. You want to live? Qin Wushuang asked with an evil grin. Yes, sir, please let me go. An ant like me can't do any harm to you. You. A trace of a smile emerged from the corner of Qin Wushuang's mouth. If you want to live, it's simple, I will let you live. However, this is not without a price. Price? Fear filled Luo Zhong's eyes. Qin Wushuang revealed a light smile. Don't worry, I will not ask you to lose an arm or a leg. You only need to be my dog, understand? Luo Zhong's entire body trembled. However, at the crucial moment of life and death, how could he dare to say no? He only stammered, I am from the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, even if I am to be your dog, I am afraid the sect would not agree. Heavenly Luo Daoist sect? Don't worry. Qin Wushuang's voice was cold. In a short while, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect will no longer exist. Astonishment shone from Luo Zhong's eyes. No longer exist. Suddenly, Luo Zhong felt a flash of light before his eyes. Like an arrow, a burst of flowing light shot into his forehead. Next, as if his consciousness had been nailed by a nail, instantly he became a blur. Next, his entire body went limp and gradually, he lost consciousness. Through a long period of practice, Qin Wushuang had fully grasped the puppet technique. Without the Moon Palace Jade Hair's manipulation, he was already able to perform the puppet technique. Along with the continuous increase of his strength, he was even more skilled than the Moon Palace Jade Hair in performing the puppet technique. Only 5 people had come from the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Luo Yi had already left. The remaining 3 were Tian Mingshan and those 2 Shakyamuni. Unfortunately, inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt it was a pity. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Unfortunately, Luo Tongtian was not here. If Luo Tongtian had come, Qin Wushuang would not mind refining the sky pilfered pill immediately and advancing to the perfect void martial stage. He would then summon the last 2 sealed spiritual beasts to kill Luo Tongtian. Currently, the most terrifying person in the entire Luo Tongtian was the one who had entered a frenzied state. This Luo Tongtian had gone completely mad. Once this madman entered the Supreme Dao stage, he would be a great threat to the Qin clan. When Luo Zhong woke up leisurely and saw Qin Wushuang, he was completely brainwashed. He called out in a low voice, "Master." Qin Wushuang waved his hand, "Luo Zhong, from now on, the heavenly Luo Daoist sect is your enemy. If you help me get rid of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, you will have a way to live, understand?" "Yes, Master." The person controlled by the puppet technique would never have any consciousness to resist. Or else, when the divine venomous insect flared up, it would immediately shatter his primordial spirit and kill him. If Tian Mingshan and the others arrive, you will hold them down. Just say that Luo Yi asked them to wait here. Understand? Yes, Master. After Qin Wushuang had settled down, he left along the original path. When he returned to the hillside, Zhufang Yunfei was still waiting there. Clearly, there were fewer people on the hillside. Xin Wuji's group had also left. Where are those people? Qin Wushuang felt somewhat strange. They all went in. The 10,000 Flower Valley is already open. Zhufang Yunfei laughed. These people are fighting to be the first. They are afraid of falling behind and not being able to sign up. Qin Wushuang laughed mischievously. Even that Xin Wuji went to join in the fun? Zhufang Yunfei said, "Should we also go take a look?" Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was concerned about the matter of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect as he said to Zhufang Yunfei, "Go in first, but remember not to let your emotions affect your decisions. Even if you see your close female friends, don't be impulsive." Zhufang Yunfei was a smart person and naturally knew the pros and cons. "Don't worry, I know this. Do you have other matters to take care of? The heavenly Luo Daoist sect is a great calamity. If I don't get rid of this great calamity, I will not feel at ease." Qin Wushuang said with a determined tone as he patted Zhufang Yunfei's shoulder, "Brother Zhufang, I cannot go in with you. If there's time to spare, I'll meet up with you." Zhufang Yunfei was moved. "You don't need my help." Qin Wushuang did not mean to look down on Zhufang Yunfei as he gave him a confident smile. "Don't worry, I can deal with those 3 people." Zhufang Yunfei nodded. "All right, then I am assured. Brother Wushuang, take care. Take care." After the two had separated, Qin Wushuang was not in a rush to leave. Instead, he wandered around the surrounding area and left. When he left, he summoned the Moon Palace Jade Hare and instructed, "On this route, if there are any suspicious people, especially Xin Wuji's group, you must inform me beforehand." This was the advantage of the sealed scroll. It allowed Qin Wushuang to have ample manpower. Although he was not allowed to bring contracted battle beasts, Qin Wushuang had 12 spiritual beasts from the sealed scroll that he could order around. Besides the 2 most powerful ones, the rest could enter the battle at any time. Qin Wushuang used his body movements to walk towards that previously hidden mountain cave. Before he had approached the mountain cave, suddenly, Qin Wushuang stopped his footsteps. Bursts of explosive sounds emerged in his ears. In the valley ahead of him, there were people fighting. That valley was only a few dozen miles away from that mountain cave. When Qin Wushuang had returned earlier, that place was still peaceful. How come such a desperate battle had suddenly erupted at this time? Qin Wushuang did not dare to neglect. This was not the Xian Yuan Mound, but the illusion Heavenly Lake. Each step was filled with trepidation. He did not want to push himself into endless troubles because of his negligence. Qin Wushuang used his concealing body movements to escape into the sky. Slowly, he approached that valley. He wanted to see who were the people that were fighting. Within Qin Wushuang's field of vision, Tian Mingshan and his 2 Shakyamuni were engaged in an intense battle with 2 men in black. These 2 men in black moved at a fast speed and possessed high strength. However, under the joint attack of Tian Mingshan and the 2 Shakyamuni, they did not gain much advantage. Both sides were in a stalemate. Qin Wushuang was completely stunned. Who were these 2 men in black? How come they were fighting with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect? Could they be people of the Amei Daoist sect? From their appearance, they appeared to be men and did not seem to be female martial artists of the Amei Daoist sect. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please go to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 654. Like a pile of paste, the situation had become even more chaotic. Qin Wushuang felt confused and could not make sense of the situation. This heavenly Luo Daoist sect had crossed two major forbidden spiritual zones. Could they have offended someone? Qin Wushuang observed carefully and saw that the strength and body movements of these two were extremely strange. Clearly, they had trained in a two-person formation. They had relied on such body movements and combined attacks to fight to a draw with Tian Mingshan's group. Clearly, Tian Mingshan was restraining his fear as he called out to his friends with all his strength. He must take out these two people at the fastest speed. Or else, there would be no end of trouble. Those two men in black used a strange spear that was as sharp as bone spikes. Its appearance was completely different than ordinary spears. While resisting Tian Mingshan's encirclement, these two used all their strength to close in. Waves of clear whistling sounds emerged from their lips. Clearly, they were calling out to their friends. When Tian Mingshan saw this situation, he became even more anxious as he shouted, "Take them out, hurry." However, these two did not seek to be ineffective, they only sought to defend themselves. Plus, they were also at the perfect void martial stage. Clearly, it was beyond Tian Mingshan and his friend's power to take out these two quickly. After the three whistles broke through the air, a faint whistling sound could be heard in the distance, echoing the whistling sound. When the two black-clothed men heard the sound, they were overjoyed. They waved their weapons in an airtight formation, forming a defensive net, firmly restraining Tian Mingshan and the other two. They would not take the risk to attack. In the end, Tian Mingshan was a Dao warrior. When he saw this situation, he knew that he could not do anything. He called out, "Don't linger, retreat." This Tian Mingshan was able to take risks and let go. He took the initiative to retreat. This way, not to mention those two men in black, even Qin Wushuang could not help but feel somewhat impressed by Tian Mingshan. It was not easy for him to make such a prompt decision. Tian Mingshan forced back the entanglement of those two men in black. Then, he identified the sound and shouted, "Their friends are from outside the valley, let's enter the 10,000 Flower Valley." After he had finished speaking, he dashed towards the inside of the 10,000 Flower Valley. Qin Wushuang sighed in his heart. His actions had subdued Luo Zhong for his own use. However, he never thought that before Tian Mingshan and the others could meet up with Luo Zhong, they would actually be intercepted and killed by this black-clothed man. As soon as Tian Mingshan and the others entered the valley, his plans were completely ruined. However, Qin Wushuang was not too disheartened. Luo Zhong was still a chess piece. Even if he didn't need it today, he would need it one day. Today, he could not use it to deal with Tian Mingshan. In the future, he could use it to deal with Luo Tongtian at the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. It wasn't that he didn't want to show himself and chase after Tian Mingshan and the others. However, Qin Wushuang didn't want to expose himself before he figured out the origin of the black-clothed man. He didn't want to get into unnecessary trouble. After all, this was the illusion Heavenly Lake. The enemies of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect would not necessarily become his friends. Perhaps, this black-clothed man was just an enemy who was fighting for the so-called treasure. If that was the case, if Qin Wushuang showed himself recklessly, even if he killed Tian Mingshan and the others, he would become the enemy's target. The wisest choice is to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Before I figure out the identity of this black-clothed man, I must not act blindly without thinking. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang warned himself. Judging from the stance of this black-clothed man, clearly, he was determined to get Tian Mingshan and the others. He did not need to make a move and could watch the enemy suffer, why not? Qin Wushuang would definitely be happy to watch the fire burn across the river. In the sky, the figures of Tian Mingshan and the other two transformed into flowing lights and dashed towards the deep part of the 10,000 Flower Valley. Almost at the same time, 3 miserable sounds of breaking the sky emerged from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like 3 guided missiles, 3 continuous lights shot towards the direction where Tian Mingshan and the other 2 had escaped with a long trail of air. The power of these 3 arrows was astonishing. When Qin Wushuang saw these 3 arrows piercing through the sky, his heart also trembled. In terms of momentum, these 3 arrows did not lose to Qin Wushuang's graceful spiritual bow. However, the bow itself was not as good as the graceful spiritual bow, so the power of these 3 arrows seemed to be slightly inferior. After a long distance, when they were about to reach Tian Mingshan and the others, they were already short of breath. When they were at the end of their flight, it would be difficult for them to cause any harm. Tian Mingshan and the other 2 blocked the arrows with their weapons and swept them away. Taking advantage of the momentum, they pounced and disappeared into the sky. As soon as the arrow momentum passed, 2 more figures shot through the sky. They were also 2 black-clothed figures, speeding across the sky. One of them shouted in a low voice, "Enter the 100-Flower Valley." The 2 black-clothed men nodded at the same time. Yes. Both sides followed the 2 black-clothed men and flew away. When Qin Wushuang heard that low shout, the voice was crisp and carried a few traces of naivety. It was the voice of a girl. Only, those 2 figures were moving at a fast speed. With only a glimpse, Qin Wushuang did not see their background clearly. Without a doubt, since she was able to command these 2 black-clothed men at the perfect void martial stage, the strength and position of that girl must be high. Waves of doubt flashed across his mind. Yet, he could not get any answers and was left with a head full of confusion. After these 2 groups of people had left, Qin Wushuang walked towards that mountain cave. Luo Zhong stayed inside the cave obediently. Clearly, he had also noticed the great battle on this side, yet he did not dare to come out to look. Qin Wushuang instructed, "Wait here and act according to the situation. Prioritize your own life. I will enter the valley first." When he got out of the cave, Qin Wushuang called back the Moon Palace Jade Hare and also flew towards the 10,000 Flower Valley. There were many paths to enter the valley. However, it would be too obvious to fly in the sky. Qin Wushuang flapped the purple cloud yin-yang wings and initiated his mental technique. He spread his thoughts and flew into the clouds. He had performed the cloud garment feathery technique. Initially, Yun Xuechen had taught him this divine skill at the Monkey King Mountain. After Qin Wushuang had entered the transformation void martial stage, he had started to train. Soon, he had achieved a gratifying breakthrough. Now, as soon as he had performed it, Qin Wushuang realized how miraculous this cloud garment feathery technique was. Hiding in the clouds, his entire body was wrapped by the clouds as if he had blended into the clouds. Soon, he had passed the numerous lines of defense of the 10,000 Flower Valley. Qin Wushuang spread out his spiritual perception and searched for the many changes on the ground. Indeed, this 10,000 Flower Valley had set up restrictions to fly. Although Qin Wushuang was not flying in the sky, it was still strenuous for him to use the purple cloud yin-yang wings. Qin Wushuang opened his discerning eyes and looked towards the valley. He saw that in the depths of the 10,000 Flower Valley, there was a dense crowd of people. In the middle, there was an extremely spacious martial arts stage. The surrounding highlands were filled with people. Clearly, this was the stage for the groom selection. Qin Wushuang thought inwardly, what is the Amei Daoist sect doing this for? Qin Wushuang was not the slightest bit interested in this groom selection. After he had confirmed a safe location, he dropped down from the clouds. After making sure that there were no ambushes in the surroundings, Qin Wushuang followed him. With the observant finger jade plate in his hand, Qin Wushuang was not worried about losing track of Tian Mingshan and the other 2. Only, to Qin Wushuang's surprise, along the way in this 10,000 Flower Valley, there were people sneaking in at a fast speed towards the direction Tian Mingshan and the others had gone. Could it be that the news of that supreme Dao fruit has spread like wildfire? Qin Wushuang's head was full of questions. He always felt that there was a strange meaning in this matter. If this 10,000 Flower Valley truly had some supreme Dao treasure, the Amei Daoist sect should be the first to know. If the Amei Daoist sect knew about it, Certainly they would not have opened the 10,000 Flower Valley and allowed people from the outside world to sneak in so easily. However, at this moment, the Amay Daoist sect was holding a so-called groom selection. It was as if they were afraid that people would not come. Was it a coincidence? Or was the Amay Daoist sect setting up a trap? Inwardly, Qin Wushuang had an additional thought. If this was a trap set up by the Amay Daoist sect, then most likely, this rumor was fake news. They were only trying to lure these people to take the bait. However, what ulterior motive did the Amay Daoist sect have to lure these people to take the bait? When Qin Wushuang thought here, inwardly, an ominous thought emerged. Could it be that this Amay Daoist sect was harboring unfathomable motives and was deliberately luring people to jump into the fire pit? He remembered the beautiful woman dressed in imperial clothing he had seen at the Bowl Valley. She had treated men with such a hateful attitude. If she were truly from the Amay Daoist sect, it would not be impossible for this sect to deliberately set up these male martial artists. From the way that woman dressed in imperial clothing had tortured Qin Wushuang, it was clear that she had a twisted mind and was almost abnormal. With this thought in mind, Qin Wushuang immediately became vigilant. On the contrary, he was not in a rush to chase after them. That heavenly Luo Daoist sect had come all the way to this 10,000 Flower Valley. Most likely, they would lose their little life here before they could even smell the Supreme Dao treasure. Although Qin Wushuang was slightly interested in the Supreme Dao fruit, he had not become obsessed over it. His mind remained clear at all times. The most urgent matter was to figure out whether this matter was related to the Amay Daoist sect or not. Whether this was a trap set up by the Amay Daoist sect. Just as Qin Wushuang was feeling confused, suddenly, two colorful figures flashed from the side of the road. In fact, they were two girls with graceful figures. If Qin Wushuang had not hidden in the dark, most likely he would have been discovered by these two girls immediately. Qin Wushuang looked at these two through the cracks in the sky. When his gaze fell on the face of one of the girls, he almost cried out in a low voice. This girl she was truly a young female disciple that had followed next to that beautiful woman dressed in imperial clothing. She still wore that familiar green clothing. He still remembered that when that beautiful woman in imperial clothing had instructed her to kill him, she had called her little Can. This girl raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Her stubborn expression had left a deep impression on Qin Wushuang. Sister Can, how many groups of people have come in? The young girl dressed in purple next to her asked. Who has the patience to count? Anyways, since they have entered this 10,000 Flower Valley, this group of stinky men should not think about leaving alive. This time, Great Tiger Saint is in for a treat. Sister Can, Great Tiger Saint, after one more transformation, she should have reached the 9th transformation, right? Will she enter the genuine Supreme Dao stage? This is hard to say. Now, Great Tiger Saint is at the 8th calamity of the Coagulate Supreme Dao stage. Whether she can break through this major barrier, it will depend on her luck. If she can truly break through, it's for sure that the 6 major Daoist sects will regard our Amay Daoist sect as the leader. When Little Can said this, she could not help but speak with a somewhat proud tone. If she can break through before the 10,000-year Immortal Pilgrimage Festival, surely Great Tiger Saint will display her divine power at the festival. In this case, the Karakoram Immortal Clan will surely look at our Amay Daoist sect in a different light, the young girl dressed in purple also said with fascination. Suddenly, she pursed her lips into a smile. Sister Can, did that fool come this time? Little Can's expression turned cold. You talk too much. That young girl dressed in purple covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. Yet, she did not dare to ask again. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang only smacked his lips when he heard this. Indeed, it was the Amay Daoist sect. Chapter 655. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt apprehensive. Indeed, any major sect of this forbidden spiritual zone was not easy to deal with. This Amay Daoist sect was one of the 6 major Daoist sects of the illusion Heavenly Lake. However, Qin Wushuang did not feel surprised. The martial arts world had always paid particular attention to the law of the jungle. Perhaps, The actions of the Amei Daoist sect could not be counted as above board, yet it would be difficult for people to get hold of their weakness. Now, Qin Wushuang had confirmed the identity of that woman dressed in imperial clothing. Indeed, she was from the Amei Daoist sect. Inwardly, he had even less favorable impression of the Amei Daoist sect. Qin Wushuang had unintentionally seen through this conspiracy, yet he was not in a rush to expose it. These people would be seeking their own death if they ran to search for some treasure like moths to a flame. Although Qin Wushuang was a warm-hearted person, he would not go to the extent of running around for these greedy people. He held his breath with rapt attention and observed each and every move of those two girls. Clearly, the girl dressed in purple was somewhat afraid of Little Can. When she saw Little Can's somewhat displeased expression, she did not continue to speak. On the other hand, Little Can seemed to be thinking about something thoughtfully. Suddenly, she regained her senses and said, "Stop talking nonsense, let's go in. It's almost time." The girl dressed in purple gave a sound of yes and followed Little Can to run towards the deep part of the 10,000 Flower Valley. These two had light body movements and walked on the remote paths. If Qin Wushuang had not happened to be here, they would not have worried about being discovered. Although Qin Wushuang was on guard against this Amei Daoist sect, he did not shrink back. Inwardly, he would not feel reassured until he saw Tian Mingshan and the other two get executed. He sneaked towards that deep valley. Along the way, martial artists from all directions swarmed in. It seemed that inside the 10,000 Flower Valley, the news had spread everywhere. Inside a giant deep valley, a gigantic abyss appeared. That abyss directly led to the interior of a giant mountain and extended inside. Clearly, there was a giant mountain cave inside. At this moment, many martial artists had already gathered at the entrance of this mountain cave. Even Xin Wuji, the son of the Heavenly Emperor, was among them. Qin Wushuang inwardly shook his head. He didn't expect that the son of the Heavenly Emperor had also come after hearing the rumors. At the entrance of the cave, there were at least 200 cultivators. They were in groups of 3 to 5. Most of them were rogue cultivators, while some were disciples from various sects. Qin Wushuang was not a disciple of the illusion Heavenly Lake, so he did not know much. But in this kind of situation, he did not want to investigate so much. Tian Mingshan and the other two stood on the south side of the entrance of the cave. The three of them stood in a triangular formation. As for the 4 black-clothed men, they formed a fan shape and surrounded the 3 of them. Tian Mingshan and the others had already entered the cave. The road outside had already been blocked by the 4 men in black. Tian Mingshan stared fiercely at the 4 men in black and asked with a venomous tone, "You 4, I'm afraid you've got the wrong person, right?" Tian Mingshan had good eyesight as he had already seen Xin Wuji, Yang Qiansui, and the others. He intended to call for help. However, when he saw the indifferent expression on Xin Wuji and the others, as if they did not plan to get involved in their dispute, he knew that Xin Wuji and the others were unwilling to recognize him. Inwardly, he did not dare to speak. The only woman among the 4 men in black asked, "Mistaken? If you are not people of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect, then you've got the wrong person." Tian Mingshan was stunned. It seemed that the other party had come prepared. That woman whispered to a tall and straight man in black next to her. Murderous intentions shot out from the eyes of that tall and straight man in black as he nodded. "Don't push us too far. Do you truly think we are scared of you?" Tian Mingshan asked angrily. That woman chuckled, "If you are not scared of us, why are you running away? Too bad, is there no one else in the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect? You are only afraid of a little underling like you. Is Luo Tongtian dead? You know my head Dao warrior?" Tian Mingshan was stunned. "Know him? Who is he? Is he worthy to know me?" That woman's tone was full of ridicule and mockery. Tian Mingshan said with an ashen face, "Just what do you want? Tell me." That tall and straight young man shouted coldly, "It's simple, we want you dead. We want all people of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect to die. You are a disciple of the Qin clan?" Suddenly, Tian Mingshan shouted, "Disciple of the Qin clan?" That tall and straight young man laughed, "I am a disciple of the Qin clan. Do you think that the Qin clan is the only enemy of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect? Ah, my good brother, don't talk nonsense with them. Make your move. That woman stomped her feet and waved her jade-like arm. Instantly, a dazzling treasure sword appeared in her hand. With a swoosh, she waved a long rainbow and slashed horizontally. Tian Mingshan immediately rose from the ground and evaded this long rainbow attack. Ha ha, you have some skills. That woman scolded and threw away the treasure sword from her hand. She opened her hands and made a few hand gestures. Instantly, that treasure sword transformed into a dozen clones that emitted dazzling lights. The young girl shouted, "Go!" Like raindrops, the dozen shadows transformed into tens and thousands of lights and shot towards Tian Mingshan and those two Shakyamuni. Tian Mingshan called out, "Enter the cave." As soon as he shouted these two words, not to mention these four men in black, even the other martial artists all scolded, "You are not allowed to go in." These martial artists stopped here and no one fought to enter the cave. It was because they were restraining each other and no one had seized the opportunity. If anyone were to enter the cave first, they would offend everyone. For a time, scolding sounds emerged from all directions. At this moment, that tall and straight man in black stretched his body like a giant dragon. He opened his arms and the bow and arrow in his hand were already drawn. At such a close distance, from drawing the bow to narking the arrow, he had done it almost in one breath. When Qin Wushuang saw this bow, he was instantly moved. This bow appeared so familiar. Qin Wushuang's spiritual perception moved quickly and his consciousness stopped at that giant canyon at the Heavenly Lake Empire. Immediately, the scene of him meeting Big Brother Shongyi for the first time emerged in his mind. This bow was the piercing cloud bow used by Big Brother Shongyi. Could it be him? Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was moved. As he looked at this tall and straight figure, those arrogant eyes, and the temperament of drawing the bow, it matched well with Big Brother Shongyi. Only, at that time, Big Brother Shongyi was only at the initial stage of the spiritual martial force. Now, this person who had drawn the bow clearly had the strength of the profound void martial stage or even the perfect void martial stage. How many years had they been separated? Big Brother Shongyi's strength had increased at such a fast speed. His thoughts moved in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. All the martial artists from all directions had transformed the weapons in their hands into meteoric lights. Apparently, they wanted to stop Tian Mingshan from entering the cave. That tall and straight martial artist gave a loud roar and shot the piercing cloud bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was still 3 arrows in succession. These 3 arrows carried the imposing manner of a rainbow. Like 3 monsters that had broken free from their cage, these 3 arrows roared out and carried the airflow in the sky to form 3 bitter and fierce lights that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They had congealed into the shape of a dragon. Even Shin Wuji, who was watching the battle from the side, had a slight change in expression when he saw such archery skills. Almost at the same time, suddenly, Shin Wuji's body moved. His entire body had transformed into a ball of light and disappeared into the sky. In between the flash of light, this Shin Wuji had already arrived before those 3 arrows despite having made his move later. He swept his sleeve and a wave of qi pushed over like a wall. Boom! As the airflow collided, when the 3 arrows were hit by this wall of qi, their temperament was instantly stopped. As the lights slowly faded away, the 3 arrows were powerless to continue flying and dropped down softly. Shin Wuji's move had immediately intimidated the entire scene. A burst of fierce lights shot out from the eyes of that tall and straight man in black. He stared at Shin Wuji and asked with a hoarse voice, "Who are you? Are you going to step out by force?" As soon as Qin Wushuang heard this voice, he was even more convinced that it was indeed Big Brother Shongyi. Qin Wushuang was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. He didn't expect that he would meet Big Brother Shongyi here. What made Qin Wushuang even more surprised was that Big Brother Shongyi had also encountered some fortuitous opportunities as his strength had increased significantly. He did not lose to Qin Wushuang at all. Only, Shin Wuji's moves were even more tyrannical. Indeed, the peak of the common mysterious stage deserved his reputation. Qin Wushuang was not in a rush to make a move. Once this Xin Wuji made a move, clearly he planned to protect Tian Mingshan and his two friends. It would be useless for Qin Wushuang to show himself now. It would be better for him to observe in secret and wait for an opportunity. If he were to make a move openly, he would have no chance of winning against Xin Wuji, an elite warrior at the peak of the common mysterious stage and invincible beneath the supreme Dao stage. Unless he could summon the last two sealed spiritual beasts. Clearly, Xin Wuji intended to intimidate Shongyi. He kept urging the powerful presence from his entire body and spreading it towards Shongyi. That girl behind Shongyi scuttled forward and grabbed his arm. With a sudden tug, she took a dozen steps back and swept her jade-like arm to draw a strange circular shield to block before these two. "Who are you?" That girl stared at Xin Wuji with a face full of surprise. Xin Wuji said coldly, "Who are you people? What do you want with your face covered? Why do you care who I am? Let me tell you, don't think you can meddle in other people's business just because you are strong. You cannot protect people of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect." Clearly, that girl was not a kind person. Xin Wuji said leisurely, "Oh? You do have a big tone. May I ask, are you from the totem clan? It's none of your business." Xin Wuji's expression turned cold. "If you are truly from the totem clan, I will not get involved in today's matter. If that's not the case, then please stop. These three are martial artists of the Shenyuan Mound and are under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Emperor Gate. You killed people before me, how could I allow you to act so arrogantly?" Shongyi raised his brow. "You are Xin Wuji, the son of the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain?" Xin Wuji said without changing his expression, "Yes." Shongyi said lightly, "The son of the Heavenly Emperor, what are you doing here instead of going to the Karakoram Immortal Clan? Could it be you are also greedy for the legendary Supreme Dao treasure?" Xin Wuji retorted with ridicule, "You seem to be overstepping your boundaries." "You are not overstepping your boundaries. This is a personal grudge between us and the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. You seem to be overstepping your boundaries, right?" Shongyi's tone was also full of discontent. Tian Mingshan and the other two were frozen at the entrance of the cave and could not advance or retreat. When they saw Xin Wuji stepping out, they felt slightly reassured. At this time, those martial artists on the outside all cried out, "If you want to solve your personal grudge, you can do it in the open space outside. Yes, don't block the entrance. Are you trying to loot a burning house?" "That's right, I see they are clearly acting. The early bird catches the worm first." To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 656. Those martial artists on the outside all came with the same thought. Now, when they saw someone standing before the cave entrance and could enter the cave before them, of course they were not happy. Inwardly, Xin Wuji had his own plans. He sent his voice to Tian Mingshan and the others, "You three go in quickly, I will block the outside for you." Tian Mingshan was stunned. When he saw Xin Wuji shoot at them with his lightning-like gaze, he did not dare to hesitate. He called out and all of them jumped into the cave entrance. A trace of a light smile spilled from the corner of Xin Wuji's mouth. He waved his palms and again, a wall of air overflowed from the center of his palm. Like a whirlpool, it kept spreading out circles of ripples. The range of radiation grew larger and instantly, it blocked the entire cave entrance. Now, all of a sudden, Qin Wushuang realized the intentions of Xin Wuji. This Xin Wuji wanted to take the legendary Supreme Dao treasure for himself. Unfortunately, this Supreme Dao treasure was a scheme arranged by the Amei Daoist sect. Qin Wushuang did not expose him. Inwardly, he hoped that Xin Wuji would enter the cave quickly. When Shongyi saw Xin Wuji's actions, he was furious. He opened the piercing cloud bow and was about to break this defensive wall of air. However, the girl next to him pulled Shongyi and said in a low voice, "Brother Shongyi, don't be impulsive. I heard that this Xin Wuji is at the peak of the common mysterious stage, we cannot beat him." Shongyi clenched his fist tightly and flames of anger shot out from his eyes. As he looked at the cave entrance, clearly, he was extremely unresigned. Now, Qin Wushuang was slowly approaching the area where Shangyi and his friends were. Since he was moving in a rather concealed manner and did not move quickly, he did not arouse other people's suspicions. Clearly, the girl next to Shangyi had a high reaction speed. Immediately, she became alert and turned around to stare at Qin Wushuang. She shouted, "Don't come over. I mean no harm." Qin Wushuang waved his hand and blinked at Shangyi. He sent his voice secretly, "Brother Shangyi, do you still remember me?" When Shangyi heard Qin Wushuang's voice, a thoughtful look shot from his eyes. Then, he became ecstatic. He jumped down from the giant rock at the entrance of the cave and walked towards Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang transmitted his voice, "Come with me, don't talk." When Shangyi saw that Qin Wushuang was so cautious, he knew that this matter was not simple. He gave a signal to his companions and followed Qin Wushuang out of the valley. After walking out of the valley, Qin Wushuang was not in a hurry to stop. Instead, he led Shangyi's group to the road outside. They only stopped when they found a wide lawn with a panoramic view of the surroundings. "Big brother Shangyi, I trust you have been well since we last met." Qin Wushuang laughed out loud. With a wave of his hand, the graceful spiritual bow appeared in his hands. No explanation or words could be as convincing as the graceful spiritual bow. When Shangyi saw the graceful spiritual bow, his eyes instantly shot out an expression of boundless joy. "It's really you. Haha, brother, it's really you." With a bear hug, the two sworn brothers swept away the estrangement of the past few years and laughed heartily. This was the friendship between men. Overjoyed, Shangyi called out to that woman in black clothes, "Su-er, come here. This is the sworn brother I always told you about, Qin Wushuang." That woman was rather magnanimous as she walked over and reached out her palm to high-five Qin Wushuang. She introduced herself, "Hello, my name is Su-er. You can also call me Su-er like big brother Shangyi." "Haha, what Su-er? Just call me sister-in-law in the future." Shangyi laughed. Su-er narrowed her eyes and laughed, "That's fine too." Qin Wushuang smacked his tongue in wonder. The nourishment of love could truly change a person. In the past, Big Brother Shangyi was such a cold person, yet he was laughing to his heart's content. It seemed that this Miss Su-er had brought a lot of changes to Big Brother Shangyi. "Big Brother Shangyi, where have you been in the past few years? Also, how did you get involved with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect?" A pile of questions filled Qin Wushuang's head. Shangyi laughed. Let's sit down and learn from each other slowly. I don't think that Tian Mingshan would have gone far. Unless Xin Wuji had been following them. The other two men in black were in charge of keeping watch. Qin Wushuang, Shangyi, and Su-er sat on the ground. They talked about the reason behind their actions. Initially, Shangyi had obtained Qin Wushuang's mask and escaped to the east. Unconsciously, he had arrived at the border of the endless Eastern Sea. That barren coastline had perilous waves and a narrow escape from death. Shangyi had always heard that the endless Eastern Sea was a place filled with fortuitous opportunities. He had entered the endless Eastern Sea from that death coast. When Qin Wushuang heard this, his expression could not help but change. "Big brother Shangyi, you entered the endless Eastern Sea? You did not enter through the designated entrance and dared to barge into the endless Eastern Sea?" Shangyi laughed, and there was a trace of stubbornness and fearlessness from the corner of his mouth. "At that time, I had no worries. In the worst-case scenario, I would have died. There was nothing I could not accept. Therefore, despite knowing that it was a narrow escape and that there was no hope to survive, I still entered the endless Eastern Sea without hesitation." If Big Brother Shangyi had not appeared before him alive, Qin Wushuang would have thought that he would have died for sure when he heard that Shangyi had entered the endless Eastern Sea. Shangyi gave a long sigh. "At that time, I was indeed impulsive. Before I even entered the dangerous sea area, I was completely swallowed by the sea water. It's also my fortune that I met Su-er when I was about to die." When he said this, Shangyi's eyes were filled with gentleness as he looked at Su-er on the side. Su-er chuckled. "I also felt surprised at that time. How could there be such a guy that is not afraid of death? Big brother Shangyi, Fortunately you were in a good mood when you met me. Or else, I would not have gone to save you. When Shangyi saw the confused expression on Qin Wushuang's face, he laughed. Brother, the background of your sister-in-law is not simple. She is the dragon girl of the coiled dragon clan. At the endless Eastern Sea, she is one of the top major clans. Dragon clan? One must say that to Qin Wushuang, the concept of the dragon clan was too fresh. Ha, brother, the dragon clan is also a clan of spiritual beasts. When they reach the void martial stage, they can transform into human form at will. They can also participate in marriage. Qin Wushuang laughed. Big brother Shangyi, sister-in-law, I must congratulate you guys. Big brother Shangyi has found an ideal home. Shangyi laughed. Brother, you should also have a sister-in-law, right? Suemi also asked. Yes, brother, where's your sister-in-law? How come she didn't come with you? Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. She didn't come this time. Shangyi laughed. That's all right. After we leave the Karakoram Immortal Clan, we will go to the Shenyuan Mound to visit her. Su-er, are you coming? Of course, I have never been to the Shenyuan Mound. Big brother, are you also participating in the pageant of the Karakoram Immortal Clan? Brother, you too? Shangyi's brows moved and clearly, he revealed a joyful expression. I see that your strength does not lose to me. In these few years, I think you must have had a lot of fortuitous opportunities, right? Qin Wushuang said, I joined the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan and became a core disciple. Thus, I am qualified to participate in this 10,000-year pilgrimage pageant. Heavenly Emperor Qin clan? Suemi also gave a light cry. Su-er, you know about the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan? Shangyi asked curiously. Of course I know. The Heavenly Emperor Qin clan was the ruler of the Shenyuan Mound in the past. They are second only to the totem Shenyuan clan, right? Suemi asked with a chuckle. Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. That was a matter from a long time ago. The current Qin clan is in a somewhat difficult situation. Xin Wuji you saw a moment ago is the son of the current Heavenly Emperor. Some murderous intentions emerged from Shangyi's eyes. This way, that Xin Wuji is your enemy, right? On the surface, he is not my enemy. However, for the two guys traveling with him, one is from the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the other is from the Sound of Thunder sect. These two major powerhouses are enemies with the Qin clan. Most likely, the supporter behind the scenes is the Heavenly Emperor Xin clan. The murderous intentions from Shangyi's tone became even richer. This way, it would be nice if we could take out this Xin Wuji. Qin Wushuang said with a bitter smile, that Xin Wuji is at the peak of the common mysterious stage and is invincible beneath the supreme Dao stage. For now, you and I should not have any ideas about him. Shangyi gave a long sigh for he also knew what it meant to be at the peak of the common mysterious stage. There would always be a higher mountain. This time, when he came out from the endless Eastern Sea, he planned to stand out. When he saw Xin Wuji's skills, he knew that even among the younger generation, there were people more powerful than him. Even Qin Wushuang, his sworn brother, had not made any less progress than him. However, Shangyi was not jealous of Qin Wushuang. On the contrary, he was happy for him. He asked, Brother, how come you are here? Qin Wushuang gave a long sigh. It's a long story. At the moment, he explained the situation in a simple way. Shangyi's brows moved greatly as he heard the story. You also hold a grudge against the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. Haha, that's great. It seems that we are fated to be brothers, even our enemies are the same. Qin Wushuang said with a bitter smile, I don't know, how did you become enemies with the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect? Shangyi revealed some sadness from his eyes. Clearly, he had remembered some sad past events as he said with a long sigh, Brother, do you still remember when I mentioned my teacher to you? I remember, your teacher left you many treasures, including the graceful spiritual bow you gave me. This bow is a supreme Dao weapon and helped me escape from death several times. If it weren't for your generous gift, it would have been difficult for me to have my current strength and position. Shangyi did not seem to care. Brother, I gave you that graceful spiritual bow because it suits you. In fact, My teacher is from the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. He is an intelligence agent sent by the sect. For a long time, he had been in charge of contacting the Nine Palace faction and delivering information to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. It was also because of this that my master had many fortuitous encounters outside and obtained many good things. Until one day, master accidentally obtained the graceful spiritual bow in the human nations. His master was someone who knew what was good for him. He knew that once this bow was revealed, it would definitely cause a disaster. Therefore, he concealed the bow, prepared to wash his hands of it, and put all his effort into cultivating. Unexpectedly, his desire to return to seclusion had aroused the suspicion of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. His teacher did not understand the situation and was led to the Nine Palace faction by the people of the Nine Palace faction and was ambushed. Zhuo Tianzi was the one who led my teacher to the Nine Palace faction. Now, Qin Wushuang had understood why Shangyi bore such hatred towards the Nine Palace faction and why he would spare no effort to deal with the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. It was to avenge his teacher. There will be a third update later, please don't leave, it will be updated before 22:30. Chapter 657. As soon as he understood the sequence of events, the clues became clear. Shangyi said with a cold sneer, "This time, I thought Luo Tongtian would come. Unexpectedly, he only sent Tian Mingshan, a little pawn. He was not even willing to send Luo Henji. It seems the heavenly Luo Daoist sect is extremely cautious. I only hate that I cannot kill my way to the Xian Yuan Mound. Or else, I would have already started a massacre there. Brother, how did you know the heavenly Luo Daoist sect would come to the illusion Heavenly Lake?" Shangyi said, "Brother, don't forget that my teacher is an intelligence agent of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. I have some inside information regarding the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. If I had put in some effort, how could I not have gotten this information? Su-er, a few other friends and I have come to represent the Coiled Dragon clan to participate in this 10,000-year pilgrimage pageant. Along the way, we heard about the heavenly Luo Daoist sect and followed them here. I didn't expect to meet you here. It seems it's the will of the heavens." Qin Wushuang also sighed endlessly. "Brother, don't worry, for sure I will take care of this heavenly Luo Daoist sect for you." Shangyi said, "If I don't do it myself, my teacher would not be happy in the underworld. Regardless, you must leave Tian Mingshan and these three guys to me." Qin Wushuang laughed. "You don't need to worry about this. Brother Shangyi, for this Tian Mingshan, he is dead for sure after he entered that mountain cave." "What do you mean?" Qin Wushuang spread out his spiritual perception and saw that there were no spiritual perception probing the surrounding area. Then, he said with a whisper, "In fact, this so-called Supreme Tao treasure is a scheme of the Amei Daoist sect." Instantly, he told Shangyi everything he had heard in full detail. Shangyi and Su Mi were dumbstruck when they heard this. Although Tian Mingshan's death was not to be regretted, Su Mi still felt annoyed by the vicious scheme of the Amei Daoist sect. The Amei Daoist sect is a first-rate powerhouse at the illusion Heavenly Lake. How could they be so shameless? Shangyi did not find it strange. "Su-er, isn't there a mix of good and bad among your dragon clan? There are righteous and treacherous clans." Su Mi gave a long sigh. "These people deserve to die. I hate people who hurt people for no reason. It's one thing if they're enemies, but to set up a trap to harm people when there's no enmity between them, that's too shameless." Qin Wushuang smiled bitterly. It seemed that his sister-in-law was a person who abhorred evil. This way, that Xin Wuji does not need us to make a move. Shangyi was extremely annoyed with Xin Wuji. A moment ago, if Xin Wuji had not interfered, Tian Mingshan and the other two would have already disappeared. However, Qin Wushuang shook his head. Xin Wuji possesses superior strength and is the son of the Heavenly Emperor. Perhaps he has some skills. The corner of Shangyi's mouth revealed an unruly smile. "Don't care about him. If he dies, it's his own fault. It's good that he didn't die. One day, I'll have to compete with him." Qin Wushuang smiled mischievously. Wasn't this also what Qin Wushuang was laughing in his heart? Just as he was about to speak, Qin Wushuang's expression suddenly changed, and he jumped up like a spring. Not good. What? Shangyi raised his brow. Brother, sister-in-law, you should leave this 10,000 flower valley as soon as possible, Qin Wushuang said with an anxious tone. Hurry, leave quickly. Shangyi did not know the inside story, yet he was pushed by Qin Wushuang. Go quickly, the supreme Tao spiritual beast of the Amei Daoist sect has awakened. Hurry. The expression of both Shangyi and Su Mi changed. Supreme Tao spiritual beast. Yes, a supreme Tao spiritual beast. And it's a spiritual beast at the 8th transformation supreme Tao stage, Qin Wushuang urged. Go quickly, I am afraid it will be too late if you are too slow. Shangyi and Su Mi exchanged a glance and nodded. Go. Brother, let's go together. Qin Wushuang shook his head. Brother, sister-in-law, you should go first, don't look back. I still have some matters to attend to. Shangyi was in a great hurry. Brother, a spiritual beast at the transformation supreme Tao stage is not a joke. Don't have any ideas, it's useless. Before the transformation supreme Tao stage, the graceful spiritual bow is useless. Let's go together. Brother, don't dawdle. Go quickly. As soon as Qin Wushuang pushed Shangyi and Su Mi, his body transformed into a burst of meteoric light as he dashed towards the direction of the mountain cave. Shangyi was extremely anxious as he cried out, Brother. With rapid footsteps, he was about to chase after him. Su Mi pulled Shangyi. Brother Shangyi, don't chase after him. Let's go. But, although Shangyi had only met Qin Wushuang once, the friendship between men and that one life and death experience was enough. Upon seeing Qin Wushuang dashing away, Shangyi's first thought was to carry it with Qin Wushuang. Su Mi said, Brother, since Brother Wushuang has made this choice, he must have his reasons and arrangements. If you chase after him recklessly now, you will not be able to help him. On the contrary, you will disrupt his plan. That is a spiritual beast at the transformation supreme Tao stage, we cannot help. For an 8th transformation supreme Tao stage beast, only the patriarch of the coiled dragon clan could be on par with it. It would be another matter whether they could win or not. Roar. The soul-stirring giant roar spread throughout the entire valley. Rings of sound waves rippled out. Despite being so far away, it had already shaken Su Mi and the others to the point that they could not stand still. It seemed as if their souls were about to explode. Brother Shangyi, let's go. Su Mi grabbed Shangyi and forcefully dragged him into the sky. She dashed towards the outside of the 10,000 flower valley. Su Mi knew that this was a critical moment of life and death. With a sway of her body, she transformed into her true form. It was a crimson-red dragon that spouted dragon breath soaring to the sky. Her entire body twisted into a bow and arrow as she broke through the sky. She brought Shangyi and her other 2 companions to transform into red streamers and shoot towards the outside. Roar, roar, roar. Behind them, this giant roar that broke through the sky shook the entire valley as if it was about to collapse. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The soaring aura shrouded the entire sky with a black cloud. It was as if the end of the world had arrived all of a sudden. Qin Wushuang was truly skilled and daring. He activated the purple cloud yin-yang wings and transformed it into a cloud. Hiding in the black fog, he opened his Dharma eyes and looked down. A group of spirit beasts with white stripes all over their bodies scuttled out of the cave. They had already sealed off all the exits outside of the cave. In the deep pool in front of the cave, the color of the water was constantly changing and bubbling. It was as if a pot of boiling water was bubbling and bubbling. It looked extremely strange. Master, quickly retreat, quickly retreat. A big demonic beast has already come out from underground. Quickly leave. This was the signal sent by the sky-pilfered mole. Qin Wushuang hurriedly asked, Mole, where are you? Quickly escape. The mole said, I've been trapped by the mountain wall's restriction. Master, quickly leave. Don't worry about me, trapped. At this moment, a white light suddenly shot out from the entrance of the cave. Once this white light shot out, It immediately spread into 10,000 rays of faint light like sharp arrows. Swoosh, swoosh, this white light actually turned into a stream of light and shot towards those cultivators. Boom! One fell down. Two fell down. This white light scattered and actually shot down 20 to 30 cultivators. When the surrounding spirit beasts with white stripes saw this, they all roared loudly. Their expressions were abnormally excited as they roared one after another. Looking at the entrance of the cave, their eyes revealed extreme anticipation. Qin Wushuang hurriedly dodged and flew towards the back of the cave. At this moment, the others were already unable to fly in the air. If Qin Wushuang did not have the support of the purple cloud yin-yang wings, with his own cultivation, he would not be able to fly at all. The white light suddenly expanded. Like a sharp sword, it pierced out from the entrance of the cave. In the streamer, a figure as fast as lightning shot out. This figure, as huge as a small hill, rushed out with a loud bang. Its body expanded in the air and with a wild roar, it was actually a huge white tiger. This white tiger's figure was obviously much bigger than the other spirit beasts. There was a big king on its forehead, indicating its supreme status. One could only see a layer of rich white light on the surface of its body. Inside the white light, the figure of this white tiger changed rapidly and its eyes kept changing color. Bursts of divine lights shot out from the pupils of this white tiger. It made one's hair stand on end. Such a huge monster. When those martial artists saw this situation, they were scared out of their wits. When Qin Wushuang saw the appearance of this monster from the corner of his eyes, he felt apprehensive inwardly. Immediately, he remembered the great tiger saint mentioned by those two young girls. Could it be that this white tiger was that great tiger saint? Or the guardian divine beast of the Daoist sect? Although Qin Wushuang was somewhat frightened inwardly, he was not in a panic. He knew that as soon as this spiritual beast came out of the mountain, there would be no peaceful days in the 10,000 Flower Valley. However, Qin Wushuang had another plan. He had also heard that the place where the divine beast trained would certainly have the presence of the supreme Tao. It would influence the surrounding spiritual objects and produce different spiritual treasures. Although the Daoist sect had set up this trap to lure these martial artists, certainly there would be some accompanying objects next to the divine beast. Or else, these martial artists would not have come to take the risk with their heads broken and bleeding. Now, Qin Wushuang had forced himself to break through the defenses and lay in ambush at the back of the mountain. Now, he was also taking a gamble. He was betting that after this divine beast had awakened, he would be able to sneak into its lair before it started to massacre others before its spiritual perception was completely awake. If that divine beast discovered him, in the worst case, he would sacrifice a supreme Tao shield to block an attack from the divine beast and escape with the help of the purple cloud yin-yang wing. Of course, Qin Wushuang was not only coveting the accompanying spiritual treasure of this divine beast. When the sky-pilfered mole had fallen into the divine beast's defenses, he could not sit idly by. After all, this mole was risking his life for him. Qin Wushuang had no reason to ignore him. Through spiritual perception communication, he asked the sky-pilfered mole to not struggle. When the time was right, he would save him. In the open space before the mountain cave, those martial artists were already in a mess as they desperately tried to escape. From the corner of his eyes, Qin Wushuang saw that Xin Wuji had already escaped to the outside of the mountain cave. Relying on his prideful strength, he had already charged out of the encirclement of those striped spiritual beast. Yang Qiansui, Lei Hong, and Xin Wuwang were not as lucky. Surrounded near the mountain cave, regardless of how they attacked, they could not break through. That white tiger transformed rapidly. Suddenly, the lights on its body dimmed. Suddenly, its pupils dilated and it opened its bloody mouth. Roar. Supreme Tao divine skill, tiger roar swallowing the sky. The stench of blood immediately spread throughout the mountains and plains, and the cultivators within a few dozen meters of him were unable to resist at all. It was as if they were being pulled by invisible ropes, and they were constantly sent flying towards the white tiger's bloody maw. Kacha. Biting with its white steel teeth, it bit a martial artist into two pieces and swallowed him while dripping with fresh blood. Instantly, The situation had become incredibly bloody. Correction, regarding the conversation between those two girls at the Amay Daoist sect yesterday, Old Bull typed too fast and gave the wrong strength of the Tiger Saint. That spiritual beast is at the 8th Transformation Supreme Tao stage, not the 8th Coagulate Supreme Tao stage. The grades of the Supreme Tao stage are as follows: Coagulate Supreme Tao stage, Transformation Supreme Tao stage, Genuine Supreme Tao stage, and Heavenly Supreme Tao stage, soaring to the Galaxia. Each stage has 9 calamities. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 658. Finally, the guardian divine beast of the Amay Daoist sect had awakened. Roar, roar, roar. The earth-shattering roar shook the entire valley. When this white tiger opened its bloody mouth, the supreme Tao presence gushed out. Like a sharp blade capable of punishing the heavens, it brought out circles of ripples. Wherever it went, all obstacles were razed to the ground. Those freelance martial artists on the outside were already scared witless as they ran away in an embarrassing state. However, there were hundreds of cultivators around the entrance of the cave, so there was always a difference in the speed of their movements. Apart from those cultivators who were quick to react and had strong cultivations, the rest of the cultivators desperately ran out. However, there was an invisible and powerful force that made their footsteps feel like they were filled with lead. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't increase their speed. Go! Go! Yang Qian-sui rushed outside with all his might and called out to his friends. Where's your highness? Xin Wuwang roared in despair. Your highness, save me. At this moment, who could care about the other? Ah! Behind Yang Qian-sui and Xin Wuwang, a miserable cry emerged. Lei Hong's body was already dragged by that powerful suction force. One only heard a miserable catcher sound. Pop! Fresh blood shot in all directions and splashed onto the face and neck of Yang Qian-sui and Xin Wuwang. Yang Qian-sui extended his hand to wipe it. While the blood was still warm, Lei Hong's body had already been broken into a few pieces and fell into the mouth of that giant beast. It chewed with a crunching sound. A grand elite warrior at the perfect void martial stage had been swallowed without any resistance. He had died in such a miserable manner. Yang Qian-sui's eyes had turned red. With a mad roar, he urged all the meridians in his body and instantly, his dantian was raised to the limit. Suddenly, a wave of terrifying red color emerged on his face like a rising tide. Charge! With a loud roar, Yang Qian-sui transformed into a burst of blood-red light and dashed towards the outside. He had urged his dantian to the limit and instantly increased his strength to the limit. He did not hesitate to sacrifice his dantian to save his life. The effect of this dash was excellent. In one dash, he had broken through the barrier. Moving forward at a high speed, he rushed towards the outside of the 10,000 Flower Valley with all his might. When others saw Yang Qian-sui doing this, they naturally followed suit and pushed their dantian to the limit. For a moment, their dantian was pushed to the limit and they used this extreme method to escape. Needless to say, if 1 or 2 people used this move, it would be useless. In front of this mythical beast, it would not be effective at all. But with so many people using it, even if it was a Supreme Tao elite, it was also impossible to take care of everyone. For a moment, there were dozens of extremely strong people who took the lead to charge out of the barrier. The impact of each expert pushing their dantian to the limit would stack up and cause a huge impact on the divine beast's divine Tao barrier. Dozens of people rushed forward, and a gap immediately appeared in the divine beast's divine Tao barrier. Once this gap appeared, the other cultivators naturally found an opportunity. For a moment, like a school of carps crossing the river, they rushed out one after another. It was not that the divine beast white tiger was not strong enough, but the surrounding area was too wide, and the cultivators were not concentrated in the area. It was not difficult to control this area, but to make these cultivators completely defenseless was not easy, even for a supreme Tao mythical beast. The divine beast white tiger needed the primordial spirit replenishment of the cultivators at this moment, especially the primordial spirit replenishment of high-level cultivators. With a loud roar, its body turned into a white light and it rushed out of the valley. With a wave of its sharp claws, the claw light turned into a rope-like ray of light and directly grabbed those escaping cultivators. The power of this grab immediately froze those cultivators who were closer to it. With a grab of the void, it grabbed them back. One by one, they were stuffed into their mouths. Fresh blood dripped, and miserable cries were endless. With the divine beast White Tiger's cultivation, it could easily catch up with these cultivators even if they escaped for a moment. But if these cultivators were to scatter in all directions, it would be very difficult to deal with. Therefore, the divine beast White Tiger did not allow this to happen at all. With a roar, the striped spiritual beasts jumped out and chased in all directions. The divine beast White Tiger was full of intelligence. It ordered its subordinates to go after these cultivators. And the divine beast White Tiger itself was not idle. Its body was like lightning, shuttling through the valley, and swept toward those cultivators who did not have time to escape in time. At least 5 or 6 cultivators would be swallowed by it every time it leaped. The whole 1,000-flower valley immediately became a killing field. The divine beast White Tiger was in high spirits. After killing all the cultivators around it, it did not stop and leaped out of the valley like lightning. Obviously, its appetite was far from satiated. Qin Wushuang hid in the dark, and secretly felt lucky. He was betting just now that the divine beast White Tiger would not turn back. Sure enough, the divine beast White Tiger was in high spirits and did not realize that Qin Wushuang was hiding behind the cave, the bold guy. After all, at this time, people's thinking was habitually to escape in the direction away from the divine beast White Tiger's cave. No one would be stupid enough to walk into a trap. But Qin Wushuang did the opposite and approached the divine beast White Tiger's cave. At such a critical juncture, those who had the guts would not think in this direction for the time being. Seeing the divine beast flying out of the cave, Qin Wushuang made up his mind and decided to take a gamble. He drilled into the divine beast White Tiger's cave. With the guidance of the sky-pilfered mole, Qin Wushuang entered the cave without much trouble. Soon, he found the place where the sky-pilfered mole was trapped. It was on a solid wall on the 3rd floor of the cave. Qin Wushuang did not hesitate to activate the Supreme Dao Shield and hit the solid wall. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 consecutive hits, the restriction on the wall fell off continuously. The sky-pilfered mole scuttled out of the stone wall with a dusty face and shouted, "Master, follow me." Qin Wushuang followed the sky-pilfered mole and drilled into the interior of the cave. In this cave, no matter where you went, there was a gloomy atmosphere. Although Qin Wushuang felt his hair stand on end, he still followed in without hesitation. As the stench became thicker, Qin Wushuang knew that they were close to the divine beast White Tiger's cave. The sky-pilfered mole scuttled over and shouted, "Master, it's there, it's there." At the end of the cave, there was a huge abyss. In the abyss, there was dense white fog. This fog, if not for Qin Wushuang's high cultivation, he would have shivered on the spot or even been frozen stiff. That sky-pilfered mole was shivering beside the abyss. Qin Wushuang caught a glimpse of piles of white bones beside the abyss. Needless to say, these white bones were the masterpiece of the divine beast. One of the corpses was so familiar. It was actually Luo Yi. Clearly, he had died not long ago. His primordial spirit had been swallowed by the divine beast and his body had almost been gnawed into dregs. If Qin Wushuang had not recognized Luo Yi's clothing, most likely he would not have recognized him. "Master, look." The sky-pilfered mole pointed to the end of the abyss. Next to a stone platform, there was a long vine shining with silver lights. On top of that long vine, there was a pair of peach-like fruits. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang drew a breath of cold air. Although they were far away, the supreme Dao presence emitted by that fruit was incredibly rich. Could this be the accompanying object of the supreme Dao? Qin Wushuang's blood rushed, yet he still worked hard to control the greed that had emerged from his heart. "Master, should I go and pick them?" Qin Wushuang shook his head. "Don't be in a rush. This accompanying divine fruit should not be fake." However, Qin Wushuang would not be naive enough to think that he could pick it easily. Not to mention the problem of this divine beast, even if it was the Amei Daoist sect, would they be so kind as to leave this supreme Tao fruit here for anyone to pick? Since the Amei Daoist sect dared to be so assured, certainly they had something to rely on. Certainly, they were reassured by this divine beast. And since this divine beast was a spiritual being, it would be impossible for it to not have the slightest vigilance. Thus, even though the divine Tao fruits looked very beautiful, it was definitely not an easy task to pluck them. Qin Wushuang was not in a rush. He picked up a stone and threw it towards the direction of that stone platform with a swing of his arm. Boom! Suddenly, bursts of white light shot out from all directions and intertwined into a lightning-like ball of light. With one twist, it twisted that stone into fine powder. Mole, did you see that? Qin Wushuang raised his brow and started to think. Clearly, the space between this abyss and that stone platform was filled with mechanisms and barriers. Or else, that supreme Tao spiritual beast would not have left some power to guard this place. What should he do? Countless methods flashed across Qin Wushuang's mind. Use the Fury Dragon Soul? That Fury Dragon Soul was only a weapon at the Void Martial stage. Certainly, no miracle would happen when it collided with this supreme Tao barrier. This method would not work. Send sealed spiritual beasts. The sealed spiritual beasts were all beneath the supreme Tao stage and were not enough to deal with the supreme Tao barrier. This method would also not work. Instantly, Qin Wushuang rejected these impossible methods. Graceful spiritual bow. Yes, only this graceful spiritual bow. Qin Wushuang's eyes lit up. He opened the graceful spiritual bow and narked a jade green arrow. After shooting it, he still felt it was not enough. Yes, there was still the Supreme Tao 5 Elemental Talisman. For that Supreme Tao 5 Elemental Talisman, Qin Wushuang had already used 2 of them. Now, with 3 more at hand, when used with the graceful spiritual bow, its power could be instantly increased to above the Supreme Tao stage. Taking out a Supreme Tao 5 Elemental Talisman, Qin Wushuang did not hesitate. Although this Supreme Tao 5 Elemental Talisman was precious, compared to the Supreme Tao fruit, it was far inferior. Additionally, this Supreme Tao fruit was a pair of twins. The value was even more self-evident. As he activated the 5 Elemental Talisman, the graceful spiritual bow immediately erupted with rays of light. With a low growl, Qin Wushuang twisted his entire body into a bow. Suddenly, he shook his arms, open. Under the activation of the Supreme Tao 5 Elemental Talisman, the graceful spiritual bow was activated to its limit and shot towards that stone platform. Ka! Powerful Supreme Tao presence clashed together in the sky. Instantly, a strange twisting feeling appeared in the entire sky. The Supreme Tao power from all directions kept colliding and shooting in all directions. The collision caused the mountain walls around the cave to swirl in the air as if they would collapse at any moment. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Instantly, the entire abyss also boiled up. Waves of a few meters high kept emerging from the initially calm water surface. Like ripples, the white light spread out in all directions. It rushed forward until Qin Wushuang found it difficult to even breathe. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 659. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Wushuang activated the Supreme Tao shield to protect the vital parts of his body. He welcomed the powerful fluctuation of the Supreme Tao airflow without the slightest bit of retreat. His eyes were firmly fixed on the changes in front of the stone platform. When the jade green arrow was surrounded by the white light, the Supreme Tao 5 Elemental Talisman on it suddenly exploded, emitting a rumbling sound. Instantly, the white light in the surroundings was greatly reduced. The sound of the air explosion was continuously transmitted. The airflow in the surroundings was still incomparably lively. As for the jade green arrow, that surge of Supreme Tao aura pushed by the graceful spiritual bow was also continuously contending with the power of the restriction. Boom! Following a deafening loud sound, something that made Qin Wushuang speechless happened. Under the pressure of the supreme Tao restriction, the entire jade green arrow actually exploded completely, turning into fragments and scattering with a loud rumble. As for the whirlpool formed by the divine Tao restriction, it was also rapidly dissipating. Qin Wushuang saw an opportunity. With a low shout, he activated the supreme Tao shield. Like a flying boat, it protected his entire body and supported the airflow, shooting towards the stone platform. At this moment, the restriction was at its weakest. If he didn't take the supreme Tao fruit, when would he wait? Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Wushuang rushed towards the center of the restriction under the protection of the supreme Tao shield. Although a large part of the restriction in the surroundings had been reduced by the attack of the graceful spiritual bow, it was still on the verge of being activated. Just as the supreme Tao shield rushed over, the white light in the surroundings once again pressed over. Fortunately, the power of the white light at this time was already greatly inferior to before. The power of the restriction was like this. It was a power that couldn't be regenerated. The more it was consumed, the less it would be. Unless there was a powerful source of spiritual energy in the surroundings of the restriction, and it had to be guaranteed that this source of spiritual energy could supply spiritual energy at any time. Obviously, in this short period of time, this source of spiritual energy couldn't be replenished so quickly. Unless it was a man-made formation that was controlled by someone on the scene, otherwise, after the restriction was consumed, its power would inevitably decrease. However, even with the discounted power of the barrier and the protection of the supreme Tao shield, when Qin Wushuang made it to 2/3 of the way, he was still held back by that white light. Regardless of how Qin Wushuang charged, he was always lacking that last bit. Qin Wushuang saw the supreme Tao fruit right in front of his eyes, but he couldn't ask for more. That feeling was simply driving him crazy. Don't tell me that I still have to waste a green arrow and a divine Tao 5 elemental talisman. Qin Wushuang was reluctant. The supreme Tao 5 elemental talisman was one thing. However, the jade green arrow was a weapon that he could use to kill his enemies. Before he obtained the original shooting sun arrows, this jade green arrow was absolutely indispensable. One of the 3 jade green arrows had already been lost. If he were to lose another one, the impact on the power of the graceful spiritual bow would be extremely great. Graceful spiritual bow. Thinking about the graceful spiritual bow, Qin Wushuang suddenly had a thought. He pulled the graceful spiritual bow into his hand. That graceful spiritual bow was a folding bow with an astonishing length. Qin Wushuang waved the graceful spiritual bow and a beautiful arc was immediately drawn out. Just nice. Qin Wushuang was overjoyed. Other weapons couldn't break this restriction, but the power of the graceful spiritual bow to break this restriction was much easier than he had imagined. With this wave, the graceful spiritual bow had already broken the restriction barrier and directly hooked onto the long vine. The bowstring of the graceful spiritual bow was even more outstanding than ordinary divine weapons. With a light stroke, it cut off the long vine. With a pull, the long vine fell in the direction of Qin Wushuang. With a turn of the graceful spiritual bow, the long vine was pulled into his hand. Once again, Qin Wushuang urged the supreme Tao shield and bounced it back all of a sudden. He directly pulled out the upper half of the long vine. The supreme Tao fruit, the supreme Tao fruit. Looking at the sparkling and translucent jade-like fruit, Qin Wushuang's breathing couldn't help but become hurried. Knowing that this was a good thing, he didn't dare to neglect it. He hurriedly took out the jade container that he used to store the spiritual fruits and put this divine fruit inside to prevent the loss of spiritual energy. Until this fruit was in his hand, Qin Wushuang still felt a little unbelievable. He called out and pulled the sky-pilfered mole back into the seal. Without saying anything, he went out of the cave. If he didn't leave now, when would he? It was also that supreme Tao spiritual beast's carelessness that Qin Wushuang didn't encounter any obstruction when he went in and out. He easily came to the entrance of the cave. Just as he was about to jump out, a sense of danger suddenly arose in his mind. He subconsciously used the divine Tao shield to block in front of his chest. Almost at the same time, a dazzling long blade carrying multicolored lights slashed at the supreme Tao shield. If Qin Wushuang had not blocked it in time, his head would have been cut in half. Even though the defensive power of this supreme Dao shield had almost reached a monstrous stage, it still made Qin Wushuang feel a surge of qi and blood surging. This attack power was too powerful. Ever since Qin Wushuang had stepped onto the path of martial arts, he had fought with countless elite warriors. Before him, attacks at the perfect void martial stage had almost not posed much of a threat. However, this attack had penetrated the supreme Dao shield and made him feel his qi and blood surging. In that case, this attack power had definitely surpassed the boundary of the void martial stage. Without thinking, Qin Wushuang directly retreated into the cave and fixed his eyes to look outside. With one look, Qin Wushuang was greatly shaken inwardly. This person was Xin Wuji, who had just fled for his life, the son of the Heavenly Emperor, the most elite warrior among the young generation of the Xian Yuan Mound, Xin Wuji. If Qin Wushuang was not wearing the heart illusion mask, most likely Xin Wuji would have seen through his facial expression. Fortunately, this mask was too realistic. Although Xin Wuji was exceptional, he could not see that this person before him was an old member of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Hand over the supreme Dao treasure and I will let you go. Xin Wuji was not overbearing. He still stood at the entrance of the cave with his sword held horizontally and blocked all the exits. Qin Wushuang did not speak a word and only stared at that Xin Wuji. With a profound gaze, there was not a trace of fear. In fact, Qin Wushuang was not afraid of Xin Wuji. If they were not in such a dangerous situation, Qin Wushuang even had the confidence to play with Xin Wuji. However, now that he had the supreme Dao treasure at hand, he was not in the mood to play with Xin Wuji. Although he thought this way inwardly, he did not reveal the slightest of it through his actions. How do you know that I can get that supreme Dao treasure? Qin Wushuang changed his tone and asked in a low voice. If you didn't get it, would you have come out of that cave this quickly? Xin Wuji's logic was simple and even somewhat unreasonable. Qin Wushuang knew that Xin Wuji was bluffing him as he laughed. It's easy to say. Go and see if you can break that supreme Dao barrier. Xin Wuji was also a person with deep scheming mind. He was not confused by Qin Wushuang's words. Instead, he said with a light smile, Sir, if you want to convince me that supreme Dao treasure is not in your hands, then give up. I don't believe that. Qin Wushuang raised his brow. This way, you are certain that I have the treasure? Xin Wuji said leisurely, is that not the case? Not only am I certain, I am determined to get it. Indeed, this Xin Wuji was difficult to deal with. Qin Wushuang swore inwardly. However, Xin Wuji was in an advantageous position. It would be difficult to break through his defense. Even if Qin Wushuang had a supreme Dao weapon, how could Xin Wuji not have one? The sword in Xin Wuji's hand was a first-rate supreme Dao weapon. Or else, how could it have made Qin Wushuang's blood surge through the supreme Dao shield? The most fatal part was that Qin Wushuang was only at the profound void martial stage. Xin Wuji was already at the peak of the common mysterious stage. He was 3 levels ahead of Qin Wushuang. Even for the sealed spiritual beasts, the 2 strongest ones he could summon, the purple pupil golden ox and the burning sky explosive tiger, were only at the profound mysterious stage. They were also 1 level apart from him, who was at the peak of the common mysterious stage. It would be difficult to break through this defense. Qin Wushuang thought about it and had a plan inwardly. Instantly, he twitched the corner of his mouth and said coldly, then let's waste time like this. You can either rush into this cave and rob it, or you can guard outside. In the worst case, I will not go out. Xin Wuji said lightly, since you want to become the divine beast snack, then you will not come out. Qin Wushuang said with a cold sneer, if that divine beast truly comes back, do you think you can escape? Xin Wuji said with equal harshness, if I cannot escape, I would not have come back. Kid, is the supreme Dao treasure more important, or is your life more important? Make your choice. If you are dead, what's the use of keeping the supreme Dao treasure? Qin Wushuang said leisurely, don't worry, if the divine beast returns, the first thing I will do is to hold you back with all my power. Even if I am to die, I must drag someone down with me, right? Xin Wuji's expression turned cold. Do you think you have this ability? If you don't try, How do you know I don't have this ability? TSK, if the great heavenly Emperor Mountain Highness were to be buried in the 10,000 Flower Valley due to greed, it should be a big joke when the news gets out, right? Qin Wushuang's tone was full of ridicule. Instantly, these words had caused Xin Wuji's expression to change. Since this kid was full of confidence, could it be he truly had some trump cards? You lack confidence, right? You are lacking confidence, right? Ha 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 ha. Qin Wushuang laughed recklessly. The son of the heavenly emperor, such great background. However, you, the son of the heavenly emperor of the Shen Yuan Mound, want to give orders here? In your dreams. I think that the Amei Daoist sect would be happy to send their guardian divine beast a perfect feast, right? TSK, for an elite warrior at the peak of the common mysterious stage, swallowing the primordial spirit would surpass 10 people at the perfect void martial stay. Ha 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 ha. Xin Wuji's expression gradually turned cold. Among his smile, there were some traces of coldness. Kid, since you know my identity, if you are not going to surrender yourself, then I can only tell you that I will make you regret it. Xin Wuji still spoke with an incomparably domineering tone. Qin Wushuang laughed happily. Xin Wuji, could this be counted as you appearing fierce in appearance but cowardly in heart? A moment ago, you were standing out for the heavenly Luo Daoist sect. As soon as the divine beast came out, how come you did not even care about your friends and ran for your life? If people were to spread this disgraceful behavior, it would be a form of humiliation to your identity, right? These words had hit the weak point in Xin Wuji's heart. Regardless, everyone had witnessed the scene of him abandoning his friends and running away. Earlier, when he had stood out for the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, he had already exposed his name before everyone. This matter was also a flaw that he could not cover up no matter what. Now, upon hearing Qin Wushuang mention it, Xin Wuji flew into a rage out of humiliation. He pointed with his long sword and said, "Kid, it seems that you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 660. In fact, Qin Wushuang was also worried that this Xin Wuji would force his way in. In fact, it would be the hardest for him to unleash his full potential in this narrow place. However, the more he worried about something, the more he would show it in the opposite direction. Not only was he fearless, he said with a grinning face, "Xin Wuji, don't be pretentious. If you have the guts, come in and attack. I will wait for you inside." In fact, Xin Wuji wanted to charge into the cave. However, the eerie scene of the cave made him more or less worried. Even if he was bold, considering that this was the cave of the divine beast, once he engaged in a battle inside the cave, he would trigger the defenses of the divine beast. It was highly possible that he would not be able to bear the consequences. Xin Wuji also thought that the other party was bluffing him. However, if he were to truly gather the courage to charge into the cave of the divine beast, he must consider it carefully. He was not afraid of this person, yet in the end he restrained his fear of that divine beast. A moment ago, the scene of the divine beast unleashing its power was still vivid in Xin Wuji's mind. For such a terrifying existence, once he got tangled up, only death would await him if he were to escape slightly slower. It would not matter if he were to charge in now. If he were to get tangled up inside the cave and the divine beast rushed back, there would only be one result, death. Although Xin Wuji was the son of the heavenly emperor and the most outstanding person among the young generation of the Shen Yuan Mound, it was impossible for him to not fear death. In fact, Qin Wushuang was also complaining inwardly. If this Xin Wuji was to remain anxious, in the end it would not be a solution. Could it be that I must use that sky-pilfered pill? Should I forcefully dash for the perfect void martial stage and summon the last 2 sealed spiritual beasts? Qin Wushuang had such a thought in his mind. Qin Wushuang had never wanted to refine the sky-pilfered pill because he wanted to rely on his own training to reach the peak step by step. Regardless, in the end he would need more time to consolidate the stage by relying on the pill. It would definitely not be as steady as breaking through step by step. However, this medicinal pill was used to solve a need of importance and urgency. It would not take a long time to refine the sky-pilfered pill. However, after refining it, once he broke through to the perfect void martial stage, he would need time to consolidate the stage. Clearly, this divine beast cave was not an ideal place to consolidate the stage. Who knew when that bastard would return? Therefore, although Qin Wushuang had such an idea, he knew that at this moment, it was not very feasible. However, being anxious like this was not a solution. Qin Wushuang made up his mind and revealed a cold smile at Xin Wuji. Then, he went deep into the cave. When Xin Wuji saw that not only did Qin Wushuang not break out of the encirclement, but he was heading inside, he became even more doubtful. For a moment, he became even more hesitant. He wanted to get the Supreme Tao fruit very much, especially since the Divine Beast was at the 8th Tribulation Transformation Supreme Tao stage. The Supreme Tao fruit that accompanied it must be extraordinary. If it were an ordinary coagulate Supreme Tao Divine Beast, Xin Wuji would not have taken such a great risk to return. It was because the 8th Tribulation Transformation Supreme Tao Spiritual Beast was too attractive. One had to know that the higher the rank of a spirit beast, the more valuable it was. A spiritual beast at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage was already a luxury item at the Shen Yuan Mound, not to mention a spiritual beast at the Supreme Tao stage. Not only was this spiritual beast at the Supreme Tao stage, it was also at the 8th Tribulation Transformation Supreme Tao stage. For such strength, it was not inferior to his father, Xin Tianwen, the master of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. For such a divine beast, if the accompanying treasure was born, it would definitely be worth the risk. Xin Wuji had lived at the Heavenly Emperor Gate since he was young. Since he was experienced and knowledgeable, how could he not know this little secret? Kid, if you are not afraid of death, just hide inside. Let me see how long you can last. In the end, Xin Wuji restrained the greed in his heart and did not chase inside. Qin Wushuang kept sneering. Xin Wuji, I already said, if you have the guts, just chase inside. If you don't have the guts, don't be so chirpy. Xin Wuji was inwardly furious, yet in the end, his rationality won over his greed. He guarded the entrance of the cave and observed all movements with rapt attention. Not only must he be on guard against the people inside the cave running out, he must also be on guard against the return of that 8th Tribulation Transformation Supreme Tao Divine Beast. Qin Wushuang returned to the cave and took out the sealed scroll. He summoned the purple pupil golden ox and the burning sky explosive tiger. These two spiritual beasts were currently the strongest spiritual beasts Qin Wushuang could summon. Although there was a gap between the peak of the profound mysterious stage and Xin Wuji's peak of the common mysterious stage, these spiritual beasts possessed domineering combat power. If they attacked suddenly, they could still pose a threat to Xin Wuji. After all, these two purple pupil golden ox and the burning sky explosive tiger were spiritual beasts that could easily go berserk. Once they went berserk, their combat power would also increase exponentially. This berserk transformation was like a human martial artist activating their dantian to the limit. Their combat power could not be estimated at their normal state. Qin Wushuang sent his spiritual perception, U2, that Xin Wuji is at the peak of the common mysterious stage and is guarding the cave entrance. To break out, we must work together. You two will be in charge of the first wave of attacks. I will be in charge of the second wave, attack with the graceful spiritual bow. We will catch him off guard. All right. In the worst case, we will go berserk instantly. So what if he is at the peak of the common mysterious stage? In the worst case, we will still make him suffer. These two spiritual beasts at the peak of the profound mysterious stage were also incredibly arrogant. When spiritual beasts reached their level, they already possessed powerful strength. It would be difficult for them to lower their heads if they were not elite warriors of the Supreme Tao stage. Qin Wushuang nodded and said again, remember, you must not get entangled with him. Watch my hand signal. As soon as I shoot with the graceful spiritual bow, you must retreat and enter the sealed scroll. I will take you away. Certainly Xin Wuji has more than one supreme Dao weapon. It would not be a wise move to fight with him. A warrior at the peak of the common mysterious stage was already terrifying. If he had the protection of a supreme Dao weapon, even if they had gone berserk, they would not have a chance to win. At most, they could only hold on for a while and not get defeated. If they trembled for a long time, it would not be impossible for them to get killed by Xin Wuji. The two spiritual beasts at the peak of the profound mysterious stage nodded at the same time. They understood Qin Wushuang's strategic intention. Qin Wushuang said again, "I will talk nonsense with him at the cave entrance. You guys launch a surprise attack when he is unprepared. After that, I will attack with the graceful spiritual bow. After I finish attacking with the graceful spiritual bow, I will activate the purple cloud yin-yang wings and fly out of the cave to help you guys. Remember, you must cooperate well. If you make one mistake, most likely we will not be able to leave." Of course, the two spiritual beasts understood what it meant to have an elite warrior at the peak of the common mysterious stage with a supreme Dao weapon. They would not dare to be careless. Qin Wushuang made a hand signal and floated to the cave entrance like the wind. He laughed. "Xin Wuji, you are really patient. Are you not afraid of that divine beast returning?" Xin Wuji revealed a cold and gloomy gaze. "Even if he returns, you will be the one to die. I have my ways to get away." "Is that so? It seems you are confident." The future Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, TSK, if it's possible, I truly want to kill you. In this case, I can make a name for myself, ha ha ha. Xin Wuji said with a cold sneer, "Then bring it on and try. I do want to help you, but I am afraid you do not have the skill." If the other party was willing to come out and fight, Xin Wuji would be more than happy to have him. Therefore, in the midst of his words, Xin Wuji deliberately took a few steps back and appeared to make space for him to come out. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "You want to lure me out to fight with you? How could there be such a good thing in the world? You are the son of the Heavenly Emperor, I admit." As soon as he finished speaking these three words, two bursts of violent wind whizzed out from inside the cave. Like an arrow leaving the bow, the violent lights shot out of the cave and collided with Xin Wuji. Xin Wuji was paying attention to Qin Wushuang and did not expect other movements from inside the cave. Indeed, he was startled and unconsciously, he waved his sword to block it. He urged the sword light to slash at those two bursts of lights. When Qin Wushuang saw an opening, he pulled the graceful spiritual bow with his hand and stuck another 5 elemental talisman on it. He poured all his power into the graceful spiritual bow. Open! The graceful spiritual bow rolled towards Xin Wuji with earthy yellow lights that filled the sky. This attack was absolute supreme Dao power. If Xin Wuji did not use the supreme Dao weapon to defend himself, even if he was at the peak of the common mysterious stage, he would still be ruthless. Good Xin Wuji, when he waved the sword light halfway, he changed his attack forcefully. Following the momentum, rays of light erupted from outside his body and emerged endless divine lights to block this fierce attack. Qin Wushuang wanted this instant opportunity. Suddenly, he opened a pair of giant wings from his back and transformed into a burst of meteoric light to fly to the sky. He beckoned with his palm and 2 bursts of lights shot out from the sealed scroll to call back the 2 spiritual beasts. Blocked by Xin Wuji, that graceful spiritual bow that shot out also flew back. Qin Wushuang caught it and flapped the purple cloud yin-yang wings. Sprinting at full speed, he shot to the sky and merged with the white clouds in the sky. Instantly, he disappeared without a trace. Xin Wuji kept suffering inexplicable attacks. If he did not have exceptional skills, he would have already fallen into the trap. He looked at this scene with astonishment and suddenly remembered a person. Could it be him? A burst of fierce lights shot out from Xin Wuji's eyes. His body rose into the sky and shot towards the sky. He was chasing after him closely. Qin Wushuang. These 3 words floated in Xin Wuji's head. This bow, these spiritual beasts, that protective shield, and the way he carried out his actions were no different than the rumored Qin Wushuang. Combined with the matter of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect earlier, Xin Wuji instantly connected all these details together and deduced this result. When he thought of Qin Wushuang, the anger inside Xin Wuji's heart burned even more vigorously. Ever since this Qin Wushuang had appeared at the Xianyuan Mound, the entire situation of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain seemed to have undergone a major turning point. The Heavenly Punishing Villa, the Sound of Thunder sect had all suffered at the hands of Qin Wushuang. Vividly, this Qin Wushuang had impacted Xin Wuji's supreme position among the younger generation of the Xianyuan Mound. Not to mention this, if he allowed this Qin Wushuang to grow and threaten the position of the Heavenly Emperor Xin clan in the future, Xin Wuji would not wish to see such consequences. If he allowed Qin Wushuang to take away that supreme Dao fruit, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would be equivalent to letting the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan gain 2 more supreme Dao elite warriors. For your information, if someone at the peak of the common mysterious stage were to consume this supreme Dao fruit, they could instantly leap into the supreme Dao stage. This was definitely not an exaggeration. Think about it, if the Qin clan gained 2 more supreme Dao elite warriors, even when facing the Heavenly Emperor Xin clan, they would hold the advantage with the number of supreme Dao elite warriors. For your information, although the Xin clan was the Heavenly Emperor Gate, they only had 4 supreme Dao elite warriors. Currently, the Qin clan had 3 supreme Dao elite warriors. With 2 more, they would have 5 and suppress the advantage of the Xin clan. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 661. To allow the Qin clan to rise powerfully and increase the number of supreme Dao elite warriors, this was a scene that no one from the Heavenly Emperor Xin clan was willing to see. Especially Xin Wuji, being the heir to the Heavenly Emperor Xin clan, he was determined to acquire the position of Heavenly Emperor. He had been working hard towards this direction. Inside Xin Wuji's heart, he had always harbored such ambition. He wanted to be an unprecedented Heavenly Emperor, the one with the greatest authority and the one with the most complete control over the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. It would not be like the current situation where, despite the name of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates, in fact, those sects were outwardly obeying the Heavenly Emperor Gate. It was especially true for the veteran sects like the Qin clan and the Yun clan. Xin Wuji's goal was to kick out the Qin clan and the Yun clan, these 2 veterans from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. He would pull out these 2 nails from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Only in this way could the Xin clan gain a more stable control over the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Due to this layer of consideration, Xin Wuji was acting this crazy and wanted to acquire the accompanying divine fruit of the divine beast at all costs. The accompanying divine fruit of a divine beast at the 8th transformation Supreme Dao stage was a natural wonder that would 100% create the Supreme Dao stage. Qin Wushuang initiated the purple cloud yin-yang wings. Combined with the cloud garment feathery technique, he soared in the high sky like a ferocious bird. His speed was comparable to lightning. Roar, roar, roar. Beneath the 10,000 flower valley, the divine beast was still chasing after the martial artists that were fleeing in all directions. More than 100 martial artists had already died under the hands of this divine beast. And the surface of this divine beast, called 9-change celestial demon white tiger, was also rapidly changing. As the name implied, the 9-change celestial tiger would transform 9 times. Each time he transformed, his strength would increase. This would be the last time this 9-change celestial tiger would seek to transform. Once he succeeded, he would evolve into his final form, the legendary white tiger from the mythological era. Everyone knew about the 4 divine beasts from the mythological era. The eastern azure dragon, the western white tiger, the southern vermilion bird, and the northern black tortoise. In the legends, this 9-change celestial tiger was the descendant of the white tiger from the mythological era. His bloodline was extremely pure. Each transformation was an experience of bloodline purification. When this 9-change celestial tiger chased after martial artists, each primordial spirit, it would give him more assurance on his breakthrough path. Currently, the entire 10,000 flower valley had become a martial artist's nightmare. The originally picturesque 10,000 flower valley was now filled with mist. All kinds of poisonous flowers and miasma were completely activated. The 9 changed 10,000 celestial tiger of the 9 of the 9 celestial of the celestial of the 9 celestial emperor 999 celestial 9. That was because they had nowhere else to run. Of Tao 9 celestial emperor celestial sky, celestial to fall, he could only fell falling celestial. Emperor 99 change celestial emperor had celestial dragon 9 cell emperor that of course wind realm. This. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was extremely anxious. Ever since he had refined the purple cloud yin-yang wings, he had never failed. Now, this surge of power was so powerful that he could not fly. How could he have known that from beginning to end, this 10,000 flower valley was a forbidden place for the Amei Daoist sect? The defenses inside this place were all made by a super powerful Supreme Tao Master. Once they were all activated, he could not fly out of the boundary of this 10,000 flower valley. Naturally, he could not fly out. Fortunately, although this defense had restrained Qin Wushuang, it did not allow him to fall headfirst. Or else, if he had fallen from the sky, even with his strength, most likely he would have broken all his bones and tendons. Although the purple cloud yin-yang wings could not keep him flying, it more or less allowed him to maintain his balance in the air and prevent him from falling headfirst. Xin Wuji's situation was not much better than Qin Wushuang. In fact, he had borrowed the power of the Supreme Tao flying tool to keep track of Qin Wushuang. However, at this moment, even with this Supreme Tao flying tool, it was not enough for Xin Wuji to break through the great defenses of this 10,000 flower valley. The defenses of the entire 10,000 flower valley were a giant formation. It was incomparable to those little barriers in small corners. As Qin Wushuang and Xin Wuji dropped to the ground one after another, Qin Wushuang did not panic. Although this 10,000 flower valley was already a slaughterhouse, Qin Wushuang did not panic in the face of danger. Within the 10,000 miles of the 10,000 flower valley, although that Supreme Tao monster was powerful, Qin Wushuang had ways to protect himself. The defenses of this 10,000 flower valley are too powerful. The purple cloud yin-yang wings had such powerful flying ability, yet I could not break through it. It seems that even if I break into the perfect void martial stage, most likely I would not be able to break through this defense. Indeed, the Amei Daoist sect is ruthless. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang despised the Amei Daoist sect to the extreme. The actions of this Amei Daoist sect were somewhat deranged. This time, martial artists that had come to the 100 Flower Valley came from all over the world. Whether they knew them or not, many of them were disciples of the giant powerhouses of the forbidden spiritual zones. Taking Xin Wuji as an example, was the Amei Daoist sect truly not afraid that the heavenly Emperor Xin clan would fall out with them? However, thinking about it from another perspective, the Amei Daoist sect could completely evade the responsibility. Taking a step back, the greed of these people had attracted this unexpected disaster. If the Amei Daoist sect were to act shamelessly, even the Xin clan could not do anything to the Amei Daoist sect at the Illusion Heavenly Lake. If that divine beast of the Amei Daoist sect had broken through the 8th transformation Supreme Tao stage and entered the genuine Supreme Tao stage, it would be even more impossible to do anything. Regardless of what methods they used, the Heavenly Emperor Xin clan could not win against the Amei Daoist sect. Not to mention this was their territory. A strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. Compared to the Amei Daoist sect, the Heavenly Emperor Xin clan did not possess the strength to call themselves a strong dragon. With the observant finger jade plate in hand, Qin Wushuang more or less gained some confidence. This observant finger jade plate would automatically collect the presence. Although that 9-change celestial tiger was powerful and at the Supreme Tao stage, when he came out, he did not suppress his Supreme Tao presence. Instead, he urged his Supreme Tao presence madly. Naturally, the observant finger jade plate would collect it. As long as it collected it, as long as that 9-change celestial tiger did not suppress his Supreme Tao presence, Qin Wushuang would be able to lock onto his position. From there, he would be far away from this source of disaster. Qin Wushuang knew that he would not have any wishful thinking when dealing with this monstrous divine beast. It would be impossible for him to beat it. Even if he could not beat it, he would be able to evade it. Besides this 9-change celestial tiger, this observant finger jade plate also collected Xin Wuji's presence. When Qin Wushuang locked onto his position slightly, he knew that indeed, this Xin Wuji had not escaped. Qin Wushuang was not some upright gentleman, as he could not refrain from rejoicing in others' misfortune. Xin Wuji, this is the saying of not taking the path to heaven, but barging into the doorless hell. If you were not greedy and came back to intercept me, you would have already escaped from the 10,000 Flower Valley. How could you be in such a predicament today? Qin Wushuang's resentment towards Xin Wuji was apparent. If Xin Wuji had not blocked him, he would have had enough time to escape from the 10,000 Flower Valley. Before activating this barrier, he would have escaped without a trace. Now, he could only play hide and seek with that 8th transformation Supreme Tao Divine Beast at the 10,000 Flower Valley. When he thought here, Qin Wushuang felt a burst of annoyance. It would be best if this Xin Wuji was swallowed by that monster in one bite. Initially, with Qin Wushuang's personality, he would not rejoice in others' misfortune. However, since Xin Wuji had caused this trouble, naturally it made Qin Wushuang feel deeply annoyed. Since Brother Shongyi and the others have escaped this early, they should have walked out of the 10,000 Flower Valley, right? I only hope that sister-in-law Su'er can delay Brother Shongyi. That's right, the observant finger jade plate collects spiritual perception, let me see. Indeed, with this positioning, Qin Wushuang was overjoyed. He realized that Shongyi, Su'er, and the others were already far away from the 10,000 Flower Valley. Thankfully, Brother Shongyi was fine. Instantly, Qin Wushuang felt much more relaxed. By the way, there is also Zhufang Yunfei. Qin Wushuang thought inwardly. When he checked, Qin Wushuang could not refrain from revealing a bad expression. Brother Zhufang is inside the 10,000 Flower Valley. He is on the outside and it would be easy for him to escape. Why did he not leave? Initially, Qin Wushuang thought that Zhufang Yunfei would leave as soon as he heard the wind blowing the grass. Unexpectedly, this guy had not left. Could it be that he had seen his close female friend? Inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt that it was not worth it for Zhufang Yunfei. The Amei Daoist sect was so treacherous. It would have been fine if they let their disciples use love to pass the calamity. It would have been fine if they had deceived the feelings of all the men in the world. However, they had used such a sinister move. In the name of marriage, they had released the rumor of the Supreme Tao treasure. They had sent so many people to their deaths and become desserts for their mountain guardian beast. Although Qin Wushuang had acquired the Supreme Tao treasure, Qin Wushuang's hatred towards the Amei Daoist sect had not lessened at all. Qin Wushuang equipped himself with the Supreme Tao shield. At the same time, he put the last Supreme Tao 5 elemental talisman of the wood attribute onto the green jade arrow. Indeed, he was armed to the teeth and ready to fight at any moment. For the time being, Qin Wushuang's greatest restraining fear did not come from that ferocious divine beast or Xin Wuji. Instead, it came from those people of the Amei Daoist sect who were hiding in the dark. Who knew whether or not the person behind this matter was an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao of the Amei Daoist sect? If it were an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao of the Amei Daoist sect, Qin Wushuang's observant finger jade plate would not have collected them. Appearing and disappearing unpredictably, once they appeared before him, they would catch Qin Wushuang off guard. As for that 9-change celestial tiger and Xin Wuji, with the positioning of the observant finger jade plate, Qin Wushuang could keep a certain distance from them. Qin Wushuang decided to regroup with Zhufang Yunfei first. Regardless, he did not wish for Zhufang Yunfei to become food in the stomach of that 9-change celestial tiger without knowing anything. It was not that a real man should not die, but he should not die in such an unjust way. According to the observant finger jade plate, Zhufang Yunfei was at least 2,000 miles away from his position. Qin Wushuang was not certain and could only lock onto a general direction. For the exact distance, it would be difficult to be accurate beyond 100 miles. Qin Wushuang could only guess the approximate distance. Fortunately, at this moment, that 9-change celestial tiger was in the berserk stage as he chased after those martial artists who had escaped. He had not killed his way to Zhufang Yunfei's direction. Qin Wushuang decided to use this opportunity to regroup with Zhu Fang Yunfei. Or else, when that 9-change celestial tiger had regained his calm, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 662. The tyrannical roar reverberated for a long time in the 10,000 Flower Valley. Now, the foreign male martial artists were like meat on the chopping block. Miserable cries lingered in the ears. Qin Wushuang turned a deaf ear and was not affected by these miserable cries. Now, it was futile to consider everything else. The most important thing was to try his best to stay alive. Although he was only 2,000 or 3,000 miles away from Zhu Fang Yunfei, clearly Qin Wushuang could not run as fast as he usually did. He could only use less than 1/10 of his usual speed to move stealthily. He kept observing the observant finger jade plate at all times. He avoided the attacks of that 9-change celestial tiger and maintained the necessary safe distance. Qin Wushuang knew that this 9-change celestial tiger was a divine beast. Certainly, his spiritual perception detection ability would defy the natural order. Although this 10,000 Flower Valley was 10,000 miles away, it was not absolutely safe. Initially, Zhu Fang Yunfei was wandering around the arena for the groom search. He longed to see his female confidant from the past. However, the result made him extremely disappointed. Deep inside the 10,000 Flower Valley, the roar of the divine beast and the miserable cries of those martial artists caused the arena to become chaotic. Zhu Fang Yunfei was a smart person as he immediately reacted. Knowing that something was not right, he ran towards the outside of the valley immediately. When he dashed to the edge of the valley, Zhu Fang Yunfei realized that the entire 10,000 Flower Valley had been completely sealed. Regardless of how hard he tried, he could not find the exit. Zhu Fang Yunfei suddenly understood. When he returned to the scene of the groom search, there were only those martial artists who had scattered like birds and beasts. Where were the figures of those female martial artists of the Amei Daoist sect? We have been tricked. A trace of ominous thought flashed across Zhu Fang Yunfei's mind. Could it be that this Amei Daoist sect has set up this trap to lure these martial artists? Zhu Fang Yunfei was unwilling to believe this point, yet he had to admit it. If it wasn't for the trap set up by the Amei Daoist sect, how could the entire 10,000 Flower Valley be completely sealed? Suddenly, Zhu Fang Yunfei thought of Qin Wushuang and cried out inwardly. Without hesitation, he ran towards the inside of the valley. Zhu Fang Yunfei's current thoughts were surprisingly the same as Qin Wushuang's. He also wanted to meet up with Qin Wushuang. Once again, Qin Wushuang took out the observant finger jade plate to locate Zhu Fang Feiyun's position. Inwardly, he was greatly astonished. This Zhu Fang Feiyun did not stay at the edge of the 10,000 Flower Valley, but ran towards the inner part of the valley. If he were to run in this direction, it was very likely that he would bump into the divine white tiger. Qin Wushuang was anxious. His communication jade tablet was not working. He could not think of a way to inform Zhu Fang Feiyun. He gritted his teeth and decided to speed up. He had to do his best to intercept Zhu Fang Yunfei before he bumped into the divine beast. Otherwise, if he bumped into the 9-change celestial tiger, there would be no luck to speak of. Qin Wushuang also threw caution to the wind, no longer moving stealthily. Instead, he exerted all his strength and rushed through the valley. Along the way, there were constantly cultivators rushing in his direction. At full speed, it wouldn't take much time to cover a distance of 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers. Soon, the observant finger jade disc entered the precise range of 500 kilometers. What made Qin Wushuang's heart beat faster was that Zhu Fang Yunfei was getting closer to the divine beast. If it wasn't for the divine beast still chasing after other spiritual beasts, even if Qin Wushuang did his best, he might not be able to intercept Zhu Fang Yunfei in advance. 500 kilometers, 400 kilometers, 300 kilometers, 100 kilometers. Qin Wushuang was also extremely anxious. At this moment, he could almost clearly feel the divine Dao aura of the 9-change celestial tiger. That aura was still undisguised, wild and tyrannical. At this point, Qin Wushuang already had no other choice. He sprinted with all his strength. While feeling the divine beast's aura, he observed the direction Zhufang Yunfei was heading. Great! Qin Wushuang looked at Zhufang Yunfei's position and was overjoyed. Because he discovered that Zhufang Yunfei actually turned around. Furthermore, the direction was rushing towards him. Qin Wushuang was overjoyed. If it was like this, he had a lot of confidence in intercepting Zhufang Yunfei before the 9-change celestial tiger. Looks like Zhufang Yunfei must have also felt the divine beast's powerful aura and developed a sense of danger, starting to flee. Roar. The divine beast's roar made Qin Wushuang's heart and soul feel waves of tremors. His entire soul seemed to be about to be taken away by this roar. Too terrifying. Qin Wushuang knew that once they entered the divine beast's attack range, they simply had no way to escape. Fortunately, Zhufang Yunfei was already not far away from him. 50 to 60 kilometers was just a matter of a few ups and downs. Qin Wushuang was currently overjoyed. His gaze glanced at the observant finger jade disc, and his expression suddenly changed again. Not good. What's going on? Qin Wushuang was anxious in his heart. This Zhufang Yunfei actually turned around again. Furthermore, the direction was very clear. It was actually chasing in the direction of the divine beast. What's going on? Is he going to throw his life away? Qin Wushuang knew that if he were to head in that direction, Zhufang Yunfei would die for sure. Qin Wushuang kept urging his speed. Instantly, he had increased his speed to the limit. Finally, he saw Zhufang Yunfei's figure. While channeling his qi, he shouted, "Brother Zhufang, don't go, come here quickly." Zhufang Yunfei turned around with astonishment and saw Qin Wushuang rushing over from behind in a flustered and exasperated manner. He jumped before him like a flash of lightning. Without a second word, he pulled Zhufang Yunfei's hand and shouted, "Follow me, hurry." Zhufang Yunfei resisted and said, "Brother Wushuang, let me go. I see her, she's right ahead, she's heading forward." Qin Wushuang shouted, "Where are you going? Everything is the doing of the Amei Daoist sect. If you go over, you will be filling the stomach of the divine beast." Zhufang Yunfei was stunned. Qin Wushuang had already pulled his hand and turned around to leave. Feeling muddle-headed, Zhufang Yunfei finally understood. Qin Wushuang had already pulled him to increase his speed at full speed. In one breath, they had dashed a few hundred miles forward. Then, they slowed down. He took out the observant finger jade plate to take a look. Inwardly, he let out a sigh of relief. Lucky, this time we are truly lucky. Brother Zhufang, a moment ago, you and I were only one breath away from the line of life and death. If we had delayed any longer, for sure we would have become food in the stomach of the divine beast. Zhufang Yunfei still felt somewhat confused. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? Qin Wushuang briefly recounted the conversation between those two girls. Zhufang Yunfei frowned and strange lights flashed across his eyes. Brother Wushuang, you said there was a girl called Little Can? Yes, her name is Little Can. For that girl, it's the second time I've met her. Is it really Little Can? Is it really Little Can? Zhufang Yunfei mumbled and pain filled his eyes. How could it be her? Is the Amei Daoist sect truly this unbearable? Qin Wushuang understood all of a sudden. Brother Zhufang, could it be that female confidant of yours is also called Little Can? Zhufang Yunfei shook his head painfully. According to your description, it's her. I'm sure it's her. Dressed in green, with an oval face, that's right, it's her. Qin Wushuang was silent. Yet, inwardly, he did not care. Brother Zhufang had suffered a calamity of love for such a girl, it was truly too unjust. At the Bowl Valley, with one look, he knew that Little Can was not a kind person. Qin Wushuang had the strongest first impression. He had a terrible impression of these female martial artists of the Amei Daoist sect. Now with this matter, he had even less favorable impression of the Amei Daoist sect. If he had not given face to Zhufang Yunfei, most likely Qin Wushuang would have scolded them on the spot. How could Qin Wushuang forget the scene of those female martial artists of the Amei Daoist sect torturing him? Each of these female martial artists of the Amei Daoist sect had a severely twisted mentality. When Zhu Fang Yunfei saw that Qin Wushuang was silent, he had already guessed most of it. He asked dispiritedly, "Brother Wushuang, do you think I am useless?" Qin Wushuang let out a free and easy smile. "Brother Zhu Fang, since ancient times, heroes have been unable to overcome the barrier of love. It's nothing for a real man to fly into a rage for a beauty. Only what?" Zhu Fang Yunfei said with a bitter smile. "Only that little Can is not worth my effort, right? She is not worth my concern for all these years, right?" When Qin Wushuang saw that he had spoken to this point, he did not conceal it anymore. He nodded. "Brother Zhu Fang, the female martial artists of the Amei Daoist sect have a heart as malicious as snakes and scorpions. They had deliberately lured all these martial artists to provide food for their guardian beast and to promote the breakthrough of the divine beast. Their intentions are punishable by death." Zhu Fang Yunfei was speechless. Indeed, such actions would incur the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of men. It could no longer be described by the word despicable. With a bitter smile, he gave a long sigh. "I can only blame myself for having eyes but not being able to see. What else can I say? Brother Wushuang, thank you for your reminder." Qin Wushuang also knew that it would be impossible for Zhu Fang Yunfei to untie the knot in his heart immediately. After all these years of obsessive guarding, it had already formed a form of mental inertia. It would not be easy to walk out of the shadow. He did not speak much, but patted Zhu Fang Yunfei's shoulder. "Don't think too much. The most urgent matter is to avoid becoming food in the stomach of that divine beast. The other problems will be solved one day. This divine beast is at the 8th transformation Supreme Tao stage and is incredibly powerful. I don't know if we can survive this calamity." Zhu Fang Yunfei nodded. "This 10,000 flower valley is so big, even a Supreme Tao divine beast cannot search every corner. By the way, Brother Wushuang, how did you know my location?" This question made Zhu Fang Yunfei extremely curious. Qin Wushuang waved the observant finger jade plate from his hand. "It's because of this thing. Without this thing, how would I know you are close to that Supreme Tao divine beast? This thing can collect spiritual perception and lock onto the location of the owner of the spiritual perception. Whether we can avoid being buried in the stomach of the divine beast will depend on it." Zhu Fang Yunfei was greatly astonished. Could this thing be the observant finger jade plate? "Oh, you also know this thing?" Zhu Fang Yunfei said, "The masterpiece of the legendary master Lu Xianlu, how could it be in your hands?" Zhu Fang Yunfei had been at the illusion Heavenly Lake for many years. On the contrary, he was unaware of the matters that had happened in the Xian Yuan Mound. Qin Wushuang did not have the time to speak in detail as he gave a simple explanation. Suddenly, he saw from the observant finger jade plate that Xin Wuji's position kept approaching them. His expression changed. "Brother Zhu Fang, let's go." "What? The divine beast is approaching?" Zhu Fang Yunfei immediately asked. "It's Xin Wuji," Qin Wushuang said coldly. "Let's not talk about it, let's go." The two of them ran at full speed towards a remote direction. Now, Qin Wushuang did not want to get tangled with that Xin Wuji. He would not be easier to deal with than the 9-change celestial tiger. Now, this Xin Wuji definitely wanted to get him as soon as possible. This chapter was written by Old Bull with Mrs. Nyo at the clinic. I really don't know how to explain it. Yesterday I was worried about Little Bull. I didn't expect that Mrs. Nyo would fall into his trap. On the contrary, Little Bull is fine. He only returned now after taking the drip. Tomorrow, I must take a few more bottles. I will not speak in detail. After all these matters are taken care of, I will certainly make up for the debt. Everyone, please believe in Old Cow and give Old Cow some tolerance during Old Cow's most difficult time. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 663. With the observant finger jade plate, Qin Wushuang was not afraid to play hide-and-seek with Xin Wuji. Although Zhu Fang Yunfei had good strength, compared to Qin Wushuang, his leg power was much inferior. Qin Wushuang had the purple cloud yin-yang wings. Although he could not fly under the prohibition, it could still help Qin Wushuang move faster than others. However, to Qin Wushuang's surprise, regardless of how they tried to get rid of him, that Xin Wuji was like a maggot in the tarsal bone and always stuck to his back. From the observant finger jade plate, Qin Wushuang clearly realized that Xin Wuji was able to follow the direction they were running and follow behind them. This situation made Qin Wushuang feel incredibly astonished. Could it be that this Xin Wuji also had a tool similar to the observant finger jade plate? Or else, how could he have done this? Thinking of this possibility, Qin Wushuang felt even more calm. He decided to try again. He said to Zhu Fang Yunfei, "Brother Zhu Fang, let's do an experiment. You and I will go separately. After 600 miles, we will meet again. Let's see how this Xin Wuji is able to follow behind us." Zhu Fang Yunfei also felt it was strange as he nodded. "Then be careful," Qin Wushuang said with a smile. "Don't worry, although this Xin Wuji is the son of the Heavenly Emperor, I have my ways to deal with him. If he wants to compete with me in leg power, then let's compete with him." With the trump card of the purple cloud yin-yang wings, Qin Wushuang was not afraid of Xin Wuji in terms of speed. In terms of endurance, Qin Wushuang would not feel any pressure at all. Qin Wushuang was well aware of the number of trump cards he had. Initially, he had acquired a total of 6 first-rate treasures from Lu Shenlou's Deep Abyss treasure cave. The Supreme Dao 5 Elemental Talisman was only one of them. The Heart Illusion Mask had already played a great role. He could also refine the Sky Pilfered Pill at any time. For the remaining 3, he had not used the ground tracking seal much. As for the remaining 2 items, Qin Wushuang had not used them yet. For the time being, Qin Wushuang couldn't use the Great Golem Puppet. As for the remaining Spiritual Energy Pearl, it would be of great use at this moment. With this Spiritual Power Pearl, Qin Wushuang was not worried about competing with Xin Wuji in terms of endurance. Even if he continuously consumed his spiritual energy, this spiritual energy elemental bead could still replenish it for him. With this Spiritual Power Pearl at hand, why would Qin Wushuang fear to race with Xin Wuji? Now, he only wanted to confirm whether this Xin Wuji had truly grasped the method to follow him. If so, it would be very interesting. Both sides restrained each other. After setting an approximate meeting place with Zhu Fang Feiyun, after they separated, Qin Wushuang deliberately lured Xin Wuji to circle around the mountain valley. Indeed, as he had expected, regardless of where Qin Wushuang went, that Xin Wuji was able to keep tracking him. Now, Qin Wushuang was almost certain that Xin Wuji must have a tool similar to the observant finger jade plate. Additionally, he must have fallen into Xin Wuji's trap when he was at the entrance of the cave. Now, Xin Wuji was not as relaxed as Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang, Qin Wushuang. Why is it always this kid who comes out to ruin things? Inwardly, Xin Wuji was incredibly frustrated. Being the son of the Heavenly Emperor, he had always been used to the feeling of being in a high position. Among the young generation of the Shen Yuan Mound, not to mention suffering a loss like today, almost no one could be on equal footing with him. Even among the most exceptional disciples of the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates, only a few of them could enter Xin Wuji's discerning eyes. For example, Qin Taichong of the Qin clan, Yun Zhongye of the Yun clan, and a few others. However, these names could only enter his discerning eyes. To truly compare with Xin Wuji, there was more or less a difference. For your information, among the young generation, only Xin Wuji was able to enter the peak of the common mysterious stage. This sense of superiority accumulated over a long period of time allowed Xin Wuji to possess endless confidence. When facing any opponent from the young generation of the Shen Yuan Mound, he would have a sense of superiority from the bottom of his heart. However, at this moment, a trace of a ripple had appeared in Xin Wuji's firm confidence. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that something had happened. Finally, among the young generation of the Shen Yuan Mound, an existence that could challenge his authority had appeared. Although he had never faced this problem head-on, during this short battle of wits and power with Qin Wushuang, it allowed him to fully realize the methods and power of this Qin Wushuang. Perhaps, at the moment, this Qin Wushuang was not enough to pose a fatal threat to him. However, how could Xin Wuji overlook this? Qin Wushuang was only a little over 20 years old and much younger than Xin Wuji. With Qin Wushuang's speed of growth, he could clearly foresee that certainly this Qin Wushuang would become his greatest enemy in the future. Xin Wuji was able to achieve today's accomplishments because he had an abnormally firm will. After recognizing the situation, he firmly believed that if he did not take out Qin Wushuang today, he would certainly become a great calamity in the future. Therefore, he was determined to kill Qin Wushuang at this 10,000 Flower Valley and pull out this great calamity. He would never allow Qin Wushuang to continue to grow. Like me, this Qin Wushuang has entered the immortal leaf-flying boat. Since my communication jade plate cannot be used, certainly he will not be able to use it. Even if I kill him today, he will not be able to deliver the news. This is the best time. Additionally, with the death of Qin Wushuang, even if the rumors are not favorable to me, without any evidence, what can the Qin clan do to the Heavenly Emperor Gate? Xin Wuji also had his own plans. Previously, Xin Wuji had set up a little formation at the entrance of the cave. This formation did not possess any attack power. However, once it was touched, it could form a shapeless tracking talisman that would fall onto the body of the person who touched the formation. In this case, Xin Wuji could use that shapeless tracking talisman to track him. As soon as Qin Wushuang had rushed out of the cave, he had been possessed by Xin Wuji's shapeless talisman. Unconsciously, he had fallen into Xin Wuji's trap. Unless Qin Wushuang was an elite warrior of the Supreme Dao stage, or else, under that situation, it would be impossible for him to see through that tracking talisman. Only, in the end, this tracking talisman was not as useful as the observant finger jade plate. The effect of the tracking talisman would only last for about 3 to 7 days. Of course, Xin Wuji was incredibly confident. He believed that with his skills at the peak of the common mysterious stage, it would not be difficult to catch up to Qin Wushuang. However, the reality made Xin Wuji feel incredibly surprised. After chasing for a while, he discovered with surprise that Qin Wushuang seemed to be able to maintain a certain distance from him. Now, clearly Xin Wuji had not realized that Qin Wushuang was also able to lock onto his position. Inwardly, he only thought, Qin Wushuang, this kid is running away. It seems that he is also worried about that divine beast. Humph, I will compete with you and see whose leg power is stronger. Xin Wuji was incredibly confident of his own strength. Beneath the Supreme Dao stage, Xin Wuji would never consider himself a second person. Although this Qin Wushuang had exceptional talent, there was still a fatal difference when compared to the strongest person beneath the Supreme Dao stage at the peak of the common mysterious stage. Or else, that Qin Wushuang would not have run away in a panic. Carrying this confidence, Xin Wuji increased his speed. He knew that Qin Wushuang was only a few hundred miles away from him. He could definitely catch up to him at this distance. With this goal in mind, Xin Wuji unconsciously chased for another half a day. To his astonishment, he discovered that the distance between him and Qin Wushuang did not shrink substantially. For Xin Wuji, he did not know if that Qin Wushuang was doing it intentionally or not, but he seemed to be playing hide and seek with him. Moving from east to west, Xin Wuji could not make sense of it. The more Xin Wuji chased, the more uneasy he felt inwardly. Looking at the current situation, even someone as confident as Xin Wuji could not help but feel shaken. Could this Qin Wushuang be truly devilish? Judging from his strength, he is only at the perfect void martial stage. How could he keep a distance from me and seem to know that I am chasing after him? Could it be that he is deliberately luring me to chase after him? Xin Wuji was overly suspicious and felt vexed inwardly. At this moment, he could not but help to miss those friends of his. If Yang Qiansui and Lei Hong had not died and Xin Wuwang was still alive, surely the four of them could kill Qin Wushuang by joining hands. At this moment, Xin Wuji discovered that regardless of how much he urged his full power, it seemed that Qin Wushuang would always keep a distance from him. He would never be able to shorten this distance. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was also harboring the same idea. While he was thinking, he was also considering how to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Xin Wuji. With the death of Xin Wuji, certainly the Heavenly Emperor Xin clan would suffer a great loss. To the Qin clan, this would be 100% beneficial. Rather than waiting for the Xin clan to make a move, it would be better to make the first move. Certainly this Xin Wuji is not willing to let me take the divine fruit. This time, he is chasing after me to seize this divine fruit and kill me. Qin Wushuang thought inwardly, Xin Wuji has a supreme Dao weapon and is at the peak of the common mysterious stage. With my current strength, even with the best supreme Dao 5 elemental talisman and that graceful spiritual bow, it would be difficult to shoot Xin Wuji to death with one arrow. To kill this Xin Wuji, I must break through. I will only have a chance if I summon the last 2 sealed spiritual beast. To kill Xin Wuji, he must make use of all the advantageous conditions. Or else, it would be difficult to kill someone at the peak of the common mysterious stage. Even if he were to make use of all the advantageous conditions, most likely he would not be able to kill Xin Wuji. After all, Xin Wuji was the son of the Heavenly Emperor, certainly he would have many trump card. Xin Wuji also did not lack supreme Dao weapons. These two were burning with anxiety as they chased each other and played a game of tag at the 10,000 Flower Valley. Every few hundred miles, Qin Wushuang would meet up with Jufang Yunfei. He would remind Jufang Yunfei which direction to go and to not encounter that 9-change celestial tiger. At least a few thousand martial artists had entered this 10,000 Flower Valley. After the 9-change celestial tiger chased after them for 2 days and 2 nights, more than 1,000 martial artists had become food in his stomach. Across the entire 10,000 Flower Valley, the situation was getting more difficult each day. Besides exceptional martial artists like Xin Wuji and Qin Wushuang, almost everyone was feeling insecure. At the same time when Qin Wushuang was chasing after Xin Wuji, somewhere deep inside the 10,000 Flower Valley, a group of young female martial artists also gathered at a secret place. Clearly, these female martial artists were all disciples of the Amei Daoist sect. Indeed, that little can dressed in green was among them. Only, each of these female disciples revealed a grave expression. Under the imposing gaze of a woman in yellow robes, each of them held their breath with rapt attention and did not dare to make a sound. For a time, the situation appeared incredibly oppressive. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 664. This girl in yellow was the most exceptional genius among the young generation of the Amei Daoist sect. Her name was Ruo Ping Fairy. A layer of frost covered the face of this Ruo Ping Fairy as her expression appeared extremely solemn. For those female disciples next to her, including Little Can, each of them did not dare to look straight at this senior sister Ruo Ping Fairy. The 9-change celestial tiger has awakened, yet the accompanying divine fruit is gone. Tell me, for this matter, how will you have the face to see the chiefs? Ruo Ping Fairy's eyes were like lightning as she scolded lightly. If I had not activated the supreme Dao defenses of the 10,000 Flower Valley in time, you would still have realized it. I only hope that it was not too late for me to activate the supreme Dao defenses. Or else, if the person with the divine fruit had escaped from the 10,000 Flower Valley, you will wait to receive the punishment from the chief. This time, the people the Amei Daoist sect had sent to the 10,000 Flower Valley to oversee the general situation were all disciples of the young generation. It was also the Amei Daoist sect's intention to train the young people. Considering the powerful divine skills of the 9-change celestial tiger, initially the Amei Daoist sect was not worried that this group of disciples could not control the situation. Unexpectedly, in the end, an accident had occurred. The accompanying divine fruit of the 9-change celestial tiger would not appear even once in 1,000 years. The Amei Daoist sect had attached great importance to this supreme Dao fruit. Or else, there would not have been those layers of defenses. Plus with the 9-change celestial tiger guarding, The Amei Daoist sect had never thought that an accident would occur to the supreme Tao fruit. Those disciples looked at each other in dismay. That little can dressed in green moved her mouth. Senior sister, we are only in charge of the outside work. It's the responsibility of Tiger Saint to guard the supreme Tao fruit. This, you cannot blame us. Besides, in the abyss before the supreme Tao fruit, wasn't junior sister training under the abyss? She did not react. It seems inappropriate to blame us, right? Little Can's personality was rather swift and fierce as she dared to speak her mind. She did not like to talk back, but would speak whatever was on her mind. Ruo Ping Fairy said with a cold sneer, according to your words, you guys are not responsible at all? Little Can's tone was filled with grievance. We are in charge of guarding each stronghold. When we go in and out, nothing happened. In terms of responsibility, junior sister's responsibility is much greater than ours. Ruo Ping Fairy was surprisingly not angry. She sighed faintly, little junior sister, you all know that the second sect master dotes on little junior sister very much. Even if it is little junior sister's responsibility, do you think she will be the one to be punished in the end? Little Can said unconvinced, then we can't be punished because of this, right? When Ruo Ping Fairy mentioned little junior sister, there was a hint of helplessness in her expression. In front of this junior sister, even as the eldest senior sister, she had no choice but to lower her proud head. To be honest, she was a little unconvinced. However, the headmaster doted on his little junior sister, and that little junior sister was indeed astonishingly talented. In just a few years, he had charged to the perfect void martial stage from a person who did not know how to train, although everything had been caused by the Amei Daoist sect's immemorial secret technique. If she didn't have the talent and the bloodline to bear it, if it were an ordinary person, this secret technique would have broken her bones and caused her to die. Eldest senior sister, you have to put in a few good words for us in front of the sect master. This time, we have lured in at least 10,000 martial artists. However, we cannot be blamed for the loss of that divine beast cave. That is not within the scope of our responsibility, right? Ruo Ping Fairy waved her hand. Don't worry too much, this matter has not come to a final conclusion. If the person who stole the divine fruit is still at the 10,000 Flower Valley, we will certainly find a way to capture him. If he has already left, then it will not be easy to take care of. Little Can said, Senior sister, after Tiger Saint had awakened, he chased after us. Not long after, you opened the defenses. I believe that the fruit thief would not have such fast speed. To enter that cave, each layer of defenses would take time. The best defense would not be easy to break. Even if he had finished everything, he would need some time to leave the 10,000 Flower Valley. He would not make it in time to calculate. Ruo Ping Fairy had also calculated as she nodded. I also believe that person has not escaped. One must say that Little Can's analysis was reasonable. However, she didn't know that when Qin Wushuang had entered that cave, he had not touched any defenses. It was because before that, the sky-pilfered mole had already scouted out most of the terrain. Plus that Luo Yi had taken the lead to open the path. It had not taken much effort for Qin Wushuang to enter that cave. On the contrary, it had taken him some time to break the defenses. However, if it weren't for Xin Wuji's interference, Qin Wushuang could have escaped easily before the defenses of the 10,000 Flower Valley were opened. Little Can said angrily, Senior sister, per our observation, this time, there were at least a dozen martial artists at the perfect void martial stage that had entered. There were even elite warriors at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. However, certainly there were no elite warriors of the Supreme Tao. Ruo Ping Fairy gave a faint sigh. Of course I know this. If an elite warrior of the Supreme Tao had entered, the Supreme Tao defenses of the 10,000 Flower Valley would have been opened automatically. In the end, I was the one who opened the defenses. Of course, certainly no elite warriors of the Supreme Tao had entered. In this case, the people who stole the Supreme Tao fruit must be those above the perfect void martial stage. Little Can analyzed. Yes, it's basically like that. Those below the perfect void martial stage would not have any chance to break the defenses of that cave. Ruo Ping Fairy nodded and asked, Little Can, you are in charge of surveillance. This time, how many people do you know that entered the vicinity of that cave? Little Can said, there are many freelance martial artists at the Illusion Heavenly Lake, I don't know them. However, there are a few special people that I have a deep impression of. Oh, who are they? Little Can said, the one with the deepest impression is Xin Wuji, the son of the Heavenly Emperor of the Xian Yuan Mound Gate. For this person, ever since he had appeared at the 10,000 Flower Valley, I had paid attention to him. He also has 3 friends. Xin Wuji. Some astonishment appeared in the eyes of Ruo Ping Fairy. This Xin Wuji is also joining in the fun. Senior sister, certainly that Xin Wuji is powerful. When he walks among the crowd, he exudes a sense of being outstanding. When Little Can talked about Xin Wuji, she was somewhat impressed. Ruo Ping Fairy gave a long sigh. Xin Wuji is more than powerful. For our 6 major Daoist sects, not a single one is on par with Xin Wuji. Senior sister, even you are inferior to him? Little Can was astonished. Currently, I am only at the peak of the profound mysterious stage. Xin Wuji is already at the peak of the common mysterious stage and could step into the supreme Dao stage at any moment. Ruo Ping Fairy asked coldly, you say, is he or I stronger? Peak of the common mysterious stage? There was also a trace of astonishment in Little Can's tone. She mumbled, no wonder, his aura is so powerful. Indeed, that Xin Wuji is powerful. When she said this, suddenly a trace of strange light emerged from Little Can's eyes. She asked, Senior sister, could that person that stole the supreme Dao fruit be Xin Wuji? It's not impossible. Being the son of the Heavenly Emperor, certainly Xin Wuji has a supreme Dao weapon and more or less grasped some supreme Dao attack rules. It's not impossible for him to break that barrier. Instantly, Ruo Ping Fairy's tone became solemn. Pass my order, mobilize all the spies in the valley and keep an eye on Xin Wuji. As soon as you discover his whereabouts, send your spiritual perception immediately. Senior sister, none of us are his opponent, Little Can said emotionally. Could it be we should send Tiger Saint? Ruo Ping Fairy asked indifferently, what? You are not willing? Little Can blushed. I am not related to him, why would I not be willing? However, senior sister, that Xin Wuji is a good partner for you to pass the love calamity. If you can pass Xin Wuji, you will have great hope to make a dash for the Supreme Dao stage, right? Ruo Ping Fairy said with a bitter smile, I would not dare. Little Can was surprised. Why not? Ruo Ping Fairy gave a long sigh. Regardless of any aspect, he is stronger than me. If I go to him to pass the love calamity, in case I get trapped and consigned to eternal damnation, it would be miserable. Little Can laughed mischievously. It would be great if I was also at the peak of the common mysterious stage. I would play with Xin Wuji at this 10,000 Flower Valley and make a dash for the Supreme Dao stage. Stop daydreaming. You should think about how to make a dash for the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Your current strength is already extremely stable at the perfect void martial stage. If you do not work hard and miss the best opportunity, it would be detrimental to your future development. You would not wish for junior sister to catch up and enter the exquisite mysterious boundary stage before you, right? Little Can raised the corner of her mouth. Of course not, for sure I will make it before junior sister, you guys just watch. Ruo Ping Fairy said indifferently, alright, send the order quickly. There must be no mistakes. When you see Xin Wuji's whereabouts, report to me immediately. I will be in charge of contacting Tiger Saint. After she finished speaking, suddenly the figure of this Ruo Ping Fairy became illusory. With a flash of light green waves, her entire person disappeared into the sky. In a moment, the figure of Ruo Ping Fairy dropped before the cave of the divine beast. Frowning slightly, she looked around for a while and walked into the cave. She arrived before the abyss with ease and familiarity. Ruo Ping Fairy looked at the stone platform and saw a broken long vine that had withered on the stone platform. After the divine fruit had been plucked, this long vine had also withered. Ruo Ping Fairy felt extremely vexed and a trace of viciousness flashed across her eyes. She stared at the bottom of the abyss and secretly gritted her teeth. Shui Ruolan, did you do it on purpose? She could only think of these words inwardly and would not dare to speak them out. After hesitating for a long time, she seemed to have made a difficult decision. She waved her sleeve and like a curtain, the water in the abyss separated from the two sides automatically. It formed two water curtains and kept opening up a space downwards. This abyss was a few dozen meters deep. Suddenly, a burst of white light rushed up from the bottom of the abyss. A ball of chi slowly rushed up. This ball of chi was like a blooming white lotus, and a person was sitting inside. If Qin Wushuang was on the side, he would certainly cry out in surprise. Indeed, this person was Shui Ruolan, the little miraculous doctor he had met by chance at the Bowl Valley. This kind-hearted and pure girl still retained her youth. It was as if time had never left any traces on her body. "Senior sister, what business do you have with me?" Shui Ruolan's voice sounded lightly. To be continued. If you want to know what happened later, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 665. Ruo Ping Fairy suppressed the anger inside her heart and pointed at the stone platform. She said lightly, "Junior sister, you are truly calm. Could it be you have not realized that something is missing from this cave?" Shui Ruolan shot a glance and saw that the long vines on the stone platform had withered. The divine white tiger that had been sleeping next to it had also disappeared without a trace. If it were an ordinary person, certainly they would reveal a strange expression when they saw this situation. However, Shui Ruolan seemed to have not seen anything. Her expression was still as calm as an ancient well and did not show the slightest abnormal reaction. She only gave a light "oh" and did not speak a word. "Junior sister, the supreme Tao fruit is gone. Could it be you have not realized?" Ruo Ping Fairy was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She was just waiting to harvest the supreme Tao fruit. Ruo Ping Fairy knew that this time, the supreme Tao fruit were twins. Unconsciously, she had already determined that currently, in the Amei Daoist sect, only she, a disciple at the exquisite mysterious boundary stage, was qualified to take this supreme Tao fruit. For her fellow disciples, the strongest few were only at the perfect void martial stage and were slightly weaker than her. Since she was the senior sister, regardless of how one looked at it, she should be given one. Because she had always harbored this ambition, Ruo Ping Fairy valued this supreme Tao fruit greatly. Yet at this moment, this divine Tao fruit had vanished without a trace, so how could it not cause her to feel deep rage? She even suspected that this junior sister had deliberately turned a blind eye to it. The supreme Tao fruit is very important to the sect masters. "Junior sister, this supreme Tao fruit disappeared right before your eyes. Could it be that you did not hear any movements?" Ruo Ping Fairy was still restraining her fear towards Shui Ruolan as she did not dare to speak too harshly. Shui Ruolan shook her head. "I was training at the bottom of the abyss and just happened to enter a meditative state. If you had not come here, I would not have woken up." Ruo Ping Fairy opened her eyes widely and looked left and right. Clearly, she wanted to know whether this Shui Ruolan was lying or not. However, regardless of how she looked, she could not see any clues. From beginning to end, Shui Ruolan remained unmoved and did not show any ripples. "Ah, junior sister, I am afraid that the chiefs will fly into a rage with the disappearance of this supreme Tao fruit. You'd better think about how to deal with the sect leader's anger," Ruo Ping Fairy said in a very caring tone. It sounded like she was worried for Shui Ruolan, but in reality, she wanted to leave a mark on Shui Ruolan's tranquil Tao heart. Who knew that Shui Ruolan still faintly said, "Oh." Then she said, "I understand." This answer made Ruo Ping Fairy feel as if her fist had landed on cotton. She could not exert any strength at all. "Junior sister, the person who stole the supreme Tao fruit might not have left yet. Right now, the entire 10,000 Flower Valley is hunting down that fruit thief. Do you want to help? Or continue to hide here and cultivate?" Shui Ruolan's eyelashes fluttered and she raised her head. "Really? You haven't left yet?" "That's right. According to our speculations, the fruit thief shouldn't have left so quickly. Because not long after the divine beast left, I activated the divine Tao restriction of the 10,000 Flower Valley. The speed of a fruit thief shouldn't be that fast. Besides, we suspect that the fruit thief is most likely the son of the Heavenly Emperor of the Xian Yuan Mound, Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Xin Wuji. When Ruo Ping Fairy said this, suddenly she asked intentionally, "By the way, junior sister, your hometown is also in the Xian Yuan Mound, right? Do you know this Xin Wuji?" Shui Ruolan shook her head lightly. "No. I grew up in a mountain valley. Besides the mountain people there, I don't know anyone else." Ruo Ping Fairy chuckled. "I hope so, ha ha. All right, junior sister, I am going to track down the fruit thief." After she had finished speaking, she did not linger and left the cave in a flash. When Shui Ruolan saw Ruo Ping Fairy leave, she gave a long sigh. She turned to look at the long withered vine on the stone platform and thought, "Is it Xin Wuji? It can't be Xin Wuji. I would not remember that familiar feeling wrongly. It must be him, it must be Brother Qin. My feeling will not be wrong." Initially, Shui Ruolan had been training inside the abyss. Before Qin Wushuang had entered this stone platform, she had already seen the situation above the abyss through her divine skill. Although Qin Wushuang was wearing a mask, with Shui Ruolan's natural beauty, she had a strange intuition and was sure that this person was Qin Wushuang. This intuition was an innate ability that Shui Ruolan possessed. Now, after some training, it had become even more sensitive. Most importantly, Qin Wushuang had always been the person she cared about the most. Naturally, this intuition had become even stronger. When Qin Wushuang had taken out the graceful spiritual bow, Shui Ruolan's heart had trembled in that instant. She immediately realized that her intuition was not wrong. Initially, Qin Wushuang had used the graceful spiritual bow at the Bowl Valley. Shui Ruolan had a deep impression of it. Now, seeing the graceful spiritual bow again, how could Shui Ruolan not be sure that it was Qin Wushuang? Therefore, when Qin Wushuang had attacked that supreme Tao defense mechanism to take the divine fruit, she had not activated the strongest defense mechanism. Qin Wushuang was also lucky. If Shui Ruolan had activated the strongest defense mechanism at the bottom of the abyss, even if Qin Wushuang's strength had doubled, certainly it would not have been enough for him to take away the supreme Tao fruit. For a time, Shui Ruolan had forgotten about everything. Only when Qin Wushuang had taken away the supreme Tao fruit did she realize the light. Inwardly, she did not have the slightest regret of losing the divine fruit. On the contrary, she felt strange. Why had Brother Qin come to the illusion Heavenly Lake? Why had he come to the 10,000 Flower Valley? Could it be that he had come to find me? When she thought here, Shui Ruolan's heart thumped wildly. Her emotions rose and fell endlessly. From her cheeks to the roots of her ears, she blushed. What supreme Tao fruit, what successor to the Amei Daoist sect, from beginning to end, Shui Ruolan had never liked these things that had been forced upon her. After she had been brought to the Amei Daoist sect by that woman dressed in imperial clothing, although the Amei Daoist sect had accommodated her in every possible way by creating different environments for her and giving her different benefits, Shui Ruolan did not know how to refuse. Yet, she did not feel joyful. Deep in her heart, she still liked that quiet little valley and that tranquil life that stood aloof from worldly affairs. However, she could not go back to the way it was. "Brother Qin, did you truly not escape from the 10,000 Flower Valley? Did you truly not escape?" When Shui Ruolan thought here, suddenly, her complexion changed slightly. With a flash of her body, she disappeared from the cave. Although Shui Ruolan's current strength was also at the perfect void martial stage, her true strength was not much less than Ruo Ping Fairy, who was at the peak of the profound mysterious stage. The secret technique passed down from the immemorial era was too powerful. In a short few years, it had allowed Shui Ruolan to undergo a complete transformation. Even if it were Qin Wushuang, if he were to see Shui Ruolan now, most likely his jaw would drop. On the other hand, Qin Wushuang and Xin Wuji were chasing each other. In the end, they still maintained the same distance as before. Now, Xin Wuji had to admit that it was almost impossible to catch up to Qin Wushuang. However, Xin Wuji was unwilling to let Qin Wushuang get away with it. Suddenly, Qin Wushuang stopped in his tracks. He rolled his eyes and looked at the observant finger jade plate. Suddenly, he laughed. That Xin Wuji stopped. The observant finger jade plate showed that Xin Wuji had stopped. In less than 3 days, it would be impossible to say that he was completely exhausted. With Xin Wuji's strength, it would be impossible for him to not hold on for 3 days. For someone like Xin Wuji, it would be impossible for him to not have any pills to replenish his spiritual qi. If he were to use the tactic of dragging him down, without 3 or 5 months, Qin Wushuang would not consider dragging him down. However, this Xin Wuji had stopped. It seems that this Xin Wuji is not stupid. He should have guessed that it's not a secret that I have the observant finger jade plate. Everyone in the heavenly Luo Daoist sect knows about it. If Xin Wuji thought about it, perhaps he would have guessed it. However, for sure this Xin Wuji would not know about the fact that I have the spiritual power pearl. Even people of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect do not know about Senior Lu Xianluo's deep abyss treasure house. Certainly Xin Wuji would not know. Qin Wushuang thought quickly as he considered the gains and losses. Perhaps I should show some weakness to Xin Wuji and let him think that my spiritual qi is gradually running out. As Qin Wushuang thought about it this way, he immediately rejected this idea. It's only been 3 days, certainly Xin Wuji would not believe that I am running out of spiritual qi. On the other side of Xin Wuji, he was also thinking. I heard that this Qin Wushuang had made contact with Lu Xianlu. Lu Xianlu possessed vast knowledge and excelled at making all kinds of strange tools. I heard that Lu Xianlu had a miraculous observant finger jade plate that Luo Tongtian had pursued with all his might. Could it have fallen into the hands of this Qin Wushuang? It must be. Or else, how could this kid know that I am tracking him and keep a distance from me? When Xin Wuji thought here, he felt enlightened all of a sudden. Yes, it must be this way. Since this Qin Wushuang has this thing, he can also locate my position. However, I am at the peak of the common mysterious stage and have pills that can be replenished at any time. How could this Qin Wushuang compete with me in terms of endurance? If I cannot catch up to him in 2 or 3 days, I will spend 10 days to half a month. If I cannot catch up to him in 10 days, I will spend 1 or 2 months. I don't believe that this kid can hold on all the time. When Xin Wuji thought here, his confidence increased again. He decided that he would use his own stage, endurance, and pills to drag Qin Wushuang to death. However, how could he know that Qin Wushuang did not need pills to replenish himself? That spiritual power pearl could collect the surrounding spiritual qi at any time. It would be endless and inexhaustible. While Xin Wuji carried this thought, he chased until the sun rose and set. Unconsciously, another half a month had passed. Counting with his fingers, it was less than a month away from the 10,000-year immortal pilgrimage pageant of the Karakoram immortal clan. Regardless of Xin Wuji or Qin Wushuang, although they could not do anything to each other, they could not break free from the defenses of this 10,000 flower valley. Feeling helpless, they could only wait. Each day, they sensed the murderous intentions of the divine beast and the hellish torment. In the past half a month, that 9-change celestial tiger had killed at least 3,000 martial artists. He was only 1 step away from that 9-change celestial tiger. Once he swallowed a few powerful primordial spirits, perhaps he could form a breakthrough instantly and enter the genuine Supreme Tao stage. Because of this reason, this 9-change celestial tiger had become even more tyrannical and murderous. This made all the remaining martial artists including Qin Wushuang and Xin Wuji feel incomparable pressure. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 666. Especially Xin Wuji, after close to 20 days of competition, he could not shorten the distance between him and Qin Wushuang. It made him feel a sense of defeat, a deep sense of defeat. His invisible tracking talisman could only maintain its precise effect for about 7 days. After 7 days, the tracking effect would weaken day by day. At the moment, the last trace of effect from the tracking talisman had completely vanished. It could be said that Shin Wuji had completely lost his target. Ever since Shin Wuji had stepped onto the path of martial arts, this was the greatest defeat he had ever experienced. It was also a defeat he had never imagined. In these dozen days, subtle changes had gradually occurred to Shin Wuji's mentality. Now, the effect of the tracking talisman has already passed. To catch up to this Qin Wushuang, unless I am extremely lucky, it would be impossible with my own power. Unless I enter the Supreme Dao stage and use the power of the Supreme Dao to chase and kill Qin Wushuang, certainly it would work. However, the Supreme Dao stage was not something that Shin Wuji could enter as he wished. It was not because he did not have enough talent or that he was not qualified. Instead, this Supreme Dao stage required an opportunity, a trigger point. Although Shin Wuji was at the peak of the common mysterious stage, at this moment, clearly it was not the time to trigger this opportunity. Regardless of Shin Wuji's confidence, he knew that it would be impossible for him to make a dash for the Supreme Dao stage in the next few days. Even with an optimistic estimation, he would need 1 to 3 years. Fortunately, for that Supreme Dao fruit, Qin Wushuang could not have consumed it before reaching the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. Even if he had consumed it, it would not have worked. Shin Wuji was extremely gratified about this point. After pondering over it for a long time, he could not find a good strategy. It would be hopeless to kill this Qin Wushuang and seize the Supreme Dao fruit. Although Shin Wuji was unwilling to admit it, he must admit this point. Perhaps, I should change my train of thought. Suddenly, Shin Wuji raised his brow. Yes, this 10,000 Flower Valley is the territory of the Amei Daoist sect. From beginning to end, this matter was a trap set by the Amei Daoist sect. It was to provide food for that divine beast. It means that disciples of the Amei Daoist sect must have participated in this 10,000 Flower Valley. As Shin Wuji deduced this way, suddenly, his eyes lit up. A vicious plan that was not open and upright emerged in his mind. A trace of a malevolent smile spilled from the corner of his mouth. Yes, we should do it this way. When Shin Wuji thought here, he stood up leisurely. It was very difficult to track down Qin Wushuang. However, to track a disciple of the Amei Daoist sect, as long as Shin Wuji was willing to put in some effort, it would be easy. Indeed, as Shin Wuji had expected, through his secret observation, on the next day, Shin Wuji discovered the figure of the female disciple of the Amei Daoist sect. Shin Wuji was not in a rush to greet her, but followed behind this female disciple. Shin Wuji was incredibly confident. When he followed the female martial artists of the Amei Daoist sect, he was not worried about getting exposed. After following them for half a day, Shin Wuji gradually understood that this female martial artist of the Amei Daoist sect had formed an intelligence network in this 10,000 Flower Valley, and the person they were looking for was Shin Wuji. This was beyond Shin Wuji's expectation. However, in the end, Shin Wuji was a person with great skill and courage. When he learned this point, not only was he not afraid, he had gained some confidence. Per his investigation, he knew that the person in charge of the Amei Daoist sect was called Ruo Ping Fairy. She was their senior sister. It seems that I must follow the vine to the melon and find this senior sister. Only then will it be easy. Since Shin Wuji had grasped some of the rules of the Amei Daoist sect, indeed, on the afternoon of the second day, he followed the vine to the melon and found the place where Ruo Ping Fairy had stayed. At this moment, clearly Ruo Ping Fairy was not in a good mood. There were only a little more than 20 days until the 10,000-year pilgrimage pageant. If she could not find the Supreme Dao fruit, how could she, as the senior sister, lift her head before the chief? How could the chief take her to participate in the 10,000-year pilgrimage pageant? Therefore, her mood was getting worse each day. She wished she could flatten this 10,000 Flower Valley and dig 3 feet into the ground to find her. In these dozen days, each of the female martial artists sent out by the Amei Daoist sect had exerted all their efforts. However, in the end, they could not find any traces. Ruo Ping Fairy's hatred towards Shui Ruolan also increased with each passing day. In the end, She felt that it was impossible for Shui Ruolan to not be aware of the fruit thief. To break the defenses surrounding the stone platform, it would have caused a great commotion. Under the abyss, how could she not have sensed it? If Shui Ruolan had activated the strongest defenses, how could the supreme Dao fruit have been lost? Therefore, the more Ruo Ping Fairy thought about it, the more she felt that Shui Ruolan was scheming against her. Shui Ruolan's talent and the degree of favor she received from the chief clearly indicated that even if Shui Ruolan did not need the supreme Dao fruit, it would be a matter of course for her to enter the supreme Dao stage. However, regarding talent, foundation, and the degree of favor, she, Ruo Ping Fairy, was incomparable to Shui Ruolan. Therefore, she desperately wanted to possess a supreme Dao fruit and make a dash for the supreme Dao stage as soon as possible. She chuckled and rolled her eyes with a charming smile. Xin Wuji, you have calculated that I would not bear to do it, right? Alright, let me ask you, when my divine beast's accompanying supreme Dao fruit was stolen, per the information, you are the most powerful and most likely to be the culprit. You cannot deny it. If you stole it, as long as you hand it over, I can promise to not offend you. Xin Wuji laughed and said with a somewhat innocent expression, Fairy, I do hope that I stole it. Now, I can also offer it to you to please you. Unfortunately, even if I have such intentions, someone else has taken it before me. Don't you think it's repulsive? Oh. Ruo Ping Fairy rolled her eyes and said with a sweet smile, Xin Wuji, could it be that you are lying to me because I am easy to talk to? If I speak half a word of lies, I am willing to be buried in the belly of the divine beast. Xin Wuji said seriously, in fact, I ran to find you because I wanted to send this information to your ears as soon as possible, to make you smile. Ruo Ping Fairy beamed with laughter and trembled. All right, I am truly smiling, you have succeeded. Xin Wuji laughed. I am perfectly satisfied. If I can win your smile, this trip to the 10,000 Flower Valley was not in vain. One must say that although this Xin Wuji appeared to be sanctimonious in ordinary times, when it came to playing tricks, he was extremely skillful. Although this Ruo Ping Fairy was the head disciple of the Amei Daoist sect and had seen a lot, in terms of experience, how could she be compared to Xin Wuji? Coaxed by Xin Wuji's few words, she almost lost her Dao heart. All right, Xin Wuji, don't be so glib. If you are truly bringing me information with good intentions, then let me ask you, who stole the supreme Dao fruit? Xin Wuji walked a few steps forward with a smile. When Ruo Ping Fairy saw him walking towards her, her heart swayed as she immediately asked, What are you doing? Xin Wuji smiled and did not speak a word. He walked next to Ruo Ping Fairy and picked a pink flower from the side of the road. Fairy, I am presenting you with borrowed flowers. Please accept this flower and allow me to tell you in detail. When Ruo Ping Fairy sensed Xin Wuji's gentle words and the masculine presence emitted by him, instantly her breathing became rapid. She must say that although this man was somewhat domineering and slippery, this little naughty feeling made Ruo Ping Fairy feel extremely comfortable. Red clouds flew across her face as she rolled her eyes at Xin Wuji. Since you are giving me flowers, why don't you just put it on me? Xin Wuji laughed. In this case, I will accept deferentially. Xin Wuji had his own ideas for his pretentious actions. Or else, with his persevering personality, how could he have spent so much effort to please this Ruo Ping Fairy? To be continued, if you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.